They thought I'd forget everything, but I remembered every lie. I, a 78-year-old grandfather, have been dealing with something I never thought I'd face at this stage of my life. My own son stealing from me. My oldest son, Eric, 45, his wife Sandra, 43, and their 2 kids have been treating me like I'm already dead. The only person who still sees me as human is my granddaughter Maya, 19, Eric's daughter. Let me back up a bit so this makes sense. I worked as a mechanic for 43 years. Nothing fancy, just honest work. My wife Ruth and I built our home with our own hands back in the 70s. We saved every penny, lived modestly, and always thought we were building something for our kids, Eric and his younger sister Karen, 41. When Ruth passed away 2 years ago, I was lost. 52 years of marriage gone in an instant. The house felt too big, too quiet, too full of memories. That's when Eric swooped in. He came over about a month after the funeral with this whole concerned act. Said he was worried about me living alone at my age. Said I could accidentally hurt myself, forget to take my medication, all that stuff. He suggested I move in with him and his family, temporarily, while I figured things out. He even offered to handle my finances since I was going through so much. I was tired. I was grieving, and honestly, I wanted to believe my son cared. So I said yes. The first few months were fine. Sandra made dinners, the grandkids were around, and Eric kept saying he was organizing my paperwork. Whenever I asked to see my bank statements or checkbook, he'd wave me off. "Don't stress about it, Dad. You've worked hard enough. Let me handle the boring stuff." I trusted him. Then things started disappearing. First it was small. My spare cash I kept in my wallet. I mentioned it once, and Eric said I probably misplaced it. Then my car was suddenly sold, because Eric claimed the maintenance costs were too high and I didn't need it anymore anyway. I didn't even get to say goodbye to that car. I'd had it for 15 years. When I asked where the money from the sale went, he said it went toward my living expenses at his house. I didn't push back because I didn't want to seem ungrateful, but then I tried to check my savings account, the one Ruth and I had built for decades, and I couldn't access it. Eric had somehow gotten himself added to the account and moved most of the money. When I confronted him, he got defensive, said he moved it to a safer account, and that I was getting confused in my old age. That phrase, getting confused. He started using it more and more. It was around month 8 or 9 when I realized my pension deposits weren't showing up in my personal account anymore either. I asked Eric about it, and he said he'd streamlined everything, so it all went into one joint account for easier management. I didn't remember agreeing to that, but he showed me a paper with my signature on it, and I couldn't even remember signing it. That's when I started feeling like maybe I really was losing my mind. Until the night I overheard the conversation. It was late, maybe 11 o'clock. I'd gotten up to use the bathroom and heard voices coming from Eric and Sandra's bedroom. Their door was cracked open. Sandra said something like, "How much longer do we have to deal with this?" Eric laughed, actually laughed, and said, "Not much longer. He's old. Another year, maybe 2. Once he's gone, we sell the house and that'll cover the new SUV, and probably the Hawaii trip too." I stood there frozen in the hallway. Sandra said, "You sure Maya won't be a problem? She's weirdly attached to him." Eric said, "She's 19 and broke. What's she gonna do?" I went back to my room and didn't sleep that night. That's when everything clicked. The missing money, the sold car, the confusion. They weren't taking care of me. They were waiting for me to die so they could cash out. The next morning, I started playing dumb. And I mean really dumb. I started asking the same questions twice. I forgot names of people I'd known for years. I pretended I didn't know how to use my phone half the time. Eric and Sandra ate it up. They started talking about me like I wasn't even in the room. But here's what they didn't know. Ruth and I had opened a second savings account about 20 years ago, one we never told the kids about. It was our emergency fund, and we'd been putting small amounts into it for decades. After Ruth passed, I'd left it untouched. It wasn't a fortune, maybe around $70,000, but it was mine, and Eric had no idea it existed. I also still had my mind, despite what they wanted to believe. I started keeping notes in a little notebook I hid under my mattress. Every conversation, every time Eric brushed me off, every time Sandra made a comment about when we sell the house. I documented everything. Then I called Maya. She was the only one who visited me just to visit. No agenda. She'd come by after her college classes, bring me coffee, and we'd just talk. One day I asked her to take me to the bank. Told her I wanted to check on something, but didn't want to bother her dad. She drove me without asking questions. At the bank, I withdrew nearly all the money from the secret account, moved it into a trust with Maya as the sole beneficiary. The bank manager helped me set it up properly. Maya wouldn't even be able to touch it until I passed, but it was legally hers. Eric's name was nowhere on it. Then I went to a lawyer. I explained everything, showed him my notes, told him about the overheard conversation. He helped me draft a new will, revoking the old one entirely. Everything, the house, the remaining funds, my possessions, went to Maya. I also legally transferred the deed of my house into her name immediately. It was my house. I'd built it, and I could do what I wanted with it. The lawyer made sure everything was airtight. A few months went by. I kept playing the confused old man. Eric kept managing my finances, not knowing there was nothing left to manage except the pension checks he was skimming. Then one day I told him I wanted to move back home. I said I missed Ruth, missed the memories, that I wanted to spend my final days in the house we built together. I even teared up a little. Eric's face lit up like Christmas morning. He didn't even pretend to talk me out of it. He just said, "If that's what you want, Dad, we'll help you move back next weekend." I knew what he was thinking. Finally, the old man's out of the house, and when he dies, we get the property. Maya helped me move back in. She'd been staying with a roommate, but said she'd come by regularly to check on me. I told her bits and pieces of what I'd done, and she just hugged me and said, "I'm proud of you, Grandpa." About 2 weeks after I moved back, Eric came by unannounced. Said he needed to talk about some paperwork. He sat at my kitchen table with this greasy smile and started talking about how we should prepare for the future and maybe sign some documents to make sure everything's in order when the time comes. That's when I told him. I said, "Eric, I've already taken care of everything. The house is no longer in my name. My accounts have been moved, and you're no longer in my will." His face went blank, then red. He started yelling, accused me of being senile, manipulated, that Maya had gotten to me. He threatened to contest everything, said he'd take me to court, prove I wasn't mentally fit. I just sat there calmly and said, "I have documentation of every conversation, every transaction, and a signed statement from my lawyer confirming I'm of sound mind. You stole from me, Eric, and I have proof." He tried to backtrack then, said it was all a misunderstanding, that he was just trying to help. I stood up and looked him in the eye. "Son, I may be old, but I'm not dead, and I'm sure as hell not stupid. Get out of my house." He left. Sandra called me later that night screaming, but I hung up. It's been 4 months since that conversation. Eric hasn't spoken to me since. Sandra blocked my number. I heard through Maya that they tried to consult a lawyer about contesting the will and the property transfer, But apparently everything was done correctly, and there's nothing they can do. Maya moved into the house with me a few weeks ago. She's taking online classes and works part-time at a bookstore. She cooks dinner most nights, and we watch old westerns together. She says she's saving up to maybe buy her own place someday. But for now, she likes being here. Says it feels like home. Karen, my daughter, called me last month. She'd heard bits and pieces from Eric's side of things. I told her the whole truth and she believed me. She apologized for not checking in more after Ruth died. We're working on rebuilding that relationship. Eric sent Maya a text 2 weeks ago asking if she'd reconsider and split the inheritance with him when the time came. She didn't respond. I'm not angry anymore. I was for a while, but now I'm just tired. And maybe a little sad. I never thought my own son would see me as a piggy bank. I never thought he'd be counting down the days until I died. But I also feel something I haven't felt in a long time. Peace. I wake up in my own home. I have coffee on the porch Ruth and I built. Maya plays music too loud in the mornings, and we argue about whether bacon should be crispy or chewy. It's a good life. I don't know how much time I have left. Maybe a year, maybe 10. But whatever time I do have, I'm spending it with someone who actually loves me. Revenge didn't make me younger, and it didn't bring Ruth back. But it made me feel like myself again. I do wonder sometimes, though, when Eric finally hears that I've passed, will he feel anything other than anger that he didn't get what he wanted? Or will there be even a small part of him that regrets what he did? I guess I'll never know. I pretended to forget everything, just to teach them what that feels like. I'm 82 years old, and 2 years ago my daughter Linda, 54, and her husband Mark, 56, convinced me to move in with them after my wife passed. They said it would be easier, that I shouldn't be alone. My grandson Tyler, 28, lives there too, still hasn't moved out, still doesn't have a real job. At the time, I thought they were being kind. I thought they actually cared. The first 6 months were fine. Linda cooked, we ate dinner together. She'd ask about my day. But then I noticed my bank statements didn't look right. Small withdrawals I didn't make. When I asked Linda about it, she got defensive, said I must have forgotten. Mark just looked at his phone and didn't say anything. That's when the word started. Senile. Linda would say it to Mark when they thought I was napping in the living room. Dad's getting senile. We need to keep an eye on the accounts. Like I was already gone, like I couldn't hear them talking about me. 3 months ago, things got worse. I asked why my pension check seemed smaller than usual, and Tyler actually laughed at me. He said, "Gramps, you probably already spent it and forgot." Mark nodded along like Tyler had said something reasonable. Linda just sighed like I was exhausting her, like asking about my own money was some kind of burden on them. I started keeping notes after that. Every withdrawal I didn't authorize, every snide comment, every time they talked about me in the third person while I sat right there at the dinner table. I kept everything in a notebook I hid in my sock drawer. The breaking point came on a Tuesday morning about 2 months ago. I was having breakfast and asked where my savings account statements were because I hadn't seen one in a while. Tyler rolled his eyes so hard I thought they'd get stuck. He said, "You'll probably forget your own name soon, old man. Maybe we should just handle everything for you." Linda didn't defend me. She didn't tell him to show some respect or apologize. She just said, "Tyler, don't be rude." But she was smiling when she said it. Like it was funny. Like watching me fade away was some kind of joke they were all in on together. That's when I knew. They weren't taking care of me out of love or duty. They were waiting me out. Waiting for me to get confused enough that they could take everything without me noticing or caring. I went back to my room and called my lawyer, Robert, who'd handled my affairs for 30 years. I told him everything that had been happening. He was quiet for a moment, then said, "Let me look into this, and don't do anything yet." But sitting there in my room, listening to them laugh in the kitchen about something, I realized I was done waiting. I was done being treated like a ghost in my own life. They wanted to see a confused old man who couldn't remember anything. Fine. I'd give them exactly what they wanted. And while they were busy laughing at me, I'd make sure they'd never forget what they'd done. The next morning, I started my performance. I left my coffee cup in the bathroom. I asked Linda what day it was twice in 1 hour. I stared at the TV remote like I'd never seen one before, pressing random buttons with this confused look on my face. Tyler noticed first. He nudged Mark and said, "See? I told you. He's losing it." Mark just nodded and went back to his phone. Over the next few weeks, I escalated things. I left the stove on once, just a little. Not enough to be dangerous, but enough for Linda to find it and panic. I called Mark Richard 3 times in 1 day and acted confused when he corrected me. The best performance was when I asked about my wife like she was still alive, wondering out loud when she'd be home from the store. Then I'd remember she'd passed and get all teary. Linda actually hugged me that time, but I could see her exchanging looks with Mark over my shoulder. They ate it up. Every single act. Twice a week, I told them I had doctor's appointments. Linda never offered to drive me, just reminded me to take my wallet and my insurance card. What she didn't know was that I was meeting with Robert at his office downtown. We'd sit in his conference room and go over everything. The house was still in my name. They'd been pressuring me to sign it over for months, saying it would make things easier when I was gone, but I'd kept stalling. Robert helped me open a new bank account at a completely different bank across town. We redirected my pension payments there starting the 1st of the month. The old account they'd been skimming from? I left just enough in it each month to keep them from getting suspicious, but nothing more. Then we updated my will. Every cent, every asset, the house, everything goes to St. Anthony's Home for Children. That's the orphanage that took me in when I was 7 years old and had nowhere else to go after my parents died. They gave me a chance at life. Linda, Mark, and Tyler would get nothing. Back at home, they stopped pretending to respect me at all. Linda talked to Mark right in front of me about making decisions for me, like I was a piece of furniture. Tyler brought up nursing homes one night at dinner. He said, "The cheaper ones aren't that bad, Gramps. Lots of people your age go there." He was scrolling through his phone while he said it, didn't even look up. I just nodded and smiled, playing the confused old man who didn't understand what was happening. One night I couldn't sleep and heard them in the kitchen around midnight. Linda was crying, saying they were running out of money and the credit cards were maxed out. Mark said, "Just wait. Once he signs the house over, we can refinance it, or just sell it outright and split the cash." Tyler asked how much they thought they could get for it. They talked about me like I was already dead and buried. I went back to my room and emailed Robert. I told him I was ready to move forward with everything. He said he'd have the papers ready by the end of the week. On Thursday morning at 5 a.m., I packed a small bag with some clothes and my important documents. I left a note on the kitchen table that said, "Went for a walk. Need some air." Then I walked 3 blocks to where Robert was waiting in his car, and he drove me to my new home. Robert drove me to Meadowbrook Assisted Living, a place I'd toured and paid the deposit for a month earlier. Nice private room, staff that actually treated residents like human beings, people who wanted residents there instead of just wanting their money. By 8 that morning, Linda was calling my phone. I didn't answer. By 10, she'd called the police to report me missing. I wasn't missing. I was exactly where I wanted to be. 5 days later, Linda got a certified letter from Robert's office. I wasn't there to see her face when she opened it, but Robert called me right after she phoned him screaming. He said she was hysterical, yelling about how this couldn't be legal, how I was senile and didn't know what I was doing. The letter explained everything. The house was still in my name, and they had 30 days to vacate. My pension and savings had been moved to accounts they had no access to. My will had been updated with everything going to St. Anthony's, and if they wanted to contest any of it, Robert had documentation of every unauthorized withdrawal they'd made from my accounts over the past 2 years. Bank records, timestamps, everything. Robert said Linda kept repeating that I was senile, that I couldn't make these decisions. He told her, "Ma'am, your father is sharper than you think, and we have everything in writing and notarized." She hung up on him. It's been 3 weeks now. I'm still at Meadowbrook, and honestly, it's peaceful. I play cards with other residents on Tuesday nights. I read without someone commenting on whether I'm holding the book upside down. I take walks around the grounds without anyone making me feel like I'm one step away from the grave. The food isn't great, but it's consistent, and nobody's stealing from me. Linda has called twice. I let both calls go to voicemail. The first message, she was angry, saying I had no right to do this to them, threatening to get lawyers involved and fight everything. The second message came a week later. She was crying, saying I'd ruined her life, that they had nowhere to go, that I was being cruel. She said she was my daughter, and I owed her more than this. Funny how she forgot that she already ruined mine by treating me like I was already dead. Tyler sent me one text message. All it said was, "You're a selfish old man." I blocked his number after that. Mark hasn't reached out at all, which honestly doesn't surprise me. He never said much to begin with. The orphanage called me last week. The director said they were honored and grateful for the donation in my will, and asked if I'd like to come visit sometime, maybe talk to some of the kids. I told her yes. I'm going next month. I've been thinking a lot about everything that happened, about whether I should feel guilty for deceiving them, for letting them think I was losing my mind while I planned my escape. Some of the other residents here think I was too harsh. One woman said, "Family is family, and you should always forgive." But they thought I was losing my memory. Turns out I was just done remembering people who forgot how to love me. They wanted me gone so badly that they couldn't even pretend to care anymore. And now they're finding out what it actually feels like to lose something. Burying the will. They tried to steal. I'm an 82-year-old grandfather, dealing with my daughter Claire, 54, and her husband Tom, 52. My wife died 5 years ago, and honestly, that broke something in me. The only thing that kept me going was knowing I could leave something behind for my grandkids, Emma, 16, and Michael, 14. Not their parents. Never their parents. Claire and Tom have always treated me like I'm some burden they're waiting to be rid of. About 6 months ago, everything changed. Claire suddenly started showing up at my house more often. She'd bring casseroles, smile way too wide, ask how I was feeling with this fake, concerned voice. I wasn't born yesterday. I knew exactly what she was doing. The questions started innocent enough, asking if I needed help with paperwork, if my affairs were in order, that kind of thing. But then she got more direct. Where did I keep important documents? Had I updated my will recently? Did I need help organizing things? My health had been declining, heart condition, trouble getting around, and the worse I got, the more she visited, the more she asked. I'm not senile. I see exactly what's happening. 2 months ago, on a Tuesday afternoon, I caught her. I was in my recliner, pretending to nap, because something felt off about her visit that day. I heard her walk past me into my home office. Then I heard the desk drawers opening, papers rustling, her moving things around. I opened my eyes just a crack and watched her go through my files. When she found the folder, she actually whispered, "Yes," under her breath, like she'd won something. She took photos with her phone, then tucked the whole folder into her purse. Then she had the nerve to walk back into the living room and gently wake me up, asking if I needed anything with that same fake smile. I didn't say a word, just pretended to wake up all groggy and told her I was fine. But inside, I knew she'd taken the bait. See, I need to explain what she actually took. 3 months earlier, before my health got really bad, I'd gone to see my lawyer, Frank. He's been handling my stuff for 20 years, and he warned me. Said he'd seen this happen before with families. So we came up with a plan. We created a fake will, one that left everything to Claire. The house, my savings, all of it. That fake will got filed in my desk at home in an obvious spot. The real will, the one that puts everything in trust for Emma and Michael until they turn 25, got filed officially with Frank's office. Notarized, legal, done. After Claire stole that folder, everything changed. She got impatient, started rushing through visits, sighing loudly when I asked for help with something simple. One night I overheard her whispering to Tom in the kitchen that it won't be long now. Like she was waiting for me to just hurry up and die already. Last month my health got worse. I needed more care than I could manage at home. Claire suggested a nursing home real quick, the cheapest one in the area, obviously. But I had other plans. I chose my own place, a nice facility with good staff and decent food. I could afford it, and once I was settled into that comfortable room, I made one final call to Frank. Time to make everything official. The nursing home I picked is actually pretty nice. Good food, staff that gives a damn, clean rooms. I'm paying for it myself out of my savings, and it's worth every penny. Claire visited once, looked around at everything, and made some snide comment about me wasting money. I just played frail and let her think whatever she wanted. 2 weeks after I moved in, Frank came by with the final paperwork. We signed the real will right there in my room with 2 nurses as witnesses. Everything detailed. The house gets sold, and the money split between Emma and Michael. Savings accounts transferred into trust. All of it locked down until they turn 25. There's one specific line in there about Claire. She gets $1 and nothing more for reasons she understands. Frank filed it with the county that same day. Notarized, official, untouchable. After that, I just waited. Days turned into weeks. Emma and Michael kept visiting on weekends like always, just being kids, thinking Grandpa moved somewhere with better care. They had no idea about any of this. Claire's visits got even more rare. She'd call occasionally, asking about my papers, if I needed help organizing things. I'd tell her everything was fine. 3 weeks ago, I got a call from Frank's secretary. She said Claire had just been there. Then Frank called me directly and told me what happened. Claire had walked into his office with the fake will, trying to look sad but practically bouncing in her chair. She asked about beginning probate proceedings. Frank's secretary had to remind her that I'm not actually dead yet. Claire said she just wanted to be prepared, because it wouldn't be long. Then she asked if the will she brought was the valid one on file. Frank told her no. Said the valid will was filed 6 weeks ago, and what she had in her hand meant nothing legally. He said her face went white. She demanded to see the real will. He refused. Told her that's not how it works until after someone dies. But he did confirm she wasn't a beneficiary. She apparently lost it. Started accusing him of letting me be manipulated, demanding to know when I filed it, threatening to get her own lawyer. Frank told her to leave before he called security. After that, Claire went completely silent. No calls, no visits. I figured she was processing, maybe talking to an attorney to see if she had any options. Meanwhile, I just felt peace. Justice in motion. This week on Wednesday, the nurses mentioned Claire had called, asking about visiting hours. I knew she was coming for answers, so I prepared myself. She stormed into my room that afternoon. She looked terrible, angry, tired, like she hadn't slept. Tom wasn't with her. She came alone. She demanded to know why I would do this to her, going through all her justifications about being my daughter and taking care of me, and how the kids don't need that money. I stayed calm. Let her get it all out. Then I told her I was awake that Tuesday, that I saw her going through my desk, saw her take the will. She tried to deny it at first, then made excuses about just trying to help. I looked at her and said what I'd been holding in for months. You were ready to bury me for money, so I buried your inheritance first. I explained that Emma and Michael would get everything because they visit out of love, not greed. She cried, though I couldn't tell if it was guilt or just anger about the money. She tried one last plea about being my daughter. I told her she stopped being my daughter when she started counting down the days until I died. She left after that. I stayed in my chair, watching her go. I wasn't happy exactly, but I was resolved. Emma and Michael still don't know about any of this, and honestly, I stayed smiling. For the first time in months, I could finally rest. It's been 4 days since Claire stormed out. Haven't heard from her at all. Tom called once, trying to play peacemaker, asking if I could reconsider because she's still my daughter. I shut that down pretty quickly. Polite, but firm. Emma and Michael came this weekend for their regular visit. They noticed something was different, said I seemed lighter, happier. Michael even asked if something happened. I thought about telling them, but decided against it. They don't need that burden right now. Emma brought photos of their grandma, and we just sat there, reminiscing. Those kids actually knew my wife, loved her. That's what matters. Apparently, Claire's been telling her version to other family members because my sister called, asking what really happened. I didn't go into detail, just said I'm taking care of who took care of me. Some people understood. Some think I've been too harsh. I stopped caring what they think. Frank called yesterday with an update. Claire hired an attorney to contest the will. He said she has no case. The will is airtight and I'm mentally competent. But it shows she's not giving up. Even now, knowing the truth about what she did, she's still chasing the money. That tells me everything I needed to know. I've been thinking about my wife a lot, what she would say about all this. She always saw the best in Claire, made excuses for her behavior. Would she approve of what I did? I think she would understand. She loved those grandkids more than anything. I still wear my wedding ring, spin it around my finger when I'm thinking. It helps. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. My health is getting worse. The heart condition is progressing. Doctor mentioned maybe months, maybe a year. But I'm not afraid anymore. Everything is in order. The peace I feel is real, not just something I'm telling myself. Yesterday, Emma came alone, without Michael. She's 16, more perceptive than her brother. She asked what happened with her mom, said Claire won't talk about me anymore. I had to decide how much to tell her. I gave her a gentle version, that her mom and I had different ideas about some things, that it would make sense later. Then she asked if I did something to protect them. I didn't really answer, just told her I made sure she and Michael would be okay. That's all that matters. She hugged me tight. I think she understood more than she said. I've been wondering if Claire will ever speak to me again before I die. If I even want her to. She's still my daughter, but she became someone I don't recognize. The grief isn't just about her betrayal. It's about losing who she used to be. I remember Claire as a little girl, before life made her hard and greedy. I don't know what happened to that kid. The real victory here isn't about punishing Claire. It's about Emma and Michael getting their shot at college, at life, without drowning in debt. It's about my wife's memory being honored through the grandchildren who actually cherished her. The house will get sold eventually, but the memories live in those kids. Right now, I'm still here in the nursing home, health declining but stable. Claire has no contact with me, probably still pursuing legal action that won't go anywhere. Tom calls occasionally, always awkward. Emma and Michael visit every week, still unaware of the full drama. The will is locked, filed, uncontestable. It feels good to finally rest, knowing justice is already written in my name. Tom called last night, late. Said Claire's been crying for days, that she understands now what she did wrong. I don't know if I believe that. And honestly, I don't know if I should even care anymore. By the time they remembered me, it was too late. I'm James, 82 years old, widower, and apparently nothing more than a walking inheritance to my 2 kids. My son Michael is 54, my daughter Patricia is 51. Both grown adults with families of their own, both very interested in what I'm leaving behind when I die. When my wife Eleanor passed 2 years ago, they both stood at her funeral and promised they'd visit every week. They said I shouldn't be alone. They said family was important. They came twice that first month. Then nothing. Radio silence for weeks that turned into months. I'd call and get excuses. Michael was busy with work. Patricia's kids had soccer practice. They'd come next week. Next week never came. I spent my 81st birthday alone in March, ate a frozen dinner and watched Wheel of Fortune. Neither of them called. Thanksgiving came and went. I sat at a table set for one. Christmas was the same. The house we'd lived in for 40 years felt massive and empty. Just me and the TV talking back and forth. But here's the thing. Even though they never visited, never called to check if I was breathing, they always remembered one thing. The will. Michael would call out of nowhere asking if I still had the house going to them. Just checking, Dad, making sure everything's in order. Patricia would mention during our rare conversations how much the house would sell for. They'd argue with each other while I was on the phone about who should handle the sale, who'd get what furniture, what renovations they'd do before listing it. I take 7 different medications. Sometimes I forget which ones I've taken. The neighbors barely know I exist. Most of my friends are dead. I eat frozen dinners and fall asleep in Eleanor's chair most nights. This was my life. 3 months ago, Michael actually showed up. First time in 8 months. Said he wanted to check on me, but really he brought papers. Updated will documents he needed me to sign. We sat at the kitchen table, and he went through everything. The house goes to them, split 50-50. The savings account, same thing. Eleanor's jewelry to Patricia, my car to Michael. I mentioned I'd been feeling tired lately, just making conversation. He nodded, then his phone rang. Patricia. He answered, and I heard him say he was at my place, going through the will stuff. Then he said something that burned itself into my brain. He thought he wasn't on speaker. He told Patricia, "Good, you'll be gone soon anyway. Then we can finally sell this place." I heard it clear as day. He realized a second too late that the phone was facing up on the table. He tried to backtrack, said he didn't mean it like that. Patricia was yelling through the speaker asking what happened. I just stood up and asked him to leave. He tried to explain, but I opened the door and waited. He left. That night I couldn't sleep. I sat in Eleanor's chair thinking about my own children waiting for me to die, counting down the days until they could cash out. Eleanor's last words to me kept playing in my head. She'd squeezed my hand and whispered, "Don't let them forget what family really means." I realized they'd already forgotten, or maybe they never knew. Either way, something had to change. I wasn't going to spend whatever time I had left being treated like a bank account with a pulse. I need to explain something that happened years ago, back in 1998. There was a little girl named Sarah Chen who lived 3 houses down from us. She was 7 years old and her parents were a mess. Young couple, both struggling with addiction, barely holding it together. They neglected Sarah badly. You could tell just by looking at her. Eleanor noticed her one evening eating from our trash cans. We started leaving food on the porch. Then Eleanor invited her in. The parents didn't care. I think they were relieved someone else was feeding their kid. When Sarah was 9, CPS got involved and her parents lost custody. She went into the foster system, but we stayed in her life. We weren't official foster parents, too old for that by then, but the system listed us as family friends. We bought her school supplies and clothes. She came to every holiday dinner, every birthday celebration. I taught her to ride a bike. Eleanor helped with her homework. Michael and Patricia were already adults by then with their own lives. They barely noticed Sarah existed. When they did notice, they complained, asked why we were wasting money on some random kid. Eleanor told them to mind their business. Sarah put herself through community college and then nursing school. We helped with tuition when we could. Not a lot, but enough to make a difference. She graduated and got a job at the hospital. She never forgot what we did for her. When Eleanor died 2 years ago, Sarah came to the funeral. She stayed the whole time. Michael and Patricia left early, said they had to get back to work. Since Eleanor passed, Sarah visits every Tuesday and Saturday. She brings groceries. She organizes my medications into those weekly pill containers. She checks my blood pressure. She sits and listens to my old stories about the war, about Eleanor, about when my kids were young. She calls me Pops. I call her Sweetheart. She never asks for anything, never mentions money. She just shows up. A week after Michael said I'd be gone soon anyway, I called my lawyer, explained the whole situation, the years of my kids ignoring me versus Sarah showing up twice a week without fail. My lawyer asked if I was sure, confirmed I was mentally competent, advised me of my rights. I told him I'd never been more sure of anything. I changed the entire will, the house, the savings account with $340,000, my car, Eleanor's jewelry, everything goes to Sarah. I left Michael and Patricia $1 each, so they couldn't claim I forgot about them. I added a letter explaining exactly why I made this decision. I told Sarah about it last month. She cried and tried to refuse, said she didn't visit me for money. I know that. That's exactly why I'm doing it. I told her she's my daughter in every way that matters. She finally accepted after I practically begged her. She made me promise to tell Michael and Patricia myself. I refused. Told her they'd find out when they needed to. The lawyer sent letters to both of them yesterday. Standard notification that there had been changes to the estate, requesting they contact the office. Both called me within an hour. First time I'd heard from either of them in 4 months. I didn't answer. Let it go to voicemail. They showed up at my house an hour later. Patricia came in first, practically shouting before she even got through the door. "What is this about the will?" Michael was right behind her. First time they'd both been in my house together in over a year. They stood in my living room demanding answers. I stayed calm, told them I'd left everything to Sarah. There was this silence, maybe 5 seconds. Then both of them exploded. Patricia asked who the hell Sarah was. I reminded them. The little girl from down the street they ignored for 20 years. Michael actually laughed and said, "That Chinese kid?" I corrected him. "Korean. You'd know if you'd ever paid attention." That's when it got ugly. Patricia screamed that I was senile, being manipulated. Michael threatened to get me declared incompetent. They called Sarah a gold digger, said she must have brainwashed me. Patricia actually had the nerve to say they were my real children, like biology mattered more than the last 2 years of eating dinner alone. I let them yell themselves out. Then I spoke. Told them real children show up. Real children call to check if you're still breathing. I listed every missed birthday, every holiday I spent alone, every unreturned phone call. I quoted Michael's comment about me being gone soon, word for word. I said children are defined by what they do, not what they're owed. Michael said he'd fight it in court. Patricia started crying. First tears I'd seen from her in years. They tried everything. Anger, guilt, bargaining. Told me I was being unfair, that they'd been busy but they loved me. I didn't move. Finally told them they could leave or keep yelling, but nothing was changing. They left together, still arguing with each other in the driveway about what to do next. Patricia drove off first. Michael looked back at the house one last time before leaving. I watched from the window and felt nothing but relief. Sarah called that evening for her Tuesday check-in. I told her what happened. She asked if I was okay, if I regretted it. I said no. I felt lighter than I had in years. We talked for an hour about everything except the will. It's been 24 hours since they were here. My phone has 17 missed calls from Michael. Patricia left a voicemail saying they're getting a lawyer. I haven't listened to any of them. I'm sitting in Eleanor's chair right now, and for the first time in 2 years, I feel at peace. I spent 50+ years being a father, paid for their college, their weddings, helped with down payments on their houses. I gave my love freely for decades. They just never thought the bill would come due. Funny thing about love, it's the only thing that costs nothing to give but everything to fake. They loved what I could give them. Sarah just loved me. Michael's lawyer left a message this morning. Sarah asked if she should stop visiting to avoid causing problems. The house feels different now. Not empty, just quiet. I'm thinking about adding Sarah to the deed immediately instead of waiting until I die. They're coming back tomorrow with their lawyer. Sarah offered to be here with me, but I told her no. Now I'm sitting here wondering if I did the right thing. Not about the will, that's done, but about everything else. I guess I'll find out soon enough. Didn't expect my own daughter to steal the roof over my head. I'm 78 years old, a widow, and I raised 3 kids completely alone after my husband died when they were still young. My eldest daughter, Linda, is 52, and she was always the one I could count on. The responsible one. The one who called every week, who remembered my birthday, who seemed to actually care. About a year ago, I started having trouble remembering things. Small stuff at first, where I put my keys, whether I'd taken my pills. Linda noticed during one of her visits. She sat me down at my kitchen table, the same one her father built 40 years ago, and said she was worried about me. Said I shouldn't have to stress about bills and paperwork at my age. She offered to help manage my finances, just to ease the burden. I trusted her completely. Why wouldn't I? This was my daughter, the one I sacrificed everything for. I worked 2 jobs after my husband died, one at a diner, one cleaning offices at night, just to keep a roof over their heads and food on the table. I never took vacations. I never bought myself anything nice. Everything went to those kids. So when Linda brought over some papers for me to sign, I didn't think twice. She said it was just power of attorney stuff, standard legal documents, so she could help with my accounts. I signed where she pointed. She was always so calm and professional about everything. She worked in real estate, so I figured she knew what she was doing. For months, everything seemed fine. She'd come by, we'd have tea, she'd tell me not to worry about anything. Then 3 weeks ago, I got a letter in the mail, an eviction notice, for my own house. The house my husband and I built together in 1978. I called Linda immediately, my hands shaking so bad I could barely hold the phone. She came over that same day. When I showed her the notice, she got this look on her face. Not shocked, not confused. Guilty. "Mom, there's been a misunderstanding," she said, not meeting my eyes. "What kind of misunderstanding puts an eviction notice on my door?" She sat down and finally looked at me. "I transferred the deed into my name. I needed to refinance it to pay off my mortgage. I was going to lose my house, Mom. I had no choice." I couldn't breathe. "This is my house." "You'll be fine in assisted living," she said, like she was discussing what to have for dinner. "You can't take care of yourself here anyway. This way, we both benefit." That's when something broke inside me. Not just my heart, something deeper. The trust I'd built over 52 years just shattered into dust. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I just looked at her and said, "Get out of my house." "Mom, be reasonable. Get out." She left. I sat in that kitchen for hours, staring at the eviction notice. Then I called my friend Margaret, who I've known since the kids were babies. She helped me pack a bag and found me a small apartment across town. I moved out that same week. I wasn't going to wait around to be kicked out of my own home. But I wasn't done. The next morning I called a lawyer, a real one, not some friend of Linda's. I brought every paper I could find, the original deed, the documents Linda had me sign, everything. The lawyer looked through it all and got this grim expression. "Mrs. Patterson, did you authorize the transfer of your property?" "No," she said. "It was power of attorney paperwork." He showed me my signature on a deed transfer form. "This isn't a power of attorney, this is a property transfer. But look here." He pointed to the date. "You signed this, but the notary stamp is dated 3 days later, and this isn't your usual signature pattern." My hands weren't that steady anymore, that's true, but he was right. Something looked off. "I think she forged part of this," he said. "At minimum, she misrepresented what you were signing. That's fraud." We filed a lawsuit immediately. We also reported it to the police. Turns out what Linda did was a crime. The case moved faster than I expected. The evidence was clear. She'd backdated documents, forged my signature on additional papers, and lied to the title company about my mental state. The court hearing was brutal. Linda showed up with her own lawyer, crying, saying she was desperate and made a terrible mistake. She claimed she was going to make it right eventually, and that I was confused about what I'd signed. But my lawyer had medical records showing my doctor had evaluated me just 2 months before all this happened. I was completely competent. The notary she'd used also testified that Linda had brought the documents to her already signed, which was illegal. The judge didn't buy Linda's act for 1 second. He reversed the deed immediately and fined her $50,000 for fraud and legal fees. But it didn't stop there. Her employer found out she had a criminal record now. Real estate licensing boards don't look kindly on fraud convictions. She lost her job within a week. My other 2 kids, David and Susan, were horrified when they found out. They'd had no idea what Linda had done. David actually stopped speaking to her entirely. Susan tried to play mediator at first, until she found out Linda had asked her to co-sign a loan for Mom's medical expenses 6 months ago. Expenses that didn't exist. Linda had been planning this for a long time. I've been back in my house for 2 months now. Margaret helped me set up some supports, a medical alert system, a neighbor who checks on me, a cleaning service twice a week. Turns out I'm managing just fine. Linda has called 47 times. I counted. I haven't answered once. She sent letters, emails, even showed up at my door twice. The first time, I called the police. The second time, I just didn't answer. She stood out there crying for 20 minutes before she finally left. Last week, Susan came over. She said Linda's in a bad way. Lost her house now, too, living with a friend, Can't find work in her field. She wanted to know if I'd consider reconciliation. She's your daughter, Mom. She made a terrible mistake, but she's still your daughter. She looked me in the eye and told me I'd be fine in assisted living while she stole my house. I said, "That's not a mistake. That's a choice." I called my lawyer the next day and changed my will. Everything now goes to charity. The local women's shelter, specifically, for women trying to rebuild their lives after losing everything. Seemed fitting. Linda found out somehow. I got a voicemail yesterday, her voice raw from crying. "You're really going to give everything to strangers instead of your own grandchildren? Because I made one mistake?" One mistake. Like it was an accident. Like she tripped and fell onto a deed transfer. David came by yesterday. He said he supports whatever I decide, but he asked me one question. "Are you doing this because it's what you need, or because you want her to hurt?" I've been thinking about that. Honestly, maybe both. She took the one thing my husband left me, the home we built together, where I raised our children, where every corner has a memory. She was willing to throw me out onto the street for her own convenience. Some people say I'm being too harsh, that family should forgive family, that I'll regret this when I'm gone. But here's what I know. I'm 78 years old. I don't have time for people who see me as an obstacle or an ATM. Not even my own daughter. Linda says she did it out of desperation. But we were desperate for years after her father died, and I never stole from anyone. I worked until my hands bled. She had a choice. She made it. Now she gets to live with it. I sleep better now than I have in months. Some call it cold, but I call it peace. The question I keep asking myself, though, if she'd gotten away with it, if I'd never found out until I was confused enough not to fight back, would she have ever told me the truth? Or would she have just let me think I'd agreed to it all along? I guess I'll never know. But I don't need to forgive someone to move on. I just need to make sure they can never do it again. Forgotten but not foolish. I'm 82 years old, and I never thought my own children would treat me like I was already in the ground. I have 3 kids. Margaret is 57, David is 54, and Susan is 51. When their father was alive, they called every week. Sunday dinners were sacred. After he passed 2 years ago, I couldn't stay in that big house anymore. Too many memories, too much empty space. I sold it and moved into a retirement community called Meadowbrook. Small place, quiet, and I got a little garden where I can grow my roses. I thought this would be peaceful. The first few months they visited, brought flowers, asked how I was settling in, helped me arrange furniture. Then the visits slowed down. Phone calls turned into texts, short ones. "How are you doing?" Followed immediately by, "Is your life insurance still active?" Or, "Have you updated your will recently?" I'm old, not blind. I knew exactly what they were asking. They weren't checking on me. They were checking on their inheritance. Last year on my birthday, I waited all morning. I even baked myself a small cake, set out 4 plates thinking maybe they'd surprise me. They did show up around 3 p.m., but not one of them had a card or a gift. Margaret walked in carrying a manila folder instead. She didn't hug me, didn't say happy birthday, just sat down at my kitchen table like she owned the place. She told me they needed to talk about my future. David and Susan sat on either side of her like bodyguards. Margaret slid papers across the table, power of attorney documents. She wanted me to sign everything over to her because I was getting older and might start forgetting things. For my own good, she said, to make things easier. I looked at those papers, and something cold settled in my chest. I told them to get out. Margaret blinked at me like I'd slapped her. She started saying they were just trying to help, that I was being difficult. I said it again, louder. Get out of my house. They left angry. Margaret called me ungrateful. Susan said I was paranoid. David just shook his head like I was the biggest disappointment of his life. 2 days later, my neighbor Carol knocked on my door. She looked uncomfortable, wouldn't meet my eyes. She said she needed to tell me something. Margaret had visited her the day before and told her I'd been having memory problems, that I might not recognize people soon. Margaret asked Carol to keep an eye on me and report back if I seemed confused. I felt sick. I started making calls. My cousin in Nevada said Margaret had contacted her about my declining mental state. My old bridge partner said Susan asked if I seemed disoriented lately. They were building a case against me, telling everyone I knew that I was losing my mind so they could have me declared incompetent and take everything. That's when I realized they weren't just greedy. They were calculated. They had a plan, and I was the obstacle. So I decided to stop fighting and start playing. If they wanted a confused old woman, that's exactly what I'd give them. I called my lawyer Richard the next morning. We had work to do. I started playing the part they wanted. When Margaret called, I'd forget what day it was. When David visited, I'd ask him the same question twice in 10 minutes. I even left the stove on once on purpose, so Susan would find it and feel like she was right about me. Let them think they were winning. But while I was acting confused, I was meeting with Richard every week. He's been my lawyer for 30 years, and nothing surprises him anymore. He told me this happens more than people think. Adult children circling like vultures before their parents are even sick. We started working on new documents immediately, updated everything, made it all airtight. Around that time, I met Lily. She's 19 and works part-time at the community center here at Meadowbrook. She started helping me with grocery shopping after her shifts. Never made me feel like a burden. Never acted annoyed when I took too long picking out vegetables. She'd tell me about her college classes and her dream of becoming a teacher someday. Turns out her parents died in a car accident when she was 16. She'd been living with different relatives ever since, all of them treating her like a guest who'd overstayed her welcome. She was working 2 jobs to put herself through community college. One afternoon we were planting new rose bushes in my garden, and I asked her what she wanted most in life. She got quiet for a minute, then said she just wanted a family that actually wanted her around. That's when I knew what I had to do. I asked Richard if it was possible. Adult adoption. He said yes, it's legal, just needs court approval and proper documentation. It took 3 months to finalize everything. Background checks, home visits, interviews, the whole process. Lily cried when I told her it was official. Real tears, not the fake ones my children had perfected over the years. She asked me why I would do this for her. I told her because she treated me like a person, not a bank account. We kept it quiet. Meanwhile, my children got bolder. Margaret tried to get my doctor to declare me mentally unfit, but he refused because I passed every cognitive test perfectly. David kept suggesting I move to a facility with more support, which was code for a nursing home where they could control everything. Susan started coming by to look at my jewelry, saying she wanted to make sure it stayed in the family. Like I was already dead. Then 2 weeks ago, all 3 of them showed up unannounced with a stranger. Margaret introduced her as Barbara, a real estate agent. They wanted to get the house evaluated for planning purposes. They didn't ask permission, just started walking through my home like they owned it. Barbara measured rooms. Susan took photos of everything. David was literally discussing how to split the money 3 ways. I let them finish their little tour. Followed them around like a confused old lady. Then when they were all standing in my living room talking about paint colors and staging, I said it was funny how they were talking like any of this belonged to them. Margaret turned around, annoyed, told me not to start, that this was for my own good. I interrupted her and said I'd updated my will and my estate plan. Everything had been legally transferred. The house, my savings, all my personal belongings, all of it. Susan actually smiled, said she was glad I was finally being reasonable about planning ahead. Then I told them I'd transferred everything to Lily, my legally adopted daughter. The room went completely silent. David asked who the hell Lily was. I told them she was my daughter, legally adopted 6 weeks ago. My heir. Everything was already transferred. The explosion was immediate. Margaret's face turned purple, and she started screaming that I couldn't do that I clearly wasn't in my right mind. Susan was yelling about getting a lawyer. David just kept repeating that this wasn't real, like if he said it enough times it would become true. Barbara, the real estate agent, quietly slipped out the front door. I pulled out the legal documents Richard had prepared, certified copies for each of them. Adult adoption papers, updated will, transfer of property deed. All properly notarized and filed with the county. Everything legal and binding. I told them they abandoned me, that they lied about me to everyone I know, that they tried to steal from me while I was still breathing. They didn't get to profit from my death now. Margaret threatened lawsuits. Susan called me a spiteful old witch. David said I'd regret this. They stormed out, and I heard car doors slamming, tires screeching down the street. Lily came over that evening. I'd asked her to stay away during the confrontation, and she did. She looked terrified when she walked in, asked if I was sure about everything, said she didn't want to cause problems with my family. I told her she wasn't causing problems. She was my family now. We sat in the garden that night. My roses were blooming, the ones we'd planted together a few months back. Lily asked me about my late husband, about our marriage, about how I'd built this garden over the years. For the first time since he died, someone actually wanted to know about my life. Not my assets, not my insurance policies, just me. My biological children haven't contacted me since that day. I heard through Carol that Margaret hired a lawyer, but Richard says they have no case. The adoption is completely legal. The transfers are legal. I was evaluated by 2 independent doctors who confirmed I was of sound mind. There's nothing they can do. Sometimes late at night I wonder if I should feel guilty. These were the babies I raised, the children I sacrificed everything for. But then I remember Margaret's face when she shoved those power of attorney papers at me on my birthday. I remember all the lies they spread about me losing my mind. I remember sitting alone with 4 plates set out and only one person at the table. Lily calls me every single day. Last week she brought her boyfriend over to meet me. He was nervous, polite, asked permission before sitting on my couch. They're talking about getting married in a few years, and she asked if I'd help her plan the wedding. Yesterday we planted new roses together, yellow ones I'd never tried before. We're talking about maybe building a small greenhouse next spring. Lily wants to learn how to propagate cuttings. I sleep better now than I have in 2 years, but I still think about them sometimes. Margaret, David, Susan. I wonder if they ever actually cared about me, or if it was always just about the money. I wonder if they're angrier about losing the inheritance or about being outsmarted by their supposedly senile mother. And honestly, I don't know which answer would hurt more. Funny how they only remembered me when the will was read. I'm Margaret, 74, and I have 3 children who I apparently wasted my life raising. There's Robert, 52, my eldest, then Karen, 49, and the baby, Michael, 45. My husband died when I was 38, leaving me with 3 kids under 15 and about $2,000 in the bank. Let me tell you what happened last month that made me finally snap. I'd fallen in my bathroom. Nothing broken, just bruised my hip pretty badly. I couldn't reach my phone for almost an hour. When I finally managed to call Robert, he said he was swamped at work and would try to stop by tomorrow. He never showed. Karen didn't answer at all. Michael texted back, "Can't, Grandma, sorry," with no explanation. You know who did show up? Emma. She's my late husband's niece, technically my niece-in-law, 41 years old. She drove 40 minutes after I called her, helped me up, checked if anything was broken, and stayed until I was settled in bed with soup and my medications organized. She'd been doing things like this for years, and I'd honestly never thought much of it until that moment on the bathroom floor. 3 months earlier, this all started to crystallize for me. Robert called me after 6 weeks of silence, not to ask how I was doing, but to tell me he needed money. His second marriage was falling apart. Lawyers were expensive, and didn't I want to help my own son? I'd already given him $15,000 for his first divorce. I said no. He actually said to me, "Well, thanks for nothing, Mom," and hung up. Karen was worse in her own way. She'd visit maybe once every 2 months, and every single time she'd eye my jewelry box. "Mom, when you're gone, can I have grandmother's pearls? I should have them now, really, for sentimental reasons." Sentimental. She couldn't name a single story about her grandmother, but sure, sentiment. Michael just treated me like I was already dead. He'd talk about me in third person sometimes when I was right there. "Yeah, Mom's getting pretty out of it," he told his wife once at Sunday dinner. The last Sunday dinner they bothered to attend. I wasn't out of it. I just didn't want to engage with someone who looked at me like I was a chore. Back to that day I fell. After Emma left, I sat in my chair and really thought about what my life had become. I'd worked double shifts at the hospital for 15 years after Tom died. I missed soccer games and school plays because I was keeping the lights on. I paid for Robert's college, helped Karen with her first house down payment, bailed Michael out when his business failed. And now? Now I was an inconvenience, a burden, someone to visit when you needed something. The next morning, I called my lawyer. His name is Stephen, and he'd handled Tom's will 36 years ago. I told him I wanted to make some changes, big ones. We met the following week at his office. I brought my bank books, my property deeds, everything. I had more than my kids thought I did. I'd been careful with Tom's life insurance, and I'd invested well over the years. The house was paid off and worth a decent amount. I had savings bonds, some stocks, a small portfolio. Nothing crazy, but enough that my kids had definitely been counting on it. "Are you sure about this?" Stephen asked me when I told him my plan. I'd never been more sure of anything in my life. I told Stephen to split everything. Half to the women's shelter downtown where I'd volunteered for years after Tom died. The other half to Emma. Everything. The house, the savings, the jewelry Karen wanted so badly, the stocks, all of it. My kids got nothing. Not a single dollar. Stephen warned me they'd probably contest it. I told him to make it ironclad. We spent 3 weeks going over every detail, every possible loophole. He had me write letters explaining my reasoning. Not that I legally needed to, but he said it would help if they tried to claim I wasn't in my right mind. I wrote 3 pages about every missed visit, every time they only called when they needed money, every dismissive comment. I dated everything. I had Emma's phone records showing she called me 3 times a week for 5 years. I had my call logs showing my own children's numbers appearing maybe twice a month, and usually because I'd called them first. The worst part was realizing I had to keep acting normal around them for months while the will was being finalized. Karen came by in August asking for money to remodel her kitchen. I said I was tight on funds. She actually rolled her eyes at me. "Mom, you're sitting on a paid-off house. You could get a reverse mortgage or something." She wanted me to mortgage my house for her kitchen backsplash. Robert sent me a birthday card in September. My 74th birthday. Just a card. No visit, no call. The card said, "Hope you're well," and nothing else. Michael forgot entirely until 3 days later when Karen apparently reminded him. Emma threw me a small birthday dinner. Just her, me, and her 2 kids who actually seemed to enjoy talking to their great-aunt. Her daughter asked me about what nursing was like in the 70s. Her son wanted to hear stories about their great-uncle Tom. Real conversations. The kind my own grandchildren never bothered with because their parents never brought them around. I signed the final will in October. Stephen filed it properly, made copies, put everything in order. He asked me one more time if I was certain. I told him about the bathroom fall. I told him about the birthday card. I told him how Karen had started referring to my inheritance like it was already hers, talking about what she'd do with her house when I was gone. "I'm certain," I told him. November came and went. I got pneumonia in early December, spent 4 days in the hospital. Emma came every single day, even though she had to take time off work. She brought me books and magazines, and sat with me when I felt too tired to talk. Karen visited once for 20 minutes and spent most of it on her phone. Robert didn't come at all. Michael sent flowers with a card from the hospital gift shop. I recovered, went home, and spent Christmas alone except for Emma and her family. My own children made excuses. Too busy, too far to drive, other plans. They'd all be within 30 miles of me. Karen posted pictures on Facebook of her family opening presents. She'd found time to visit her in-laws, apparently. That's when I knew I'd made the right choice. That's when I stopped feeling guilty about what was in that will. I died in March, peacefully, in my sleep. Emma found me when she came by for our usual Tuesday morning coffee. I'd lived long enough to know my final wishes were protected. I'd lived long enough to see who my real family was. The reading of the will happened 2 weeks after my funeral. All 3 of my children attended, the first time they'd been in the same room in years. According to Emma, who told me she'd recount everything to my memory later, they looked almost excited, eager. Karen had apparently already contacted a realtor about listing her house. Stephen read through the formalities first. Then he got to the distribution of assets. The silence when he announced the women's shelter was getting half of everything was apparently deafening. Karen actually interrupted him. "Wait, what? Half to a shelter? Which half?" Then he read Emma's name and the other half of the estate. Robert stood up and started swearing. Karen burst into tears. Angry tears, not sad ones. Michael just sat there, white as paper, apparently calculating exactly how much money he'd been counting on that was now gone. "This is insane," Robert said. "She wasn't in her right mind. We're contesting this." Stephen calmly informed them he had documentation of my sound mental state, including letters explaining my reasoning, dated and witnessed. He asked if they'd like him to read those letters aloud. They didn't. Karen tried a different approach. Emma manipulated her. She took advantage of a lonely old woman. Stephen had phone records, visit logs, everything. He showed them the pattern. Emma calling multiple times weekly for years while they barely called once a month. He mentioned the bathroom incident, how Emma was the only one who came. He had it all. Michael finally spoke. "We're her children. We have rights. You had a mother, Stephen replied. You should have acted like children while she was alive. The meeting ended with threats of lawyers and contested wills, but Stephen had done his job well. Nothing they filed went anywhere. The will stood. Emma got the house and cried when she walked through it for the first time as the owner. Not because of the value, but because she said she could still feel me there, and it meant so much that I'd trusted her with it. The women's shelter used my donation to expand their childcare services. They put a small plaque in the children's room with my name and Tom's. That would have made him proud. My children never spoke to Emma again. They blamed her, of course, because taking responsibility for their own neglect would require self-awareness they didn't possess. Last I heard through mutual friends, Robert was still bitter. Karen sold the jewelry I'd given her years ago out of spite. And Michael told people I'd been confused and manipulated in my final years. But here's what they'll never understand. I wasn't confused. I was clear-headed for the first time in decades. I'd spent 36 years putting them first, sacrificing for them, and they couldn't even bother to check on me when I fell. They couldn't manage a phone call on my birthday. They looked at me and saw a bank account, not a person. Emma saw a person. She saw someone worth visiting, worth talking to, worth loving without expecting anything in return. So tell me, did I do the right thing? Was I cruel to my own children? Or did they get exactly what they deserved? Because some days, I wonder if maybe I should have left them something, even just a token amount, to prove I was the bigger person. But then I remember that bathroom floor, and the hour I spent alone on the cold tile. And I think maybe, sometimes the biggest gift you can give ungrateful children is a lesson in consequences. What would you have done?
Guess they forgot who raised them. I'm 79 years old and I have 3 kids. James, 45, Carol, 48, and Patricia, 50. I also have 6 grandkids spread between them. I spent my entire life working 2 jobs to make sure they had everything they needed. My wife Linda and I lived in the same house for 53 years. We raised our kids there, paid off the mortgage in 1998. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was ours. Linda died 2 years ago. That's when everything changed. For the first few months after her funeral, I tried to keep going on my own. I cooked, cleaned, kept the garden up the way she would have wanted. But my kids started calling more often. At first I thought they were just being thoughtful. James would call every few days, asking if I was okay, if I needed anything. Carol would bring it up during family dinners, about how I shouldn't be alone in that big house. Even Patricia, who I barely talked to anymore, sent me a text saying I should consider moving in with one of them. I kept telling them I was fine, but James wouldn't let it go. He started showing up unannounced, walking through the house and pointing out everything that could be dangerous. The stairs were too steep. The bathroom didn't have grab bars. The kitchen was a fire hazard because I left the stove on once. He made it sound like I was one fall away from dying alone on the floor. 3 months after Linda's funeral, James sat me down at my kitchen table. He said he and his wife Denise had talked it over with Carol, and they all agreed I should move in with him. He said they had the space, that I'd be safe there, that they could take care of me. Denise smiled and nodded the whole time. James painted this picture of family dinners and helping with the grandkids and being part of their daily lives. He promised I'd have my own space and my own privacy. I didn't want to leave my home, but I was tired and lonely, and after weeks of them pushing, I gave in. I thought maybe they were right.
The house sold fast. James handled everything because he said it would be less stressful for me. It sold for $385,000,
I signed whatever papers James brought home. He told me the money would go toward my care and future expenses, and we'd figure out the details later. I trusted him. He was my son. I moved into James and Denise's place on a Tuesday in October, 2 years ago. They showed me to the basement. James said it was just temporary until they got my room upstairs ready. The basement was unfinished, concrete floors, one small bathroom, a pull-out couch in the corner, and a TV on a folding table. There was one narrow window near the ceiling that only showed part of the driveway. Temporary became permanent. Weeks went by, then months. Every time I asked about the upstairs room, James had an excuse. Still renovating. Contractor flaked. Give us a few more weeks, Dad. Dinner became leftovers on a plastic tray, brought down around 7 every night by Denise or one of the kids. They'd knock, leave it at the bottom of the stairs, and leave. I ate alone in that basement every single night. I could hear them upstairs, laughing and talking during family dinners that I wasn't part of. I tried joining them a few times. I'd go upstairs and sit at the table. The conversation would stop. James would get tense and tell me they were in the middle of something, that maybe I should give them some family time. Family time. I was family. When they had friends over, I wasn't introduced. Once I came upstairs to get water and James's friend Rick was there. I said hello. Rick looked confused and asked if I was James's dad. James just nodded and said I was staying with them for a while, that I liked my privacy downstairs. That's what he told people, that I liked it down there. That's when I started to understand. I wasn't living with them. I was being hidden. 6 months in, I asked James about the money from the house sale. Where did it go? What account was it in? He got defensive immediately and asked if I didn't trust him. I dropped it, but I never stopped wondering. Then, one night 3 weeks ago, I couldn't sleep. I went upstairs around 11 to get water. The kitchen light was off, but I could hear James and Denise talking in the living room. I stopped at the bottom of the stairs when I heard my name. Denise asked how much longer they had to do this. She said I was depressing, that the kids didn't want to be around me, that I was always asking about the money. James sighed and said once I was gone, the money would be theirs. He said I couldn't live much longer anyway. I was 79. Just be patient. I stood there in the dark and didn't move. I barely breathed. Denise laughed and said she just wanted to redo the kitchen and finally take that trip to Italy. But they were stuck playing nurse to someone who just sat in the basement all day. James told her he knew, but they were almost there. Just hang on. I went back downstairs without getting water. I sat on that pull-out couch until the sun came up. The next morning, I knew I had to do something. I hadn't spoken to Patricia in almost 15 years. We had a bad falling out when she divorced her first husband and married a woman named Karen. I said things I shouldn't have, old-fashioned, ignorant things that I'm ashamed of now. She told me she didn't need my approval and stopped coming around. I was too stubborn to apologize back then. Linda tried to fix it before she died, but I wouldn't budge. I called Patricia from the basement. My hands were shaking so bad I almost couldn't dial. She answered on the 3rd ring and just said my name like a question, like she couldn't believe it was really me. I told her I needed help. She went quiet for a second, then asked what was wrong. I told her everything. The basement, the leftovers on trays, what I overheard James and Denise say the night before. By the time I finished, I could hear her crying on the other end. She said she was coming to get me that day and told me not to leave the basement until she got there. She showed up 4 hours later. I heard the doorbell, heard James answer, then heard Patricia's voice cutting through the house asking where I was. James tried to say something, but she didn't wait. She came straight down the basement stairs, and when she saw where I'd been living, she just stopped and stared. She looked at the concrete floor, The pull-out couch, the tray with dried-up meatloaf from the night before still sitting there. She put her hand over her mouth, and her eyes filled up with tears. She asked how long I'd been down there. I told her almost 2 years. She turned around and went back upstairs. I could hear her screaming at James. She was asking how he could stick me in a basement and where the hell the money from my house went. James tried to talk over her, saying I wanted privacy and that I was fine, that the money was being used for my care. Patricia wasn't having it. She yelled back, asking what kind of care involved keeping someone in a basement like a prisoner. Then, Denise made the mistake of jumping in. She told Patricia she hadn't been around for years and didn't get to come in and judge them. She said they'd been taking care of me while Patricia was off playing house with her wife. Patricia went quiet. Then she told them to pack my things, or she was calling the police and Adult Protective Services. I moved in with Patricia and Karen that same day. Their house is completely different from James's place. It has windows everywhere and smells like coffee and cinnamon rolls. They gave me the guest room upstairs with a real bed and photos on the walls. Karen cooks dinner every night, and we all eat together at the table. Patricia actually talks to me about her day and asks about mine. The first night I was there, I apologized for everything I said 15 years ago. For being a stubborn, judgmental old man who couldn't accept her for who she was. We both cried and she hugged me and said she'd missed me. But Patricia didn't just bring me to her house. She brought a lawyer the next week. His name was Martin, sharp guy in his 50s who asked a lot of questions. Where did the money go? Did I sign anything? Did James give me any documentation? Turns out James never set up a trust or put the money in any account with my name on it. He just deposited all $385,000 into his personal checking account. Martin said because there was no legal documentation showing I gifted James that money, and because I was living under his care when it happened, the money legally still belonged to me. James had basically stolen it. Martin filed a lawsuit. James was served with papers demanding full repayment plus damages for financial exploitation of an elderly person. James called me 2 days later, screaming. He asked how I could sue him, my own son, after everything he'd done for me. I asked him what exactly he'd done besides locking me in a basement and waiting for me to die. He said he gave me a place to live. I told him he stole my money and hid me like I was something to be ashamed of. He went quiet. Then his voice changed. He got desperate and said he'd lose the house, that Denise would leave him, that the kids would suffer. I told him he should have thought about that before he forgot I was still alive. Then I hung up. The court case moved faster than I expected. Martin told me cases involving elder abuse and financial exploitation get prioritized. James tried to claim the money was a gift, but he had no paperwork, no documentation, nothing. I had the deed to the house with my name on it. I had the sale documents showing the money went straight into his account. And I had my testimony about the basement. The judge ruled in my favor. James was ordered to repay the full $385,000, plus legal fees and damages. The total came out to about $425,000. He didn't have it. He'd spent most of it on the new kitchen Denise wanted, new cars, a vacation to Mexico, private school for the kids. The judge put a lien on his house. James had 6 months to pay, or the house would be sold to cover the debt. But that wasn't the end of it. During the proceedings, the judge asked about my living conditions. When I described the basement, the isolation, the way I was hidden from visitors, she made a note. Then she asked if James's children still lived in the home. I said yes. She ordered a child welfare investigation. Her reasoning was that if James treated his own father like that, how were the children being treated? The investigation didn't find abuse exactly, but it found neglect. The house was apparently a mess. The kids were often left alone. James and Denise were more focused on spending money than actually parenting. Temporary custody was removed. The kids went to live with Carol, while James and Denise attended parenting classes and therapy. Carol called me after it happened, and she was furious. She said I was tearing the family apart and asked if I understood what I'd done. I told her I understood perfectly. She hasn't called me since. James called me one more time after he lost custody. He was crying, telling me I'd destroyed his life, that he lost his kids, was losing his house, and Denise was talking about divorce. He asked how I could do this to him. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I just told him he destroyed himself when he forgot I was still alive. He hung up. I haven't heard from him since. I'm still living with Patricia and Karen. It's been 4 months now. I wake up to the smell of coffee every morning. I help Karen with her garden on nice days. Patricia and I watch old movies on Friday nights. I feel like a person again. I feel like I matter. The money from the lawsuit is being held in a trust that Martin set up. When I die, it'll go to Patricia. Not James, not Carol, just Patricia. The one who remembered I was her father. James sold the house last month to cover what he owed me. I heard through Carol that he and Denise are renting a small apartment now. The kids are still with Carol. I don't know if he'll ever get them back. Sometimes I wonder if I did the right thing, if I ruined my son's life over money. But then I remember that basement. I remember the tray of leftovers left at the bottom of the stairs. I remember him saying once I was gone, the money would be theirs. And I don't feel bad anymore. Patricia asked me yesterday if I regretted calling her or filing the lawsuit. I told her no. I regret that it took me so long. I regret wasting 15 years being angry at her for living her life. I regret not seeing who James really was until it was almost too late. But I don't regret taking my life back. James will recover or he won't. Either way, that's not my problem anymore. I did what I had to do to survive. I'm just glad I figured it out before it was too late. If they wanted my money, they should have been kinder. I'm Robert, 82, and for the past 3 months, I've been living what I thought would be my golden years with my daughter Claire, 54, and her husband Mark, 56. My wife Margaret passed 6 months ago after 58 years of marriage, and honestly, I was lost. The house felt too big, too quiet. When Claire showed up at my door insisting I move in with her family, promising love and support and telling me it would be a place where I'd never feel alone, I actually believed her. I thought maybe this was what I needed. The first month was pleasant enough. Claire made me tea every evening. We'd sit and talk about Margaret, about the old days. Her kids would stop by occasionally. I felt grateful. I'd made the right choice leaving my empty house behind, or so I thought. Then one morning, everything changed. I woke up early, around 5:30 like I always do, and headed toward the kitchen for some water. That's when I heard them. Claire and Mark were talking in low voices at the kitchen table. I was about to walk in when I heard Mark say it. Just keep him comfortable until we get the inheritance sorted. Claire said something back, but I couldn't hear it clearly. I just stood there in the hallway, my hand on the wall, feeling like someone had punched me in the chest. I went back to my room and sat on the edge of the bed for an hour. This was never about love. This was about money. After that conversation, I started noticing things I'd been too grief-stricken to see before. My mail stopped coming. When I asked about it, Claire would wave her hand and say it was just junk, nothing important. Then she mentioned my lawyer wasn't returning their calls, which was odd because I never asked them to contact my lawyer in the first place. The whole tone of the house shifted. Evening conversations stopped. I was eating dinner in my room most nights. They'd give me this small, tight smile when I walked into a room, then wait for me to leave. The real wake-up call came about 2 weeks after I overheard them, Claire brought me some papers one evening, put them on my lap while I was watching TV. She said they were routine paperwork, just updating my medical directives. She kept telling me to sign here and here, flipping pages fast like she was in a hurry. But I caught it, right there at the top of the page. Power of attorney. I've been a banker for 40 years. I know every legal form there is. I know what a power of attorney means. They wanted control of everything. I told her my reading glasses weren't working right, that I'd sign it tomorrow after I got new ones. The look on her face was barely concealed frustration. She took the papers and left my room without another word. That night I couldn't sleep. I realized they thought old meant stupid. They thought I was just some confused, grieving old man they could manipulate. And maybe I had been acting that way, shuffling around, being passive, letting them make decisions. But I'm not stupid. I'm not confused. And I wasn't going to confront them because I knew that would be too risky. They controlled my living situation, my daily life. Instead, I decided to play their game better than they could. That's when I decided to become exactly what they thought I was, a confused, frail old man who couldn't possibly outsmart them. The next morning, I started my performance. I began asking Claire to repeat things, cupping my ear like I couldn't hear properly. I fumbled with my phone, asking how to answer calls I knew perfectly well how to answer. When they showed me documents, I'd squint and say the print was too small, that I couldn't make sense of it without help. They ate it up. Within days, they were talking freely around me like I wasn't even there. I need to explain about my sister Helen's kids. Helen passed 10 years ago, but her children, David, 48, and Linda, 45, never forgot about their uncle. They've been visiting me every single week since Margaret died.
They bring their own kids. We share meals. They actually talk to me like I'm a person instead of a problem to solve. Not once have they asked about money or inheritance. They just show up because they want to. During one of David's visits, I told Claire I needed help understanding a phone call from my doctor. Got David alone in my room and dropped the whole confused old man act. I explained everything. The overheard conversation, the power of attorney form, all of it. David was furious, but I stopped him. I told him I needed his help, not his anger. We planned it out. David would drive me to my lawyer's office under the pretense of a doctor's appointment. I told Claire that's where we were going, and she didn't even blink. At the lawyer's office, I changed everything. New will, completely rewritten. The house, my pension, my savings, all of it goes to David and Linda now. My lawyer is someone I've known for 30 years. There was no confusion, no manipulation, just clear legal documentation. Papers signed, notarized, sealed. Done. Back at Claire's house, things got worse. Mark started suggesting I should think about selling my old house. Claire brought up helping manage my accounts. Then they mentioned nursing homes, just as a backup option, they said, but the threat was clear. Cooperate, or we'll put you somewhere you really won't like. I just kept nodding along, mumbling about whatever they thought was best. Yesterday morning, Claire asked me to sit down. Mark was there too, both of them looking serious. They'd been thinking about my future, they said. They wanted me to transfer the house to them for safekeeping. You know, in case something happens, because I'm getting older. Claire had this fake concern plastered on her face, while Mark watched me with calculating eyes. I told them I'd think about it. That evening, I asked them both to sit down. I told them they were right, that I should handle my affairs properly. Then I pulled out the manila envelope I'd been keeping in my cardigan pocket. Claire's eyes lit up. She thought this was it, thought she'd won. I slid it across the table and told them I'd already taken care of everything, that they didn't need to worry anymore. She opened it, and I watched her face drain of color. Inside was a copy of the updated will, with their names completely absent. Also a note listing David and Linda as the beneficiaries of my entire estate.
Mark started stuttering something about a misunderstanding, but I was already standing up. I grabbed my cane and looked at both of them. I told them they don't get to inherit a heart they chose to break. Claire tried to say they were just trying to help. I cut her off. I told her I heard what they said that morning, that I heard all of it, that they thought old meant stupid, and they were wrong. I called David that same evening. Within an hour, he showed up with Linda. We packed my things, which honestly wasn't much because I'd never fully unpacked in the first place. Claire and Mark hovered in the doorway, making excuses, trying to explain, but I didn't look back. The drive to David's house was quiet, but it was the kind of quiet that felt peaceful instead of suffocating. That was 3 weeks ago. I'm living with David and his family now, and it's completely different. I have my own space, actual privacy, a door that's mine. They include me in everything: meals, game nights, even asking my opinion on things that matter. David's teenage kids actually come to me for advice about school and life. Linda visits twice a week and brings her grandchildren. This is what family is supposed to feel like. I've caught myself laughing again, something I hadn't done once during those 3 months at Claire's. Claire has called 17 times. I've counted. I haven't answered a single call. She sent letters too, saying they can explain, that I misunderstood everything. Mark sent an email asking to discuss this rationally, like I'm the one being irrational. I delete them all. David told me Claire went to my lawyer's office trying to contest the will. The lawyer apparently told her it's ironclad, that there are no grounds to challenge it. She's going to receive exactly what she gave me, which is nothing. I sit in David's garden most mornings with my coffee and think about Margaret. I wonder what she would say about all this. She always saw the best in Claire, made excuses for her when she forgot birthdays or didn't call for months. Would Margaret be heartbroken, or would she understand why I did what I did? I don't regret my decision, but I do grieve the daughter I thought I had. You can't inherit what you never earned, and Claire never earned my trust back after she broke it. Yesterday, something happened that I'm still processing. Claire showed up at David's door unannounced. David answered and turned her away before I could even get up from my chair, but I saw her through the window. She looked desperate, older somehow, like the past few weeks had aged her. Part of me felt something when I saw her face, but I can't tell if it was pity or satisfaction or just sadness for what could have been. She left an envelope in the mailbox before she drove away. David brought it to me, and I've been staring at it ever since. It's sitting on my dresser right now, unopened. I don't know what's inside. Maybe it's an apology. Maybe it's more manipulation. Maybe it's her trying to explain herself or justify what she did. The thing is, I spent 3 months in her house being ignored, being treated like a wallet with a pulse. She had all that time to talk to me, to treat me like her father instead of an inheritance problem. Now she wants to say something, and I'm supposed to just listen? Part of me wants to open it. The other part thinks she deserves the same silence she gave me when I needed a daughter, not someone counting down the days until I died. Never thought my grandson would sell me for a quick payday. I, 82, have spent the last year watching my health decline, while my grandson Ethan, 27, supposedly helped manage my life. I'm a widower, lost my wife Margaret about 5 years ago now, and I always believed that family meant something. Loyalty, trust, all that good stuff our generation was raised on. Ethan was always my favorite. Maybe that was my first mistake. I need to explain how we got here. Ethan was the kid I spoiled the most out of all my grandchildren. When he graduated high school, I paid for his entire college education. Not loans, not partial help. I paid the whole thing. Gave him my old truck when he turned 21, because he needed reliable transportation. Then, 3 years ago, when he wanted to start his own contracting business, I helped fund that too. Gave him $15,000 to get started. I thought I was doing the right thing, you know? Setting him up for success. Building a legacy. Turns out I was just setting myself up for the biggest heartbreak of my life. When my health started going downhill last year, everything changed. I had a stroke in February. Nothing major, but enough to scare me. Recovery was slow, and I was having trouble keeping track of things. Bills were piling up. Medical appointments were confusing, and I couldn't figure out half the paperwork they kept sending me. That's when Ethan stepped in. He offered to help manage my retirement funds and handle all the administrative stuff I was struggling with. Said he'd take care of my bills, organize my paperwork, make sure everything got paid on time. I was so grateful. Here was my grandson, the one I'd invested so much in, finally stepping up to take care of his old grandfather. I signed the power of attorney papers he brought over. He explained everything very carefully, said it was just so he could handle things when I wasn't feeling well. Made perfect sense to me. He got access to my main checking account, where my pension and Social Security get deposited. For months, everything seemed fine. He'd come by once a week, we'd have coffee, he'd show me some papers, and I'd sign whatever needed signing. He always seemed busy with his business, but he made time for his grandpa. Or at least, that's what I thought was happening. It was a Tuesday in September when everything fell apart. I went to the grocery store like I do every week, same store I've been going to for 30 years. Got my cart, did my shopping, nothing unusual. When I got to the checkout, I handed over my debit card like always. The cashier ran it, and her face changed. She ran it again. Then she leaned in close and said quietly that my card was declined. I was confused, told her to try again. She did. Still declined. I had people lined up behind me, all staring. I've never been so embarrassed in my life. I left the groceries there and drove straight to the bank. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I kept thinking there must be some mistake, maybe fraud, maybe the bank messed something up. When I walked in, I asked to see the manager. I've been banking there for 40 years, they know me. The manager, Tom, took me into his office and closed the door. That's when I knew something was really wrong. Tom pulled up my account on his computer and turned the screen toward me. Then he started scrolling, slowly. Withdrawal after withdrawal after withdrawal. Most of them I didn't recognize. 500 here, 800 there, sometimes 2,000 at once. They went back months. Some were marked as business expenses, others said medical costs I'd never heard of. A few just said cash withdrawal. Tom asked me very gently if I'd authorized these transactions. I told him no. He asked if anyone else had access to my account. That's when it hit me like a freight train. Ethan. I sat there staring at that screen and did the math in my head. Thousands of dollars were gone. My account that usually kept a healthy balance was down to less than $800. My pension had just been deposited 3 days ago and half of it was already gone. I felt sick. Tom printed out 6 months of statements for me and put them in an envelope. He suggested I might want to talk to the police. I took the papers and left. I drove home and spread those statements out on my kitchen table. Went through every single one with a highlighter. The pattern was clear once you knew what to look for. The withdrawals started small right after I gave Ethan access. Then they got bigger, more frequent. He'd been careful at first, just skimming a little here and there. But in the last 2 months he'd gotten greedy or desperate, or both. There were weeks where he'd pulled out $3,000 or $4,000, money I'd worked my whole life to save. Money Margaret and I had put aside for our retirement. Money that was supposed to last me through the end. I didn't want to believe it. This was the kid I'd bounced on my knee, the one I'd taught to fish, the one I'd believed in when everyone else said he was too flaky to run a business. but the evidence was right there in black and white. Every transaction coincided perfectly with when Ethan had been helping me. The dates matched up with his weekly visits. Some of the withdrawals happened on days when he'd been sitting right there at my kitchen table with me. I sat at that table until it got dark. Didn't turn on any lights. Just sat there feeling like a fool. I'd trusted him completely, given him everything he needed, and he'd stolen from me. Not just money, he'd stolen my dignity, my independence, my trust. He'd looked me in the eye every week and lied to me while he drained my account dry. Around 8 that evening, I made my decision. I picked up my phone and called Ethan, told him I needed to see him right away, that we needed to talk about some financial issues I'd noticed. He said he was busy. I told him to get over here now. Something in my voice must have scared him because he agreed to come over within the hour. I made coffee while I waited. Not because I wanted any, but because I needed something to do with my hands. I kept looking at those bank statements on the table, kept reading that number at the bottom of the page. Everything I had left in the world, almost gone, taken by someone who was supposed to love me. When Ethan's truck pulled into my driveway, I didn't get up to meet him at the door like I usually did. I just sat there at the kitchen table with those statements spread out in front of me. Let him knock. Let him let himself in with the key I'd given him. When he walked into the kitchen and saw me sitting there, saw those papers, I watched his face. Looking for guilt, for shame, for anything human. What I saw instead was calculation. He was already working out his next move. I slid the statements across the table toward him and asked him to explain. That's when everything changed forever. Ethan looked down at those bank statements and didn't even flinch. That's what got me the most. No shock, no denial, no scrambling to explain. He just stood there looking at the papers like I'd shown him a grocery receipt. Then he pulled out a chair, sat down across from me, and leaned back like we were about to have a casual conversation about the weather. I asked him directly if he'd taken that money. He nodded, just nodded, like it was no big deal. I remember my hands starting to shake, so I put them flat on the table. Asked him why. Why would he do this to me after everything I'd done for him? That's when he said it. He looked me right in the eye and said, "You're old, Grandpa. You won't need it much longer anyway. I've lived through a lot in my 82 years. Served in Vietnam, watched my wife die slowly from cancer, buried friends and family. But I'd never felt coldness like what went through me in that moment. It wasn't anger exactly. It was something deeper, something final, like a door slamming shut inside my chest that would never open again. I told him to get out of my house. He didn't move at first. Started saying something about how I was overreacting, how he was going to pay it back, how the business needed capital, and he knew I'd understand eventually. I stood up and told him again to leave. He tried to grab my arm, maybe to calm me down or maybe to intimidate me, I don't know. I pulled away and pointed at the door. Told him if he didn't leave right now, I'd call the police. That made him angry. His whole face changed. He said I was ungrateful, that he'd been taking care of me all year, that I owed him for his time. Said the money was basically his inheritance anyway, so what did it matter if he took it now or later? He was just accessing what would be his eventually. Then he said I should be thanking him for not putting me in a home. Like stealing from me was somehow a favor. He left eventually. Slammed my front door so hard a picture frame fell off the wall. I heard his truck peel out of my driveway. I locked the door behind him and stood there in my entryway for a long time. The house was too quiet. I could hear the refrigerator humming in the kitchen. That was it. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my recliner in the living room and thought about everything. About the grandson I thought I knew versus who he actually was. About what Margaret would say if she were here. She'd always been the tough one, the practical one. She would have told me exactly what to do. Around 3 a.m, I knew what that was. The next morning, I called my lawyer, Bill Henderson. He's handled my affairs for 20 years now. I explained the whole situation, told him about the bank statements, about Ethan's confession. Bill was quiet for a minute, and then he said something I wasn't expecting. He said this wasn't just theft. This was financial elder abuse, and it was a serious crime. He recommended I press charges immediately. Said people like Ethan don't stop unless they're forced to stop. I met with Bill that afternoon. We went through everything, made copies of all the bank statements, documented every withdrawal. Bill explained what would happen if I went to the police. There would be an investigation, possibly criminal charges, court dates. It wouldn't be easy. He asked me if I was sure I wanted to do this. I told him I'd never been more sure of anything. That's when my revenge began. We went to the police station together 2 days later, filed a formal complaint for financial elder abuse and theft. The detective assigned to my case was a woman named Sarah Chen. She was young, maybe 30, but she took me seriously. Spent 2 hours taking my statement, looking at the documents, asking questions. She said she'd seen cases like this before and they made her sick. People stealing from their own family members who trusted them. The police brought Ethan in for questioning 3 days after that. I don't know what happened in that room, but Detective Chen called me afterward and said he'd admitted to some of it. Tried to minimize the amounts, claimed he'd planned to pay it back, but he couldn't deny the evidence. They charged him with financial exploitation of an elderly person and multiple counts of theft. What happened next, I didn't expect. Word got out fast. Ethan's business partner found out about the charges within a week. Small town, people talk. The partner confronted Ethan, and Ethan apparently admitted he'd been using some of their business funds too, not just mine. The partner dissolved their partnership immediately. Then their clients started finding out. Nobody wants to hire a contractor who's been charged with stealing from his own grandfather. I heard about all this through other family members. My daughter-in-law called me crying, saying I was destroying Ethan's life. My other grandson sent me a long text message about forgiveness and second chances. But none of them had sat at that kitchen table and heard what Ethan said to me. None of them had seen his face when he told me I wouldn't need my money much longer. Within a month, Ethan's business had completely fallen apart. The truck I'd given him got repossessed because he couldn't make the payments. His apartment, too. I heard he moved back in with his mother, my daughter-in-law. Part of me felt bad about that. Just part, though. While all this was happening, I met with Bill Henderson again for a different reason. I told him I wanted to change my will. The old will had left most of my estate to my grandchildren, with Ethan getting the largest share since he'd always been my favorite. Bill pulled out the documents and we went through everything. I rewrote the entire thing. Cut Ethan out completely, obviously. But I also changed where the bulk of my estate would go. I decided to leave almost everything to a veterans charity that Margaret had always supported. They do good work helping vets with PTSD and homelessness. It's named in her honor in the will. Margaret would have liked that. The legal process dragged on for months. There were court dates, preliminary hearings, more statements. Ethan got a public defender who tried to work out a plea deal. The prosecutor offered him a deal where he'd plead guilty to reduced charges, serve some jail time, and have to pay restitution. I told the prosecutor I'd accept whatever outcome they thought was fair. I wasn't doing this for revenge anymore. I was doing it because it was right. During all of this, I had to figure out how to live on what little money I had left. My pension and Social Security still came in every month, but my savings were mostly gone. I had to tighten my belt, cut back on things. It was hard, but I managed. People from my church helped out sometimes, brought me groceries or drove me to appointments.
I was embarrassed at first, but I learned to accept help.
The strange thing was, I started sleeping better. Even with all the stress of the court case, even with money being tight, I slept through the night for the first time in years. I think it was knowing I'd stood up for myself, knowing I hadn't just let him get away with it. Then one evening in late January, about 5 months after I'd kicked Ethan out of my house, there was a knock on my door. I wasn't expecting anyone. When I looked through the peephole, I saw Ethan standing on my front porch. He was alone. He looked terrible, like he hadn't slept in days. He was crying. I almost didn't open the door, stood there with my hand on the deadbolt for a full minute, but something made me unlock it. Maybe curiosity. Maybe a tiny part of me that still remembered the little boy he used to be. I opened the door, but I didn't invite him in. Ethan stood on my porch looking like hell. His eyes were red and puffy. His clothes looked like he'd been sleeping in them. He started talking immediately, words tumbling out fast like he'd been rehearsing this. He said he was sorry, that he'd made a terrible mistake, that he'd been under so much pressure with the business and he'd made bad decisions. He kept saying he never meant to hurt me. I stood in my doorway and let him talk. Didn't say anything, just listened. He went on about how his life had fallen apart. His business was gone. His girlfriend had left him. Most of his friends wouldn't return his calls. His mom was barely speaking to him. He said everyone in town looked at him differently now. He'd lost everything. Then he started talking about family, about how we were blood, how that had to mean something. He said families forgive each other. That's what makes them families. He brought up holidays when he was a kid, fishing trips we'd taken, times I'd helped him with homework. He was crying harder now, saying he needed me to drop the charges, said he'd pay back every penny somehow if I just gave him another chance. He called me Grandpa like he used to when he was little. I let him finish. Waited until he ran out of words, and just stood there, looking at me with those red eyes. Then I looked him dead in the eye and said what I'd been thinking for months. I told him that family is who protects you, not who profits off you. His face changed when I said that. The desperate, pleading look disappeared, and something else took its place. Anger, maybe. Or just the realization that this wasn't going to go the way he wanted. He asked me if I was really going to throw him away over money. I told him I wasn't throwing him away. He'd thrown himself away the moment he decided to steal from me. He'd made his choices, and now he got to live with them. That's when I told him about the will. Told him I'd changed it. That he wouldn't be getting anything when I died. Everything was going to Margaret's charity. He stared at me like I'd slapped him. Asked me if I was serious. I said I'd never been more serious about anything in my life. He lost it then. Started yelling about how ungrateful I was, how he'd wasted years taking care of me. Said I was a bitter old man who'd rather give his money to strangers than his own family. He called me some names I won't repeat. Said I'd regret this. Then he turned around and walked back to his car. It wasn't the truck I'd given him, just some beat-up sedan. He peeled out of my driveway just like he had months before. I closed the door and locked it. Went back to my recliner and sat down. My hands were shaking, but not from fear. From adrenaline, maybe. Or relief. I'd said what I needed to say, and now it was done. That was 4 months ago now. Haven't heard from Ethan since. The criminal case wrapped up in March. He took a plea deal in the end. Pleaded guilty to 1 count of financial exploitation of an elderly person and 2 counts of theft. Got sentenced to 18 months in county jail with the possibility of early release for good behavior. He also has to pay restitution, though I don't know how he'll manage that without a job. The prosecutor told me I should be prepared to never see most of that money. I told her I'd already made my peace with it. My life now is quieter than it's been in years. I still live in the same house, Still do my grocery shopping on Tuesdays. Money is tighter than it used to be, but I manage. I had to dip into what little savings I have left a couple times for medical expenses, but I'm getting by. My daughter-in-law doesn't call me anymore. Some of the family took Ethan's side, said I was too harsh. A few relatives stopped coming around. That hurt at first, but I've learned to live with it. The people who matter stuck by me, though. My friend Harold from church calls me every few days to check in. His wife brings me dinner sometimes. Detective Chen still emails me occasionally to see how I'm doing. My lawyer Bill stops by once a month or so, usually with some excuse about paperwork, but really just to make sure I'm okay. Those are the people who turned out to be my real family. I sleep peacefully at night now. That's the thing nobody tells you about standing up for yourself. It makes the nighttime easier. I don't lie awake wondering if I'm being taken advantage of or if someone's lying to me. I know where I stand. My money's mostly gone, but my dignity is intact. That counts for something. The Veterans Charity reached out to me after they found out about the will. They sent a representative to my house to thank me and tell me about their programs. They work with homeless vets, help them get counseling and job training. Margaret always said we needed to take care of the people who served. Knowing my money will go to them instead of to Ethan feels right. Like something good will come from all this mess eventually. I think about Ethan sometimes, wonder if jail changed him, or if he's still the same person who told me I wouldn't need my money much longer. Wonder if he thinks about what he did, or if he just feels sorry for himself. Part of me hopes he learned something. A very small part. Most of me just feels nothing when I think about him now. That coldness that started in my kitchen that night never really went away. Some people in my family think I'm cruel. My daughter-in-law sent me a letter last month saying I'd destroyed her son's life over money, that I should be ashamed. She said Ethan was always good to me, and one mistake shouldn't define him. I didn't write back. There's nothing to say. She wasn't there that night. She didn't hear what he said or see his face when he said it. She wants to believe her son is a good person who made a mistake. I know he's a person who showed me exactly who he was, and I chose to believe him. My health isn't great these days. The doctors say I should probably start thinking about my long-term care options. I'm looking into assisted living facilities, places I can afford on my reduced budget. It's strange to think about leaving this house where Margaret and I raised our family, but I'll manage. I always do. 3 weeks ago, I was at the grocery store and I saw Ethan's mother in the produce section. She saw me too. We both froze for a second. Then she turned around and walked away. I finished my shopping and went home. That's how it is now with parts of my family. We avoid each other. Maybe that'll change someday. Maybe it won't. I got a letter from the county jail 2 days ago. It was from Ethan. I haven't opened it yet. It's sitting on my kitchen table right now. Same table where I confronted him all those months ago. I look at it every time I walk past. Part of me wants to know what it says. Part of me wants to throw it away without reading it. I haven't decided yet. Maybe I never will. Maybe I'll just let it sit there as a reminder of everything that happened. A reminder that I stood up for myself when it mattered.
Never thought my own grandson would sell me out for a quick buck. I'm 81 years old, and my grandson Jake, 26, just stole my life savings. I know how that sounds. You're probably thinking I'm some confused old man who forgot where he put his money, or got scammed by one of those phone calls about my car's extended warranty. Trust me, I wish it was that simple. Jake used to be my favorite. I'm not supposed to say that out loud, but it's the truth. When he was little, I'd take him fishing every Saturday morning. His parents would still be asleep, and we'd be out on the lake by sunrise. I'd sneak him extra cookies when his mom wasn't looking, let him stay up past bedtime to watch the game with me. He was the kid who'd run up and hug me at family gatherings,
who actually wanted to hear my old war stories. He'd always say, "Grandpa, don't worry, I got you." Turns out what he got was my bank account information. 6 months ago, my wife Margaret passed. 60 years together, and then she was just gone. After the funeral, everything got harder. I started moving slower, forgetting things more often. Simple stuff like taking out the trash became a whole production. That's when Jake started coming around more. He'd show up with groceries, offer to run errands, help me sort through bills. I was grateful. My son, Jake's dad, lives 3 hours away and works all the time. My daughter calls, but she's got her own family to worry about. So when Jake offered to help, I didn't think twice about it. He'd come over twice a week, sometimes more. Said he was between jobs and had plenty of time. He'd take my bank card to pay bills for me. Said it was easier than me trying to do it all online, since I'm not great with computers. He had a whole system. I'd give him cash for groceries, and he'd bring back the receipt and the change. Looking back now, I see how stupid I was. But at the time, he was just my grandson, helping out his old grandpa. Why would I question it? The electric company called on a Tuesday morning. I remember because Tuesday is trash day, and I just dragged the bins to the curb. The woman on the phone said my payment had bounced, and they were going to shut off my power if I didn't pay immediately. I told her there must be some mistake. I had plenty of money in my account. She said the check came back for insufficient funds. I hung up and checked my wallet. I had some cash, maybe $40. I thought maybe I'd forgotten to transfer money from savings or something. Margaret always handled the finances, and I was still figuring out her system. I figured I'd go to the bank the next morning and sort it out, maybe move some money around. I called the electric company back and paid over the phone with my credit card just to avoid the shutoff. That night I couldn't sleep. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I got up around 3 in the morning and went through my papers. Found my last bank statement from 2 months ago. The balance looked fine then, but I hadn't checked since. The next morning I was at the bank when they opened. I walked up to the teller, Helen, who I've known for probably 15 years. I explained about the bounced check and asked her to print out my current balance. She looked at the screen and her face changed. She excused herself and came back with the branch manager. They took me into an office. That's when I knew something was really wrong. The manager, a younger guy whose name I forget, pulled up my account on his computer and turned the screen toward me. My savings account showed a balance of $412. It should have had close to $48,000. I'm not a rich man. That money was everything I'd saved over the years. What was left after Margaret's medical bills and the funeral. It was supposed to cover my own funeral expenses, medical bills, maybe leave a little something for each of my grandkids. I'd been adding to it for decades, and now it was just gone. The manager showed me the transaction history. Withdrawals going back 3 months. Small ones at first, 500 here, 1,000 there. Then bigger ones, 5,000, 8,000, 12,000 in a single transaction. All of them had my signature on the withdrawal slips. Except it wasn't my signature. It was close, but I've been signing my name for 81 years and I know what it looks like. Some of the transactions listed Jake as an authorized helper. I never authorized anything. The manager asked if I'd given anyone access to my accounts. I told him about Jake helping with bills, about giving him my bank card a few times. He asked if Jake ever had me sign anything. I remembered then. A few weeks after Margaret died, Jake had brought over some papers, said they were for updating my mailing address with the bank, something about making sure I got all my statements. I'd signed them without really looking. I was still in a fog from losing Margaret. The room started spinning. I had to put my head down between my knees. Helen brought me water. The manager was saying something about filing a police report, about fraud, but his voice sounded far away. All I could think about was Jake sitting at my kitchen table, drinking the coffee I made him, talking about his plans for the future. Those plans, apparently, were funded by my life savings. They printed everything out for me, pages and pages of transactions. The timeline was right there in black and white. It started 2 weeks after Margaret's funeral. The first withdrawal was the day after I'd given him my bank card to pay the water bill. Every single one of them happened on days when Jake had been at my house, when he'd offered to help with errands. I sat in that bank office for over an hour going through it all. The manager offered to call the police for me. I told him I needed time to think. He said I should freeze my accounts immediately and that someone from their fraud department would be in touch. Helen walked me out to my car. She looked like she wanted to cry. She patted my hand and told me she was sorry. I drove home in a daze, kept thinking there had to be some explanation. Maybe Jake had borrowed it and was planning to pay it back. Maybe there was some emergency I didn't know about. By the time I pulled into my driveway, I'd almost convinced myself it was all a misunderstanding. Then I saw Jake's car parked on the street. He was sitting on my front porch, scrolling through his phone, looking completely relaxed. He looked up when I got out of the car and smiled. That same easy smile he'd had since he was a kid. He said, "Hey, Grandpa," asked how my day was going, like it was any other day, like he hadn't just destroyed me. I walked past him and unlocked the door. He followed me inside like he always did, went straight to the kitchen and started making coffee. My coffee, in my house. With money he stole from me, probably paying for the gas to get here. I stood in the doorway, watching him move around my kitchen like he owned the place. He asked if I wanted a cup. I didn't answer, just pulled the bank statements out of my jacket pocket and put them on the kitchen table. He glanced over, saw what they were, and went back to pouring his coffee. Didn't even flinch. I told him I knew what he did. He took a sip of coffee and nodded. Just nodded, like I'd asked him about the weather. I asked him why. He set down his mug and looked at me for the first time since I'd gotten home. There wasn't any shame in his eyes, no guilt, nothing. He said I didn't need the money anyway. Said I was going to die soon, and a nursing home would just take it all. Said he had debts, real problems, and the money was just sitting there doing nothing. He actually used those words, doing nothing. Like 60 years of saving and sacrificing was nothing. I felt something snap inside me. I told him to get out. He didn't move. Started explaining, like I was the one being unreasonable. Said he'd needed the money for investments, for getting his life started. Said the family would have gotten it eventually anyway when I died, so what difference did it make if he took it now? He talked about some business opportunity that fell through, about credit card debt, about how hard it is for his generation. Made it sound like he was the victim. I raised my voice then, told him that money was for my funeral, for medical bills, for making sure I didn't burden anyone when my time came. He rolled his eyes, actually rolled his eyes at me, said I was being dramatic, that funerals don't cost that much, that I should be happy to help him out. That's when I told him to leave and never come back. He got angry then. His whole face changed. He said I'd given him access by being stupid enough to trust him. Said it was my fault for being so naive, for not keeping better track of my own money. Said if I was too senile to manage my finances, then I deserved what happened. I don't remember what else he said. Something about how I never really cared about him, how I always liked his cousins better, how this was payback for some imagined slight from his childhood. He was yelling by the end. I just stood there. Then he grabbed his keys and left, slammed the door so hard a picture fell off the wall. I sat down at the kitchen table after he left. The coffee he'd made was still sitting there, half full. I looked at it for a long time. Then I started crying. I'm not a crier. Didn't cry when I got shot in Korea. Didn't cry when my parents died. Cried at Margaret's funeral, but that was different. That was losing your whole world. This was something else. This was finding out that someone you loved, someone you'd have done anything for, saw you as nothing but an ATM machine. I cried for maybe an hour. Then I was done. I got up, poured out Jake's coffee, and washed the mug. I wasn't going to let him break me. Margaret wouldn't have wanted that. The next morning, I called my lawyer. Ed's been handling my paperwork for 30 years. He's semi-retired now, but he still takes my calls. I told him everything. He was quiet for a long time after I finished. Then he said we needed to move fast. Told me to meet him at his office that afternoon. Ed had me write down everything I could remember. Every time I'd given Jake my bank card. Every paper I'd signed. He made copies of all the bank statements and started making phone calls. By the end of the meeting, he'd frozen what was left in my accounts and set up new ones that only I could access. He asked if I wanted to press charges. I said yes without hesitating. We went to the police station together. The officer who took my report was younger than Jake. He was respectful, but I could tell he was uncomfortable. He asked me multiple times if I was sure I wanted to do this. Said it would mean Jake could go to prison. Said family matters could usually be worked out privately. I told him theft is theft and filled out the report. Ed and I went back to his office and rewrote my will. Took Jake out completely. Ed asked if I wanted to leave him something small, maybe with conditions. I said no, nothing. I left everything to my son and daughter, split evenly, with instructions that none of it was to go to Jake under any circumstances. The phone calls started that evening. Jake's mother called first. She was crying and screaming at the same time. Said I was ruining her son's life over a misunderstanding. Said Jake had admitted he made a mistake and wanted to make it right. I asked her if Jake had told her he stole almost $50,000 from me. She went quiet. Said it couldn't be that much. I told her to ask her son and hung up. My son called next, Jake's dad. He was calmer, but I could hear the strain in his voice. He said he understood I was upset, but asked if pressing charges was really necessary. Said Jake was young and stupid and would pay me back. I asked him where Jake was going to get $50,000. He didn't have an answer. Said maybe we could work out a payment plan. That prison would ruin Jake's whole future. I told him Jake ruined his own future when he decided to forge my signature and drain my life savings. Then the rest of them started calling. Jake's sister saying I was being cruel. My daughter trying to play peacemaker. Jake's friends, who I'd known since they were kids, saying Jake made a mistake, but he's a good person. My neighbor, who Jake had apparently told some sob story to about his mean old grandfather. Everyone had an opinion about what I should do with my own money and my own pain. The only person who didn't call was Jake. He sent one text message. It said I was a spiteful old man and he hoped I died alone. I saved that text, showed it to Ed, showed it to the police, added it to the evidence. Some family members quietly supported me. My daughter eventually came around after I showed her the bank statements. A couple of my old friends from the VFW told me I did the right thing. But most people just stopped calling. Family gatherings got awkward fast. My son still came to visit, but it was tense. His wife wouldn't speak to me. Jake got arrested 2 weeks after I filed the report. My son called me when it happened. Didn't say much. Just told me they'd set bail and that Jake's mother was trying to scrape together the money. I didn't respond. What was there to say? The preliminary hearing was a month later. Jake showed up in a suit, looking like a different person. His lawyer tried to paint me as confused and vindictive. Said Jake had been authorized to access the accounts, that this was a family misunderstanding, blown out of proportion. The judge looked at the forged signatures and the bank statements and wasn't buying it. set a trial date. Jake pleaded guilty 2 days before the trial was supposed to start. His lawyer probably told him they'd lose. The evidence was overwhelming.
By pleading guilty, he could maybe get a lighter sentence.
The judge gave him 3 to 5 years for elder abuse and fraud. Could have been worse. Could have been better. I went to the sentencing, sat in the back of the courtroom. Jake never looked at me once. The judge talked about how elder abuse was a serious crime, how betraying family trust made it even worse. Jake's lawyer argued for leniency. The judge didn't care. When it was over, I walked out of that courtroom and went home. It was done. That was 2 years ago. Jake's serving his time at a facility about an hour from here. I wouldn't know that, except my son mentioned it once, then looked like he regretted saying anything. We don't talk about Jake anymore. It's like this unspoken rule at family gatherings. Everyone tiptoes around it. The bank managed to recover about $8,000. Something about freezing one of Jake's accounts before he could move the money. $8,000 out of $48,000. The rest was just gone. Spent on what? I don't even know. Don't want to know, really. Ed said we could try to sue for restitution, but Jake doesn't have anything. Can't get blood from a stone. I had to make some changes. The funeral fund I'd been so carefully building was basically gone. I've got life insurance that'll cover the basics, but all those little extras I'd planned are off the table. No fancy casket, no big reception, no generous gifts for the grandkids in my will. I'm managing, but it's tighter than I'd like at this age. The hardest part wasn't the money, though. It was losing my family. That sounds dramatic, but it's true. Half of them don't talk to me anymore. Jake's mother won't be in the same room as me. At my son's birthday dinner last year, she sat at the opposite end of the table and left early. My son's caught in the middle, trying to maintain relationships with everyone, and I can see it wearing on him. Jake's sister sends me a Christmas card every year, but nothing else. My daughter still calls weekly, but she's careful about what she says. Nobody mentions Jake's name around me. It's like he died, except he didn't. He's just in prison because of me. That's how they see it anyway. Some people have been supportive. My buddy Frank from the VFW told me he'd have done the same thing. Said family doesn't get a free pass to rob you blind. My neighbor Dorothy brings me soup sometimes and never once made me feel bad about my decision. Ed calls every few months to check in, not even for legal stuff, just to see how I'm doing. Those people keep me sane. But the holidays are rough. Thanksgiving used to be at my house. 30 people crammed into the living room and dining room, kids running around, everyone laughing. Last Thanksgiving was me, my daughter and her husband, and my son. That's it. 5 people at a table that used to seat 12. Nobody said it out loud, but we were all thinking about who wasn't there. Jake's parents hosted their own Thanksgiving. I wasn't invited. Christmas was worse. I've got this tradition where I play Santa and hand out gifts to all the grandkids. Did it for 25 years. Last Christmas, half the grandkids didn't come. Their parents made excuses, but I knew why. I'm the bad guy who sent their cousin to prison. The ones who did come were awkward about it. You could feel the tension. People keep asking if I regret pressing charges. My answer is always the same. I don't. What I regret is that it had to happen at all. I regret trusting someone who didn't deserve it. I regret not paying closer attention to my bank statements. I regret that my grandson turned out to be the kind of person who could look his grandfather in the eye and steal from him without remorse. But I don't regret holding him accountable. If I'd let it slide, what would that have taught him? That he could do whatever he wanted without consequences because we're family? That being related to someone means you get to use and abuse them? No, I wasn't going to teach him that lesson. I've thought a lot about where things went wrong. Was it something I did? Something I didn't do? I keep going back to those fishing trips, trying to figure out when the sweet kid who held my hand crossing the street turned into someone who could betray me like that. Maybe he was always like this and I just didn't see it. Maybe something happened that changed him. I'll probably never know. My health isn't what it used to be. I've got the usual old man problems. Bad knees, high blood pressure, a heart that doesn't work quite right. Doctor says I'm doing well for 83, but we both know that's relative. I could have another 10 years or I could have 10 months. At this age, you just don't know. I've made peace with most of it. The money's gone and I've adjusted. The family situation hurts, but I've learned to live with it. I keep myself busy. Still go to the VFW on Tuesdays. Play cards with Frank and some of the other guys. Dorothy and I watch Jeopardy together a couple times a week. It's a smaller life than I had before, but it's mine. What keeps me up at night is thinking about what happens when Jake gets out. He's eligible for parole in another year, if he behaves himself. 3 years total. That's not much time. I'll probably still be around. Then what? Does he come looking for an apology? Does he want revenge? Does he just pretend I don't exist? Part of me wants him to apologize. Really apologize. Not the fake sorry you caught me kind. I want him to understand what he did, how it affected me, how it broke something that can't be fixed. I want him to be the grandson I thought he was. But I know better than to hope for that. People don't change just because they go to prison. If anything, he probably blames me even more now. Another part of me wants to never see him again. When I think about that smirk on his face in my kitchen, the way he said I didn't need the money anyway, I feel angry all over again.
I don't know if I could be in the same room with him without losing my temper. And at my age, losing your temper can literally kill you. My son asked me a few months ago what I'd do if Jake wanted to reconcile when he got out. I told him I didn't know. He looked disappointed, like he wanted me to say I'd welcome Jake back with open arms. But I can't promise that. I don't know what I'll feel when the time comes. Margaret would know what to do. She was always better at this stuff than me, knew how to balance being tough and being forgiving. I keep thinking about what she'd say. Probably something about forgiveness being for my own peace, not for Jake's benefit. But I'm not there yet. Maybe I'll never be. I've got my will updated, my affairs in order, my funeral paid for with what I could scrape together, plus the life insurance. When I go, I'll go knowing I stood up for myself. That matters to me more than people realize. I spent my whole life being the nice guy, the one who helped out, the one who didn't make waves. Jake thought that meant I was weak, thought I'd just roll over and take it because I loved him. He was wrong. And whatever happens when he gets out, at least he knows that now. I wasn't as weak as he thought. That's my revenge, I guess. Not the prison sentence, not taking him out of the will. Just making sure he knows he underestimated his old grandpa. I still have that text message saved on my phone. The one where he said I was spiteful and hoped I'd die alone. Some days I read it, to remind myself why I did what I did. Other days I think about deleting it, but I can't bring myself to do it. It's proof, I guess. Proof that I made the right choice, even when it was the hardest choice. Jake gets out in a year, maybe less. I'll still be here, probably. Sitting in this house, living my quiet life, wondering if there'll be a knock on my door. I don't know what I'll do if that happens. Ask me again in a year and maybe I'll have an answer.
Didn't expect my own daughter to throw me away like yesterday's trash. I'm a 79-year-old widow, and my daughter Sarah, 46, just tried to throw me out of what she thought was her house. The whole situation still feels surreal when I think about it,
like something you'd see in a bad Lifetime movie. But it happened, and I'm still processing how my own child could look me in the eyes and plan to discard me like I was nothing. My husband passed away 2 years ago. We'd been married for 53 years, and losing him felt like losing half of myself. The house we'd lived in for decades became too much to manage alone. Too many memories, too many rooms, too much emptiness. Sarah suggested I sell it and move in with her. She had a decent-sized place and said it would be easier for both of us. I could help with expenses, she'd have company, and I wouldn't be rattling around in that big empty house by myself. It seemed like a good solution at the time. So I sold the house. The market was good, and it went for more than I expected. I took that money and put most of it away, but I made sure to contribute heavily to Sarah's household. I paid the majority of the bills each month, utilities, internet, even part of her mortgage payment. I bought all the groceries and never complained when she'd bring home expensive organic stuff I'd never even heard of. When she decided she needed new furniture for the living room, I paid for that too. A whole new couch set, a coffee table, end tables, the works. Cost me nearly $4,000, but she was my daughter, and I wanted her to be happy. I wanted us to be happy together. For the first few months, things actually were fine. We'd have dinner together most nights, watch our shows, talk about her work and my doctor's appointments and whatever else came up. It felt good to not be alone. She seemed genuinely glad to have me there, and I thought we were building something nice. A new chapter for both of us.
Everything changed about 8 months ago when Sarah met Derek.
She'd been on those dating apps for a while without much luck, but then Derek came along, and suddenly she was giddy like a teenager. I was happy for her at first. She deserved to find someone after her divorce a few years back. Derek was 42, worked in sales or marketing or something like that, and he had that smooth-talking charm that I immediately didn't trust. But I kept my mouth shut because Sarah seemed excited, and who was I to judge? Derek started staying over more and more. First, it was just weekends, then a couple nights during the week, then basically every night. I tried to give them space and privacy. I'd go to my room early, make myself scarce when they wanted to watch movies together. But I started noticing that Sarah was different around him. She'd get quieter when I walked into a room. She'd cut conversations short. Little things that separately didn't mean much, but together started forming a pattern I didn't like. The first real sign something was wrong was when she forgot to save me dinner. It happened a few times, and each time she'd apologize and say she lost track of portions or thought I'd already eaten. Then she started making plans without telling me. They'd go out to eat, and I'd find out after they'd already left. She stopped asking if I needed anything from the store. She stopped sitting with me to watch our shows. I told myself she was just wrapped up in the honeymoon phase of a new relationship, that things would balance out eventually. Within 3 months, things got worse. Sarah stopped setting a place for me at dinner entirely. She and Derek would eat together in the dining room while I scrounged something up in the kitchen after they were done. When I asked her about it, she got defensive and said they needed their alone time, that I was always hovering. I wasn't hovering. I lived there. I paid for most of the food they were eating. Then came the fridge incident. I went to get some leftovers one afternoon and found she'd put a lock on it. An actual combination lock through the handles. When I asked her what that was about, she said I was eating too much and she needed to control the food budget better. The food budget I was paying for. I almost laughed because it was so absurd, but she was completely serious. She gave me specific times I was allowed to access the fridge. Morning for breakfast, evening for dinner. Like I was a child who couldn't be trusted around food. I started hearing things through the walls. Her bedroom shared a wall with mine, and the insulation in her place wasn't great. One night I heard Derek's voice clearly. He was talking about me, calling me dead weight. Said I was cramping their style, and that Sarah needed to do something about her mother's situation. I waited for Sarah to defend me, to tell him he was out of line. Instead, She laughed. She actually laughed and agreed with him. That's when I knew this wasn't going to get better. This wasn't a phase or a rough patch. My daughter had chosen this man over me, and she was actively trying to push me out of her life. Last Tuesday night, I heard everything. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. I was in bed reading when their voices carried through the wall. They must have thought I was asleep, or maybe they just didn't care anymore. Sarah told Derek she had a plan. She'd looked into assisted living facilities and found one that would take me. Once I was placed there, she could go through my things and sell whatever was valuable. She specifically mentioned the jewelry my husband had given me over the years, said some of the pieces were worth quite a bit, and she could use that money for a down payment on a bigger house for her and Derek. Derek was all for it. Started talking about how they could rent out my room for extra income, maybe $800 or $1,000 a month.
They were literally planning their financial future around getting rid of me and profiting off my belongings.
I lay there in the dark listening to my daughter plot to warehouse me and steal from me, and something cold settled in my chest. Not anger exactly, though that was there too. More like a crystalline clarity. I saw the situation for exactly what it was, and I knew what I had to do. What Sarah didn't know was that I'd already been 3 steps ahead for months. The moment I'd noticed her attitude changing, I'd made a phone call to our family lawyer, and everything that happened next was because I'd learned a long time ago to trust my instincts and protect myself, even from the people I loved most. I need to explain what I'd done months before that conversation. About 5 months ago, right around when Derek became a permanent fixture, I started noticing changes in Sarah. Nothing dramatic at first, just small shifts in how she treated me. She'd sigh when I asked her questions. She'd roll her eyes when I mentioned feeling unwell. There was this impatience in her voice that hadn't been there before, like I was an inconvenience she was barely tolerating. One afternoon, she snapped at me for leaving a coffee cup in the living room. It wasn't even a big deal, just a cup I'd forgotten to bring back to the kitchen. But she went off about how I needed to be more considerate of her space. Her space. In the house I was paying half the bills for. That's when alarm bells started going off in my head. I'd been around long enough to recognize when someone was building a case against you, laying groundwork for something bigger. So I called Robert, our family lawyer. He'd handled my husband's estate and had been a friend for over 20 years. I told him I had concerns about my living situation and wanted to make sure my affairs were protected. He didn't ask too many questions, just told me to come in and we'd review everything. Over the next several weeks, Robert and I quietly restructured my finances. We created an irrevocable trust and moved all my remaining savings and assets into it. My retirement accounts, the money from the house sale that I hadn't spent yet, the stocks my husband had left me. Everything went into that trust, and I specifically excluded Sarah as a beneficiary. It wasn't easy to do that, emotionally. This was my daughter, my only child. But Robert walked me through scenarios, asked me what I thought would happen if things got worse, and I realized I needed to protect myself. The other thing Robert did was review the house purchase situation. When I'd moved in with Sarah, she'd talked about putting the house in her name for estate planning purposes. I'd agreed and thought we'd completed the paperwork. Turns out we hadn't. Sarah had never followed through with filing the proper documents, probably because she got busy or forgot, or just didn't think it mattered. But it mattered, because technically, legally, I was still listed as the owner. I'd been making those mortgage payments directly from my account, and my name was on all the paperwork with the bank. Robert confirmed it. The house was mine, not Sarah's. I didn't tell Sarah any of this. I just went about my days, dealing with the locked fridge and the cold shoulders and Derek's increasingly obvious contempt for my existence. I waited and watched, and sure enough, things escalated exactly like I knew they would. The next morning, after I overheard them planning to dump me in a home, Sarah came to my room around 9. I was already awake, had been since dawn because I couldn't sleep after what I'd heard. She knocked once and came in before I could answer, holding some papers in her hand and a glossy brochure. She sat on the edge of my bed and put on this concerned face that might have fooled me if I hadn't heard her laughing with Derek about selling my jewelry.
She said she and Derek had been talking, and they thought it was time I moved somewhere with professional care. Said I was getting older, and she worried about me being alone during the day while she was at work. The whole speech was clearly rehearsed, probably practiced with Derek the night before. I asked her when she'd been planning this. She had the grace to look slightly uncomfortable but pushed forward anyway. Told me they'd already toured a facility, that it was very nice with activities and medical staff on site. There was an opening next month, and she'd already put down a deposit to hold the spot. A deposit on my future prison, paid for with money I'd probably given her for groceries or utilities. I just sat there listening to her, keeping my face neutral. When she finished her pitch, I told her that before we discussed any moves, we should probably review some paperwork. She looked confused, but agreed. I asked her to give me an hour and said we'd talk in the living room. I called Robert immediately. He'd been expecting something like this and told me he could be there in 45 minutes. True to his word, he showed up with his briefcase and his calm, professional demeanor that I'd always appreciated. Sarah looked nervous when she saw him. Derek had appeared by then too, sitting on the couch like he had any right to be part of this conversation. Robert laid it all out, with documents to back up every word. He showed Sarah the deed to the house with my name on it, explained that I was the legal owner and had been making all the mortgage payments for the past year and a half. Then he presented the trust paperwork, detailing exactly how my assets were protected and managed. He was very clear that Sarah had no claim to any of it and no authority to make decisions about my living arrangements. Sarah's face went through about 5 different colors, first white, then red, then this splotchy purple that would have been funny if the situation wasn't so awful. She started stammering, looking between Robert and me and Derek like she couldn't figure out what had just happened. Derek tried to play it smooth at first, started saying this was all a misunderstanding, that they were just trying to help me, that clearly there had been some miscommunication about their intentions. Robert shut him down immediately, pointing out that eviction notices and facility deposits weren't miscommunications. Derek's whole demeanor changed then. He stood up and said he needed to go, that this was a family matter and he shouldn't be involved. Just like that, he was heading for the door. Sarah called after him, but he didn't stop. We heard his car start up outside, and then he was gone. Never saw him again after that, though I heard later through a mutual acquaintance that he'd moved on to another woman within 2 weeks. That's when Sarah completely fell apart. She started screaming at me, calling me manipulative and cruel. Said I'd been plotting against her this whole time, that I'd betrayed her trust. The irony of her talking about betrayed trust while standing in a house she'd tried to steal from me wasn't lost on anyone in the room. She cried and said I was an ungrateful mother, that she'd opened her home to me and this was how I repaid her. I let her get it all out. When she finally ran out of steam, I spoke quietly and told her the truth. That I'd heard everything they'd said about me. The dead weight comments, the plans to sell my belongings, all of it. I told her the thing that hurt most wasn't that she wanted me gone. It was that she'd never once defended me to Derek. Not once in all those months had she stood up for her own mother. She tried a different approach then, switching to tears and apologies. Blamed Derek for everything. Said he'd been the one pushing her to be cruel, that she'd just gotten caught up in the relationship and made mistakes. Said she loved me and we could work this out if I'd just give her another chance. But I was done. I'd already made up my mind the night before when I heard them laughing about their plans. I told Sarah I'd be moving out by the end of the week and that the house would be going on the market. Robert had already contacted a realtor that morning. Sarah would need to find somewhere else to live within 30 days. I packed my things that evening while Sarah locked herself in her room.
Robert helped me arrange temporary housing at a hotel while I figured out my next steps. When I left 2 days later, Sarah wouldn't come out to say goodbye. Within 2 weeks, everything was settled. The house sold faster than I expected. Apparently, the market was even better than when I'd sold my original home. Robert handled all the paperwork and made sure Sarah was out before closing. I didn't ask where she went, and she didn't tell me. We communicated only through Robert during those final days, which was probably for the best. I used part of the money from the sale to move into Riverside Gardens, an assisted living community about 20 minutes from where Sarah's house had been. I'd toured 3 different places, and this one felt right immediately. It wasn't one of those depressing, institutional places you see in movies. I had my own apartment, a studio with a little kitchenette, a private bathroom, and enough space for my furniture and belongings. There was a main dining room if I wanted company during meals, but I could cook in my own place too. They had activities like book clubs and exercise classes, movie nights and day trips to local attractions. Medical staff on site if I needed them, but no one hovering over me like I was helpless. The best part was the people. I'd been so isolated at Sarah's house toward the end, eating alone and hiding in my room to avoid Derek's contempt. Here, I made friends almost immediately. There was Margaret down the hall who'd been a teacher for 40 years and had a wicked sense of humor. Linda and Patricia, who played cards every Thursday and invited me to join. Even a gentleman named Howard, who'd lost his wife around the same time I'd lost my husband. And we'd have coffee sometimes and talk about how strange it was to navigate the world alone after so many years of partnership. I gave Sarah's contact information to the front desk and security with very specific instructions. She was not permitted to visit under any circumstances. If she showed up, they were to call me first, and I would decide whether to see her. I knew it sounded harsh, but I needed space and boundaries. I needed to feel safe, and I couldn't feel safe wondering if she'd show up to manipulate me or try to get access to money. Life improved so much after I moved. I joined the book club and discovered I actually enjoyed discussing novels with other people. Started doing chair yoga twice a week, which helped with my back pain more than I expected. Made plans to visit my cousin in Arizona once the weather cooled down. I felt lighter than I had in over a year, like I'd been carrying a weight I hadn't fully realized was there until it was gone. My nephew called a few times to check on me. He'd heard through the family grapevine what had happened with Sarah, though I never went into detail about it. He said other relatives had been reaching out to Sarah, and she'd been telling people I'd abandoned her and stolen her house. Some of them believed her version at first, but enough people knew the real story that her narrative didn't hold up. My sister's kids stopped returning her calls after they heard she'd locked her own mother out of the refrigerator. Family gatherings were going to be awkward for a while, but that wasn't my problem to solve. Last week, 3 months after I'd moved out, Sarah called. My number hadn't changed, and apparently she'd finally worked up the courage to reach out. I almost didn't answer when I saw her name on the screen, but curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to know what she could possibly have to say after everything that had happened. She was crying before she even got through hello. Started talking fast, words tumbling over each other about how Derek had left her. Apparently he'd found someone younger, a woman in her 30s who worked at his company. He'd moved in with her and blocked Sarah's number. Sarah had been so sure he was the one, so convinced they were building a future together. And now she was alone. But that wasn't why she was really calling. She told me she was behind on rent for her new apartment. Without my financial contributions and without Derek splitting costs, she couldn't afford to live on her own. She'd burned through her savings trying to maintain the lifestyle she'd gotten used to. She'd already asked her friends for loans, and they'd all said no. She was facing eviction in 2 weeks if she couldn't come up with 3 months of back rent plus late fees. She apologized, said she'd made terrible mistakes and had been a horrible daughter. Said she understood if I hated her, but she was desperate, and I was the only person left who might help.
She promised she'd pay me back, that she'd learned her lesson, that things would be different if I'd just give her one more chance. I listened to the whole thing without interrupting, let her cry and beg and make her case. When she finally stopped talking, there was this long silence where I could hear her breathing on the other end, waiting for my response. I asked her if she remembered locking the refrigerator. She started to say something about Derek's influence, but I cut her off. Asked if she remembered laughing when he called me dead weight. Asked if she remembered planning to sell my jewelry while warehousing me in a facility. She went quiet then. Couldn't deny any of it because we both knew it was true. Then I told her as gently as I could that I'd already given her everything once. A home, financial security, my love and trust and presence, and she'd sold it all for a man who didn't even stick around. I wasn't going to fund her life anymore. Wasn't going to be her safety net after she'd tried to throw me away. She started crying harder, begging, saying I was her mother, and didn't I love her anymore. I told her I'd always love her, but that didn't mean I was going to let her use me. Then I hung up. Blocked her number about an hour later when she tried calling back twice. I thought I'd feel guilty or sad after that conversation, but mostly I just felt tired. And then later, after I'd had dinner and was sitting with Margaret watching some game show, I felt something like peace. Not happiness exactly, but an absence of that constant anxiety I'd been carrying around for so long. It's been a week since that phone call. I had coffee with Howard this morning and we talked about the books we're reading. Later I'm going to that chair yoga class and then movie night in the community room. Tomorrow, Linda and Patricia want me to join them for a day trip to some gardens about an hour away. My life is full and quiet, and mine. Sometimes revenge doesn't need fire or fury, just silence, and the satisfaction of watching someone realize what they threw away. Though I'll admit, some days I wonder if Sarah ever really understood what she lost, or if she just misses the money and the safety net I provided. I think about reaching out sometimes, usually late at night, when the memories get too heavy. But then I remember her laugh when Derek called me dead weight. Remember the sound of her voice planning to sell my belongings, and I know I made the right choice. Some bridges burn themselves, and maybe that's for the best.
Shattered trust.
I'm a 78-year-old grandfather, and I thought I raised my family better than this. When my wife passed away 2 years ago, I updated my will. My plan was simple: leave everything to my only grandson, Liam. The house, my savings, and the farmland that's been in my family for 4 generations. Everything would go to him. My 2 daughters were furious when they found out, but I had my reasons. They'd spent years arguing about who deserved more of my money, calling me up only when they needed something, always competing with each other over who was the better daughter. It was exhausting. Liam was different, or at least I thought he was. He's 23, fresh out of college, and he visited me every week. He'd mow my lawn without being asked, drive me to doctor appointments, help me fix things around the house. We'd sit on the porch and talk about everything: his job, his girlfriend, his plans for the future. He never once brought up money or inheritance, never asked for a dime. That's why I chose him. He was the only one who seemed to care about me as a person, not as a bank account waiting to be emptied. A few months ago, everything changed. I had a health scare, nothing fatal, but serious enough that I ended up in the hospital for a week. Suddenly, my daughters were everywhere. They showed up at the hospital with flowers and concerned faces, something I hadn't seen from them in years. They started talking about helping me manage my affairs, insisting I needed their support. They even brought some expensive lawyer around, someone they'd apparently hired to help me organize my estate. I told them no. Something about the whole thing felt wrong. That's when I heard it. I was supposed to be resting upstairs one afternoon. My daughters had come over with Liam, and I'd told them I was going to take a nap. But I couldn't sleep, so I got up to get some water. As I walked toward the stairs, I heard their voices coming from the living room. They thought I was out of earshot. My oldest daughter was talking to Liam. She said it clearly, no hesitation in her voice. Keep Grandpa happy. Be the favorite. Get everything in the will, and we'll split it once he's gone. I froze at the top of the stairs. Liam didn't argue. He didn't defend me or tell them they were being horrible. He just asked what his cut would be. They worked out the math right there. 1/3 each, easy split. My younger daughter even laughed and said I was making this too easy for them by putting everything in Liam's name. They just had to wait me out. They were waiting for me to die so they could cash out my life. I stood there for what felt like an hour but was probably only a minute. Then I quietly walked back to my room and closed the door. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just sat on the edge of my bed and stared at the wall, trying to process what I'd just heard. The people I loved most in this world were counting down the days until my funeral, so they could divide up my belongings like I was already gone. I didn't confront them. I went back downstairs 20 minutes later and acted like nothing had happened. Liam gave me a hug goodbye. My daughters kissed my cheek and told me they'd check on me soon. I smiled and thanked them for coming. But I'd already made my decision. If they wanted to play this game, I was going to make sure I won. The next morning, I called a lawyer. Not the one my daughters had tried to push on me, but someone I'd known for years through my wife's family. I told him everything I'd overheard and what I wanted to do. He didn't judge me or try to talk me out of it. He just listened and then helped me make it happen. First, the farmland. It had been in my family since my great-grandfather bought it in 1903. I'd always imagined it staying in the family, being passed down to Liam and eventually his kids. But that dream died the moment I heard him agree to their plan. I donated all 160 acres to a non-profit that helps young farmers get started. My great-grandfather would have approved of that more than watching his land get sold off and split 3 ways by people who'd never worked a day on it. The savings came next. I had a decent amount put away. Not rich by any means, but enough that they'd been salivating over it. I established a trust for the children's hospital 2 towns over. My wife had volunteered there for years before she got sick. It felt right. The house was harder. I'd lived there for 43 years, raised my daughters there, celebrated holidays there, watched my wife take her last breaths in our bedroom upstairs. But I couldn't let them have it. I put it on the market and it sold within a month. The entire proceeds went to the hospice that had taken care of my wife during her final weeks. Those nurses had shown us more compassion in 6 weeks than my own daughters had shown me in years. For each of them, I left exactly $1. My lawyer suggested it. Apparently leaving them nothing at all could be contested, but leaving them something specific, no matter how small, showed clear intent. $1 each. That's what their betrayal earned them. The whole process took about 2 months to finalize. During that time, they kept up the act. My daughters called regularly to check on me, their voices dripping with fake concern. Liam still came by every week, still helped with the lawn, still sat on the porch with me like we were best friends. I watched him laugh at my jokes and ask about my day, knowing the entire time he was counting down until I died. It was torture, but I didn't break. I played along. I thanked them for their visits. I told Liam how much his help meant to me. I even mentioned the will once or twice, just to keep them hooked. The look in their eyes when I brought it up, that eager, greedy spark, made it easier to go through with everything. Last weekend, They all came over together. My daughters claimed they wanted to take me out to dinner, but I know they were really checking on how much time I had left. I told them I wasn't feeling up to going out, so we just sat in the living room. That's when I handed them each a sealed envelope. I told them I'd updated some paperwork and wanted them to have copies. They opened them right there, probably expecting to see their names listed as backup executors or something that confirmed their scheme was still on track. Liam went pale first. The paper actually shook in his hands. Then my daughters started reading their copies, and the screaming began. They yelled over each other, demanding to know what I'd done, accusing each other of screwing up the plan somehow, then turning on me. I let them finish. Then I said, "You were all so worried about what you'd get after I died. I thought I'd relieve you of the burden." They left in a rage. My oldest daughter threw her envelope at me before storming out. My youngest just kept screaming that I was a selfish old man who'd lost his mind. Liam didn't say anything at all. He just stared at me with this look I'd never seen before, somewhere between shock and hatred, then walked out behind them. The door slammed so hard it rattled the pictures on the wall. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't heard from any of them since. No calls, no texts, no angry voicemails, nothing. It's like they've erased me from their lives completely, which is almost funny, considering they were the ones trying to erase me first. They just wanted to wait until I was dead to do it. Does it hurt? Yes. I won't pretend it doesn't. These are my daughters. I changed their diapers, taught them to ride bikes, walked them down the aisle at their weddings. And my grandson, I was there the day he was born. I held him when he was 10 minutes old. You don't just stop loving people because they betray you. The love doesn't switch off like a light. It just sits there in your chest, aching. But do I feel guilty about what I did? Not even a little bit. I've had a lot of time to think these past few weeks. I sold the house, so I'm renting a small apartment now. It's quiet. Too quiet, sometimes. I sit here and think about my wife and what she would say about all this. Part of me thinks she'd be heartbroken. She always believed family was everything, that you forgive and move forward, no matter what. But another part of me thinks she'd understand. She saw how our daughters treated us toward the end. She heard the arguments about money, the passive-aggressive comments about who'd get what. She just never said much about it because she didn't want to cause more problems. The organizations I donated to have been incredible. The farming nonprofit sent me a letter last week thanking me and telling me about a young couple who'll be able to start their own operation because of the land. The Children's Hospital called to say they're naming a playroom after my wife. That meant more to me than anything my family ever said. I think about whether they'll ever reach out, whether Liam will show up one day with an apology, or if my daughters will eventually cool down and try to reconcile. I don't know what I'd say if they did. The trust is gone. You can't unhear the things I heard. You can't unknow that the people you loved most saw you as nothing but a payday. Some days I wonder if I went too far, if I should have confronted them first, given them a chance to explain or apologize before I burned everything down. But then I remember that they had months to come clean. Months where Liam sat on my porch and lied to my face. Months where my daughters pretended to care while secretly counting my money. They made their choice. I just made sure there were consequences for it. I'm not sure if what I did was right or wrong. Maybe it was both. Maybe it was neither. All I know is that I'd rather spend my final years alone and honest than surrounded by people who are just waiting for me to die. They thought I was too old to notice their greed, but I made sure they paid for it. I'm Robert, 82, and I've spent most of my life being the quiet one in the room, the type who listens more than he speaks. My wife Margaret and I worked 47 years to build what we had. Nothing fancy, just a small house on decent land and some savings we'd tucked away. We were careful people. We didn't throw money around, didn't take extravagant vacations, didn't buy things we didn't need. Everything we had, we earned. Margaret passed away 8 months ago. Lung cancer. She fought it for 2 years, but in the end, it took her anyway. The house felt different after she was gone. Quieter. Emptier. I'd catch myself setting 2 plates out for dinner, or brewing too much coffee in the morning. Those first few months were the hardest I've ever lived through. My son David is 54, and his wife Carol is 51. After Margaret's funeral, they started showing up at my door more often. First it was once a month, then weekly, then twice a week. I'm not going to lie, at first I thought it was nice. I thought maybe losing their mother had reminded them that I wouldn't be around forever either. Maybe they were finally realizing how short life really is. David would bring groceries sometimes. Carol would clean the kitchen while we talked. They'd ask how I was doing, if I needed anything, if the house was too much for me to handle alone. I appreciated it, or at least I thought I did. Then the questions started changing. David kept bringing up my will. He'd slip it into conversation casually, like he was just making sure I had my affairs in order. Had I updated it since Mom died? Did I have everything documented properly? What about the land? Did I have the deed somewhere safe? He said he was worried about me, that these things were important to handle while I still had a clear mind. That last part should have been my first clue. Carol started mentioning how difficult it must be to manage finances alone. She said her father had struggled with bills after her mother died, that he'd gotten confused and missed payments. She said it with this concerned look on her face, like she was genuinely worried about me. I told her I was managing fine, that I'd been paying bills for 60 years and hadn't forgotten how yet. But they kept pushing. David suggested adding their names to my accounts, just in case something happened to me. He said it would make things easier, that they could help if I ever got sick or needed someone to handle things. He made it sound reasonable. Responsible, even. I was hesitant, but he wore me down. He's my son. You want to trust your own son, don't you? So I added his name to my main checking account. He said it was just for emergencies, that he wouldn't touch anything unless I needed help. I told myself I was being paranoid when I started feeling uneasy about their visits. They'd ask to look at my paperwork, offer to organize my files, suggest I let them handle the confusing parts of modern banking. David said online banking was too complicated for someone my age, that I might accidentally send money to the wrong place or fall for a scam. He set up automatic payments for my utilities and said he'd monitor everything to make sure nothing went wrong. I should have seen it then. But when you're grieving and alone, you want to believe that people care. You want to believe your family has your best interests at heart. This all came crashing down last October. My property tax payment was due, and I needed to transfer money from my checking account to pay it. I logged into my online banking. Yes, I know how to use a computer, despite what David thought. And I stared at the screen for a full minute before I could process what I was seeing. The account should have had around $43,000 in it. It was money Margaret and I had saved over the years, money we'd planned to leave to our grandchildren for college, money I needed to live on for however many years I had left. The balance showed $2,800. I checked the account number 3 times. I logged out and logged back in. I even called the bank to make sure there wasn't some kind of error with their system. There wasn't. The money was just gone. My hands were shaking when I started looking through the transaction history, withdrawals going back 6 months. Some for $500, some for $2,000. Always just under the amounts that would trigger fraud alerts. Always labeled as transfers or bill payments, but I didn't recognize any of them. 23 separate withdrawals. I counted them twice. Over $40,000, gone. I sat at my kitchen table for an hour, just staring at those statements. Margaret's chair across from me was empty. I remember thinking how glad I was that she wasn't here to see this, and then feeling guilty for thinking it. I called David. He answered on the third ring, sounding cheerful. I told him I was looking at my bank account and asked if he knew anything about the missing money. There was a pause. Then he said, "Oh, he'd moved some things around." He said it casually, like he was talking about rearranging furniture. He told me not to worry about it, that he was handling some expenses for me. I asked him what expenses. I told him I hadn't authorized any withdrawals. That's when his tone changed. He said I probably just forgot, that we'd discussed it, and I'd agreed. He said I was getting older, that it was natural to forget conversations. He suggested that maybe I should think about whether I was really capable of managing my own finances anymore. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. He was gaslighting me. My own son was stealing from me and then trying to make me think I was losing my mind. I told him I didn't forget anything. He got defensive, said he was just trying to help, that I was being ungrateful. Then he said he had to go and hung up. I sat there with the phone in my hand for a long time after that. The house was completely silent except for the clock ticking in the hallway. That clock was a wedding gift from Margaret's parents. 54 years it's been ticking. I didn't sleep that night. I kept going over every conversation, every visit, every time I'd let David handle something because it seemed easier. He'd been planning this, probably since Margaret's funeral, maybe even before. He saw an old man living alone and thought I'd be easy to take advantage of. They thought my age made me powerless. They thought I wouldn't notice, or that if I did, I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But by the time the sun came up that morning, I knew exactly what I was going to do. I wasn't going to yell or cause a scene. I wasn't going to beg my son to give me back my own money. I was going to be quiet about it, patient. I'd let them think they'd won. And then I'd make sure they paid for every dollar they took. The morning after I discovered the missing money, I made myself breakfast like I always do. Toast with butter, black coffee, half a grapefruit. I sat at the kitchen table and went through 6 months of bank statements that I'd printed out. I needed to see it all laid out in front of me. Needed to understand exactly what David had done. 23 withdrawals over 6 months. The earliest one was dated 3 weeks after Margaret's funeral. That hit me harder than I expected. He'd waited until his mother was barely cold in the ground before he started stealing from me. Some withdrawals were $500, labeled as utility payments that I'd already paid myself. Some were $2,000, marked as home repairs I never authorized. One was $3,500 for what he'd called a property tax installment, except I pay my property tax in one lump sum every year, and always have. He'd been careful to keep each transaction under $5,000. I learned later that's the amount that triggers automatic fraud alerts at most banks. The total came to $40,200. Money that Margaret and I had saved over decades. Money that was supposed to keep me comfortable for whatever years I had left. I spent that whole day going through papers. David had gotten me to sign a power of attorney form about 4 months ago. He'd said it was just for emergencies, in case I ever ended up in the hospital and couldn't make decisions. He'd presented it like it was something responsible people did. I'd signed it because he was my son, and I trusted him. That's how he'd been able to access my accounts. That's how he'd forged my signature on withdrawal slips. The power of attorney was supposed to be for medical emergencies and end-of-life decisions, not for draining my savings account. 2 days after I called him about the money, David showed up at my house unannounced. Carol was with him. They both had these serious, concerned expressions on their faces, like they were about to deliver bad news. David said we needed to talk about my memory issues. He said he'd been noticing signs for months now. Repeated questions, forgotten conversations, confusion about dates and finances. Carol nodded along, backing him up.
She mentioned how I'd seemed disoriented at Margaret's funeral, how I'd asked her the same question twice at Thanksgiving. I just listened. I didn't argue. I let them talk. They said maybe it was time to think about assisted living, somewhere with staff who could help me, make sure I took my medications, handle my meals and bills. David said the house was too much for me to maintain alone. He suggested selling it, using the money to pay for a nice facility. He actually used the word nice, like I was supposed to be grateful. Then he said the thing that told me everything I needed to know. He said I was 82 years old, that I needed to face reality. He said I couldn't do this alone anymore, that it was time to let them handle everything. I nodded. I even apologized for forgetting things. I watched David's face relax, saw the satisfaction in his eyes. He thought he'd won. He thought I was too old and confused to fight back. After they left, I sat in Margaret's chair for the first time since she died. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I needed to feel close to her. Maybe I needed her strength. Over the next 3 weeks, I played the part perfectly. When David visited, I acted more forgetful. I'd ask him the same question twice in one conversation. I'd pretend to be confused about what day it was. I'd mention paying bills that I'd already paid, just to see him exchange glances with Carol. They ate it up. I could see them getting more confident, more comfortable with their plan. David started talking about putting the house on the market in the spring. Carol brought brochures for assisted living facilities. They were already spending my money in their heads. But while I was playing the confused old man for them, I was doing something else entirely. I have a lawyer, Tom Chen. He's about my age, someone I've known since he started his practice 40 years ago. David doesn't know about Tom. We never needed much legal help over the years, so his name never came up in family conversations. I called Tom the week after I found out about the money. I brought him all my bank statements, the power of attorney document, everything. We sat in his office for 2 hours going through it all. Tom told me what David had done was called elder financial abuse. He said it was more common than people realize, that family members are actually the most frequent perpetrators. He said I could press criminal charges if I wanted to, that the evidence was clear enough for prosecution. I thought about it. I really did. But Tom said criminal cases take time, and there was no guarantee I'd get my money back even if David was convicted. He suggested a different approach. Handle it civilly. Cut him out completely and make sure he never got the chance to take anything else. I spent the next week thinking about who should get what I had left. My daughter died in a car accident when she was 19. That was 43 years ago, and it still hurts to think about. David was my only remaining child, but I had other family. My niece Sarah is 48. She's my late brother's daughter. I need to explain about Sarah because she's important to this story. Sarah started visiting me and Margaret about 10 years ago. Every Sunday she'd drive over and we'd have dinner together. She'd bring wine or dessert, and we'd cook Margaret's recipes and talk for hours. She never asked us for anything. She never hinted about inheritance or money. She just genuinely enjoyed spending time with us. After Margaret got sick, Sarah came more often. She'd sit with Margaret during her chemo appointments. She'd bring soup and books and just keep her company. When Margaret died, Sarah was at the hospital with us. She held Margaret's hand and cried like she was losing her own mother. And here's the thing. Sarah kept visiting after the funeral. Every Sunday, like clockwork, she'd show up with groceries and we'd cook together. We'd look through old photos and share memories of Margaret. She never once asked about my will or my finances. She treated me like a person, not like an inheritance waiting to happen. The contrast with David couldn't have been clearer. I met with Tom again in mid-November. I told him I wanted to change my will. Everything would go to Sarah, the house, the land, what was left of the savings. David would get exactly $1. Tom tried to talk me out of that part. He said it would make the will easier to contest if I just left David out entirely. But I insisted on the dollar. I wanted David to know it was intentional. I wanted him to understand that I hadn't forgotten about him. I'd specifically chosen to give him nothing. Tom drew up the new will. We also prepared a letter to go with David's inheritance. I wrote it myself, kept it short. It said exactly what I wanted him to know. The whole thing was finalized by early December. Everything was in place. Sarah didn't know. I hadn't told her anything. I figured she'd find out when the time came. Now I just needed to set the trap. I called David in mid-December and told him I'd been thinking about what he said. I told him he was right, that I couldn't handle everything on my own anymore. I said I'd updated my will, and I wanted him to see it, wanted to make sure everything was in order. He showed up the next day. I've never seen him move that fast for anything. I had papers ready for him. They weren't the real will, just some documents Tom had prepared that made it look like David was inheriting everything. The house, the land, the remaining bank accounts, all of it going to him and Carol. David read through those papers with this grin on his face. He tried to hide it, tried to look somber and responsible, but I could see it. He thought he'd gotten away with it. He thought he'd successfully manipulated his elderly father into handing everything over. He told me I'd made the right decision. He said he'd take good care of everything, that I didn't need to worry anymore. I just nodded and smiled. 6 months have passed since I showed David those fake papers. I'm still here, still living in my house, still waking up every morning and making my coffee the same way I have for 60 years. I'm still kicking, as they say. The dynamic with David changed after he thought everything was settled. He visits maybe once a month now, and the visits are shorter. He doesn't ask about my finances anymore. He doesn't offer to help with paperwork or suggest I need assisted living. He thinks it's handled. He thinks he just needs to wait me out. Carol stopped coming entirely. I haven't seen her since January. I guess she figured her job was done, that there was no point in pretending to care anymore. Sarah still comes every Sunday. Last week we made Margaret's pot roast, the one with the carrots and potatoes that cook down until they're almost falling apart. Sarah brought red wine, and we sat at the kitchen table for 3 hours, just talking. She told me about her job, about her daughter who's applying to colleges, about nothing and everything. She's never once asked about the will. She doesn't know she's in it. Sometimes I think about telling her, but I haven't decided if that's the right thing to do. Maybe it's better if it's a surprise. Maybe she'd feel weird knowing, like it would change something between us. I've been thinking a lot about what comes next. I could wait until I die naturally, let David find out about the real will when Tom reads it to him. There's something poetic about that, about him spending years thinking he's won, only to discover the truth when it's too late to do anything about it. But I'm also 82 years old, and I'm tired. Part of me wants to see his face when he finds out. Part of me wants the satisfaction of watching his world crumble while I'm still here to witness it. Last week, I made my decision. I invited David over for lunch. Just him, not Carol. I told him there was something important we needed to discuss. He showed up looking concerned, probably worried that I was about to tell him I needed to go to the hospital, or that I'd changed my mind about the will. I made sandwiches, and we sat at the kitchen table, the same table where I'd discovered his theft all those months ago. I pulled out a folder. Inside was the real will, the one Tom had drawn up. I also had the letter I'd written, the one that was supposed to go with David's $1 inheritance. I slid them across the table to him. He picked up the will first, started reading through it casually. Then I watched his expression change. Confusion first,
then disbelief, then something darker. His face went red, then pale, then red again. He looked up at me and asked what this was supposed to be. His voice was tight, controlled. I could see him trying not to explode. I told him it was my actual will. The real one. I said the papers I'd shown him in December were fake, that I'd wanted to see his reaction when he thought he was getting everything. He stood up so fast his chair fell over backward. He said I couldn't do this, that I'd promised him everything, that he'd been taking care of me. That last part almost made me laugh. Taking care of me by stealing $40,000. I stayed calm. I told him I knew about the money. I told him I'd known since October, that I'd been playing along this whole time. I said I had 6 months of bank statements showing every withdrawal he'd made, and that my lawyer had already documented everything. Then I told him I'd also filed a police report. That part wasn't entirely true yet, but Tom and I had discussed it. We had all the evidence ready to go if David tried to contest the will or cause problems. David's face went through about 5 different expressions in 10 seconds. Anger, fear, calculation, more anger. He said I was a senile old man, that no one would believe me. He said he'd fight this in court, that he'd prove I wasn't mentally competent to change my will. I just looked at him. I told him that Tom had already documented my mental competency with 2 different doctors. I had written statements, cognitive tests, the whole thing. I said if he wanted to drag this through court, he was welcome to try, but it wouldn't end well for him. He grabbed the letter, the one that was supposed to go with his inheritance. He read it right there in front of me. His hands were shaking. The letter said exactly what I'd written months ago, that he'd taught me what greed looks like, that I hoped he'd spend his $1 wisely, since it was worth more than the love he'd given me. I'd added one more line that wasn't in the original version. It said the $40,000 he stole would be the most expensive inheritance he never received. David threw the letter back on the table. He called me ungrateful. He said everything he'd done was to help me, to protect me from myself. He said I was going to die alone and miserable, and that he hoped I was happy with my decision. Then he left. He slammed the door so hard that Margaret's china cabinet rattled. I heard his car peel out of the driveway. I sat at the table for a while after he was gone. The house was quiet again. I picked up the letter and read it one more time, then put everything back in the folder. I'd be lying if I said I felt nothing. He's still my son. There's still a part of me that remembers teaching him to ride a bike, helping him with homework, walking him down the aisle at his wedding. But those memories feel like they belong to someone else now, some other version of David that doesn't exist anymore. Sarah came over that Sunday like always. She could tell something was wrong, asked if I was okay. I told her I'd had a disagreement with David, but that it would be fine. She didn't push for details. She just made dinner and we talked about other things. I haven't heard from David in 2 weeks now. No calls, no visits, nothing. I don't know if he's planning something or if he's finally given up. Tom says David could still try to contest the will when I die, but that the evidence of elder abuse makes it nearly impossible for him to win. The $40,000 is probably gone forever. Tom says we could pursue it civilly, try to get a judgment against David, but at my age the stress might not be worth it. I haven't decided yet. Part of me thinks the money doesn't matter anymore. I took away something worth a lot more than $40,000. I took away his inheritance, his expectations, his future plans. But there's another part of me that thinks he should have to pay it back. That justice shouldn't just be about what happens after I die, but about making things right now. I've been sleeping better lately, though. The house doesn't feel as empty as it did right after Margaret passed. Sarah brought over some of her mother's old recipes last week, things my brother's wife used to make. We're going to try cooking them together next Sunday. My land still has the same oak trees Margaret and I planted 30 years ago. My house still smells like coffee in the morning, and pot roast on Sundays. And I know that when I'm gone, it'll go to someone who actually values it for more than its dollar amount. Revenge doesn't always have to be loud or immediate. Sometimes it's just the quiet satisfaction of knowing that justice came with your own signature on a piece of paper. Sometimes it's knowing that the person who tried to take advantage of you will spend years realizing what they lost. They thought being old meant being powerless. They forgot that age also means patience, and patience is what lets you wait for exactly the right moment to strike back. I'm 82 years old. I made my decision. Whatever happens next, whether David accepts it or fights it, whether he ever apologizes or spends the rest of his life angry, doesn't really matter anymore. I did what I had to do. The rest is just watching it all play out.
They thought I'd forgotten everything, but I remembered every betrayal. I'm a 79-year-old grandfather, and for the past 3 years, my family has been treating me like I'm already dead, just waiting for the paperwork to make it official. My oldest son, Mark, is 52, and he's been managing my finances since I had a mild stroke 3 years back. His wife, Linda, who used to be a visiting nurse, handles my medications. My 3 grandkids, Jason, Sarah, and Michael, only show up on holidays or when they need money. Everyone thought the old man was slipping away, losing his marbles bit by bit. Here's the thing, though. I wasn't. The stroke was mild. I recovered fine. But I learned pretty quickly that playing along had its advantages. People say things around you when they think you can't understand or won't remember. So I stayed quiet and listened. I need to give you some context here. My wife Margaret died 5 years ago from cancer. We'd been married for 54 years. After she passed, I noticed the family changing, but I figured it was grief. We were all processing loss differently. I built this house back in 1978 with my own hands, every board, every nail. Margaret picked out the kitchen tiles, the paint colors. Mark grew up in this house. I'm also a Vietnam vet, and the Army taught me patience and strategy. Those lessons came back to me when I needed them most. About 6 months ago, everything changed. It was late evening, and I was sitting in my chair in the living room. Mark and Linda thought I'd fallen asleep. I hadn't. I heard Mark say to Linda that once I finally kicked the bucket, they'd sell the house and get that beach house in Charleston. 3 bedrooms, ocean view. He'd already talked to a realtor. Linda asked how much longer I had, said I was getting worse every day. Mark said it could be months or a year, but the house alone was worth $800K, plus whatever was left in my accounts. I just sat there, eyes closed, listening to my son plan my funeral before I was dead. That night, I remembered something my drill sergeant told me back in '68. He said the loudest guy in the firefight usually dies first, the quiet one who watches and waits. He's the one who makes it home. I decided right then that I wasn't going to confront them. I was going to watch, listen, and learn exactly who my family really was. Over the next 2 weeks, I started forgetting things on purpose. I hid my wallet and pretended I'd misplaced it. I forgot Mark's birthday lunch even though I'd remembered it fine. When the grandkids called asking for money, I'd mix up their names. I watched their reactions carefully. They weren't concerned. They were relieved. Mark told Linda it was getting worse faster than he thought, that maybe they should start looking at facilities. About a month into my little experiment, I discovered something worse. I have an old Army buddy, Walter. He's 81 and used to be an accountant. I had him secretly check my bank statements. Turns out Mark had been skimming money, $15,000 over the past year, all labeled as medical expenses and home care. I never received any special home care. That's when I knew this wasn't just about waiting for me to die. They were stealing from me while I was still breathing. I met with Walter at the VA hospital, or at least that's what I told Mark.
Really, I met with a lawyer Walter trusted, Robert Chen, whose father served with us. I told Robert I needed help, and I needed everything kept quiet. I wasn't angry anymore. I was tactical. This was a mission. The evidence kept piling up over the next 2 months. My oldest grandkid, Jason, called asking for $5,000 for car repairs. I saw on Facebook later he was planning a Vegas trip. Sarah visited once in 3 months, stayed 20 minutes, talked the whole time about needing help with rent. Michael didn't even pretend, just sent texts asking for money directly. Mark kept bringing up better care facilities in conversation.
Linda started suggesting I sell some furniture because I didn't need all this space.
The only person who gave a damn was Emily. She's my late wife's sister's granddaughter, 31 years old, works as a nurse and raises her 4-year-old daughter Sophie alone. Emily showed up one Tuesday with groceries, completely unannounced. We talked about my time in the army, and she actually listened. She asked questions about Margaret. She was struggling financially, working 2 jobs, but she never once asked me for money. She reminded me of Margaret. Same kindness, same strength. Emily visited every week after that. Brought Sophie with her. Those were the only visits I looked forward to. 3 months after I'd overheard that conversation about the beach house, Mark called a family meeting. Everyone showed up. Mark, Linda, all 3 grandkids. First time they'd all been together in over a year. Mark said they'd been talking and thought it was time I had more support. Professional care. He had brochures for some place called Sunset Village Assisted Living. I played confused. Asked if it was really necessary. Mark said I was forgetting things, that I'd left the stove on last week and they were worried. I never left the stove on. Linda must have done that to build their case. I told them I'd think about it. After they left, I called Robert Chen. I said it was time to move everything into the trust, and I wanted it done tomorrow. They thought they were moving me into a facility. They had no idea I was about to move their entire inheritance out of reach. Over the next 6 weeks, I did something my family never thought I was capable of anymore. I planned. Robert helped me set up an irrevocable trust. The house got transferred to it. My savings moved into a trust account. I left a small checking account in my name with $12,000, just enough to look real. Changed my life insurance beneficiary, too. Everything going to Emily, though she had no idea. Total value was over $1 million. Mark thought he was getting a beach house. He was getting nothing. I kept playing the confused old man. Mark got more aggressive about the facility. Walter did some investigating for me and found out the truth about Sunset Village. It wasn't the place from the brochure at all. It was Riverside County Care, a government-assisted facility that was overcrowded and understaffed. Mark chose it because it was cheap. He wanted to pocket the difference. They weren't just stealing my money. They were planning to dump me in a warehouse and forget about me. Mark insisted on a tour. He took me to Riverside County Care, not Sunset Village. I saw the overcrowded rooms, smelled the neglect, watched residents parked in hallways with nobody checking on them. Staff looked overworked and indifferent. Mark gave me his pitch about how nice it was, how they could handle all my medications and memory issues. I signed the admission papers right there. Mark looked so relieved he almost celebrated. I signed those papers with a smile. Mark thought he'd won. He had no idea the game was already over. I had 2 weeks between signing those facility papers and my scheduled move-in date. Robert Chen and I finalized everything during that time. The trust was locked and irrevocable. My house, worth $847,000, was in it. My savings, another $290,000, secured. Life insurance, $100,000. Beneficiary changed. I left that small checking account with $12,000 in my name, so everything looked normal. I wrote 2 letters, one for Emily explaining everything, to be delivered after my death, and one for Mark to get right after he discovered what I'd done. I kept up the act perfectly.
Mark came by twice that week to talk about the move, going over details, making plans. He was so confident, so sure of himself. Linda packed some of my things, decided what I'd take and what would stay in the house. Their house, as they saw it. I just nodded along, asked confused questions, let them believe they'd won. Emily came by that Friday before everything went down. She brought apple pie like always, and Sophie drew me pictures. Emily mentioned she'd heard I was moving to a care facility and asked if I was okay with it. I almost told her everything right then. Almost. But I wanted her to be surprised. She deserved something good in her life, and she deserved not to worry about me until it was time. I hugged Sophie, told Emily thank you for being real family. She looked confused, but smiled. Monday morning, Mark went to the bank. He needed to access my accounts for moving expenses, or so he told the teller. The account showed $12,000 instead of the $290,000 he expected. The teller told him the other accounts had been closed 3 months ago. Mark said that was impossible, that he had financial power of attorney. The bank informed him that, according to their records, that power of attorney had been revoked in August. I can only imagine his face. He rushed to the county records office next, pulled up the house deed. It wasn't in my name anymore. Property held in irrevocable trust, established August 15th. Beneficiary information was sealed. Mark tried calling Robert Chen's office. The secretary said Robert wasn't taking calls regarding this matter, and all communications had to be in writing. Then Mark showed up at my house. I was sitting in my chair, packed bags by the door like I was ready to move to that hellhole facility. He stormed in without knocking and started yelling about what I'd done, where the money was, where the deed went. I just sat there calmly. No more pretending. He screamed that I couldn't do this, that I wasn't mentally competent, that he'd fight it. I pointed out that I'd signed those facility papers just fine, the ones he said I needed because of my deteriorating mental state. Told him he couldn't have it both ways. His face went red. He asked who had everything, asked if I'd given it all to Emily, called her a gold digger. I stood up then, told him Emily never asked me for a single thing while he'd been stealing from me for over a year. He went quiet for a second, and I pulled out a folder I'd prepared. Bank statements with his theft highlighted. Screenshots of the grandkids' Facebook posts showing they'd lied about what they needed money for. And the recording from that first night. I'd recorded the beach house conversation on my phone. Mark's face changed when he realized I'd been faking the whole time. 3 years of watching and waiting. I told him I learned patience in Vietnam, that 3 years wasn't even close to the longest I'd waited for payback. He tried everything after that. Got angry first, called me a selfish bastard. Then tried bargaining, said we could fix this, that he'd made mistakes. Finally went for guilt, said his mother would be ashamed of me. That one got to me, but not the way he wanted. I told him Margaret would have been ashamed of him. She would have cut him off years ago. I just took longer to see what he really was. He asked if Emily got everything they were supposed to have. I lost it a little then. Asked him what he was supposed to have. Told him he was supposed to love his father, supposed to visit because he cared, not because he wanted something. Supposed to be family. Emily was family. He was just related to me. He left after that, slammed the door, peeled out of the driveway. The house was quiet after he left. I sat back down in my chair. My phone rang about an hour later. Linda. She was crying, begging, saying they didn't mean it, that Mark was just stressed about money, that they loved me. I said goodbye and hung up, blocked the number. That evening, Emily showed up. It was Friday,
her usual day, though she came a bit early. She'd heard from Mark. He'd called her screaming, apparently. She asked if it was true that I'd given her my house. Said it couldn't be true, that she didn't want anything from me. She just wanted to visit. I told her to sit down, that I needed to tell her something. I explained everything. The stroke, the pretending, the overheard conversation, Mark's theft, the trust. She cried and refused at first. Said she couldn't take my house, couldn't take my money. That wasn't why she visited. I know, I told her. That's exactly why she was getting it. I explained that the trust meant she got nothing until I died anyway. Told her she was stuck with me as her cranky old not-quite grandfather until then. She finally accepted and hugged me. Said I'd saved her life just by treating her like a person, and I said she could let me do this for her. 2 months later, Mark hired a lawyer to contest the trust. The lawyer reviewed the case and quit. Mark couldn't find another one willing to take it on. The trust was airtight. I was clearly competent, and the evidence of Mark's theft made him look terrible. No lawyer wants a case they'll lose while representing someone who looks like a thief. Mark tried to visit once more after that. I wouldn't let him in. He left an apology letter at the door. I threw it away without reading it. That was 8 months ago now. I'm still in my house, not in that facility. Emily visits 3 times a week instead of just Fridays. I help with Sophie while Emily works. The house feels alive again. Mark and Linda are struggling financially from what I hear through mutual connections. They were counting on my money. Had to cancel those beach house plans. His marriage is strained. I don't feel guilty exactly, but I don't feel satisfied either. I didn't do this to hurt him. I did it to protect myself and reward genuine love. If that hurt him, well, that's what consequences feel like. Life's different now. Emily comes by 3 times a week, sometimes more. I pick up Sophie from preschool twice a week, and she calls me Papa George. We plant tomatoes together in the garden I built 40 years ago. She draws me pictures and tells me about her day. This is what I forgot family was supposed to feel like. The grandkids have had mixed reactions to everything. Jason texted me about 2 months after the blow-up, said he wanted to meet. I agreed, and we had coffee at the diner on Main Street. He admitted he'd been selfish, said he wanted to rebuild our relationship. I told him to prove it with actions, not words. He's visited 4 times since then, hasn't asked for money once. It's progress. I'm cautious, but I'm watching. Sarah sent a card once with a generic apology. Never followed up. Haven't heard from her in months, and I've made peace with that. Michael hasn't contacted me at all. He posts vague things on social media about family betrayal. I blocked him after the 3rd post. My routine now involves morning coffee on the porch I built, helping Emily with Sophie, and a weekly poker game with Walter and 2 other guys from the VFW. I started going to the senior center too, made some new friends who like me for who I am. Turns out I'm still sharp, still independent. Proved everyone wrong about that. People ask me if I regret what I did. The answer is no. I regret that it had to happen. I regret that my son became someone I didn't recognize, but I don't regret protecting myself or rewarding real love. I'm 79 years old. I survived cancer alongside Margaret. I survived a war. I built a life with these 2 hands, and I'll be damned if I let anyone decide that just because I'm old, I'm helpless. The house itself means everything to me. I built it in 1978 when Mark was just a kid. Every nail was placed with intention. Margaret picked out those kitchen tiles, the paint colors in the bedroom, the light fixtures in the hallway. Our kids grew up here. There are memories in every corner. Mark wanted to sell it for a beach house in Charleston. He never understood that this house is my treasure. It's Margaret. And now it'll go to someone who understands that. Emily's life has changed since she learned about the trust. She quit her second job because the stress was killing her. She's focusing on Sophie now, on her nursing career. She's less anxious about money emergencies. But here's the thing. She still won't let me help her in the present. Says the trust is for later, and she'll manage until then. Stubborn like Margaret was. The knowledge of what Mark planned still sits heavy sometimes. Through Jason, I hear things. Mark and Linda are struggling financially. They'd been counting on my money, had made plans around it. Mark complains to anyone who'll listen about being betrayed. His marriage is falling apart, according to Jason. I feel something about that, but it's not quite guilt, and it's not quite satisfaction. Consequences are consequences. I didn't do this to hurt him. I did it because I had to. Every Friday, Emily still brings apple pie. It's become sacred time for us. We talk about everything: her work, Sophie's progress at preschool, memories of Margaret. Last Friday, Sophie helped make the pie. She was so proud, had flowers smeared all over her face. Margaret would have loved that. She always said family is who shows up, not who shares your blood. Walter told me a few weeks back that I ran the long game better than any mission we had in Vietnam. I told him war taught me that the person who acts first doesn't always win. Sometimes you win by waiting and watching. The patience wasn't passive. It was strategic. People assumed that at 79 I was losing it, that age meant weakness. Truth is, age gave me perspective. It gave me patience. It gave me the ability to see who people really are without the noise of expectations getting in the way. My memory was fine the whole time. I remembered everything, every slight, every fake smile, every I love you that came with a price tag attached. But I also remembered the real moments. Emily asking about Margaret's favorite flowers, Sophie's laugh when I told her stories about building this house, Walter's terrible jokes at poker night. Those memories matter more than any amount of money ever could. I've done the math on what I lost and what I gained. I lost my relationship with Mark, probably permanently. Lost Linda too, though I'm not sure that one counts. Lost 2 of my 3 grandkids. Lost the normal family I thought I had. But I gained the truth. I gained a real relationship with Emily and Sophie. I gained my self-respect back. I gained peace in my own home. I gained control of my final years, however many I have left. Last week something happened that I'm still thinking about. Jason called and asked if we could have Christmas dinner together this year. Just him, his wife Emily, Sophie, and me. Small, quiet, real. I told him I'd think about it. Maybe some bridges can be rebuilt. Maybe some can't. I'm not sure yet which category Jason falls into, but I'm willing to see. Then there's the other thing. Mark sent another letter last week. It's sitting on my kitchen counter right now, unopened. Emily saw it when she came by with groceries and asked if I was going to read it. I told her I didn't know. Part of me wants to. Part of me burned that bridge for a reason. Some doors should probably stay closed. I think about Margaret a lot these days. Wonder what she'd say about all this. She was always better at forgiveness than I was. But she was also fiercer when it came to protecting the people she loved. I think she'd understand why I did what I did. I hope she would anyway. Sophie asked me yesterday if I was lonely living in this big house by myself. I told her I wasn't lonely at all. I have her and her mom. I have Walter and the poker guys. I have Jason trying to make amends. I have apple pie on Fridays and drawings on my fridge and tomato plants in the garden. I have a life that's mine, lived on my terms. They thought I'd forgotten everything. But I remembered every betrayal, every lie.
Every moment they saw me as a wallet instead of a person.
The question now is whether I want to remember if Mark's actually sorry. That letter's still sitting there. I've got time to decide. Not as much time as I used to have, but enough. And this time, whatever I decide, it's on my terms.
They took my home, so I took away their future. I'm Harold, 79. And this is about how my two sons, Michael, 52, and David, 48, stole the only thing I had left of my late wife. Ruth and I were married for 45 years before she passed. Cancer took her 18 months ago, and when she went, she took most of me with her. The only piece of her I had left was our house. Not just any house. The house I built with my own two hands on the same patch of land where we'd camped as newlyweds. Every beam, every nail, every floorboard. 50 years of work. 50 years of memories. After the funeral, something strange started happening. Michael and David began visiting. Now, you have to understand, these two barely called me once a month before Ruth died. Suddenly they're showing up every weekend with groceries, fixing the loose step on the porch, asking how I'm doing. I thought grief had finally made them realize family mattered. I thought losing their mother had changed them. I was wrong. The first month was fine. They'd come over, we'd sit at the kitchen table I'd built in 1978, and they'd ask about my health, about the house, about whether I needed anything. David even mowed the lawn a few times. Michael brought his wife Rebecca over once, though she barely looked me in the eye. I didn't think much of it then. Second month, the questions changed. Michael started asking about my plans for the property. What was I going to do with it? Had I thought about the taxes? Did I know how much the house was worth now? David chimed in with concerns about maintenance. The roof needed work eventually. The foundation was old. Was I sure I could handle it all alone? I told them I was fine. The house was paid off. I had my pension and Ruth's life insurance. I wasn't going anywhere. Then, 3 months after Ruth's funeral, they showed up together on a Tuesday afternoon. They had someone with them. A lawyer friend of Michael's named Greg, or Craig, I don't remember. I should have known right then something was off. Michael and David never coordinated anything together. They'd barely spoken to each other at Ruth's funeral. They sat me down at that same kitchen table. The lawyer did most of the talking. He had papers spread out, pointing at numbers and clauses I couldn't follow. The pitch was simple. Transfer the property title to Michael and David temporarily to avoid estate taxes and legal complications down the road. It would save me thousands of dollars. It was common practice. The house would still be mine, just legally in their names for tax purposes. Michael jumped in with reassurances. It was just paperwork, Dad. Nothing would change. I'd still live there, still own it in every way that mattered. David nodded along, saying they just wanted to help me avoid the headaches they'd dealt with when Ruth's parents passed. I hesitated. Something in my gut twisted. But these were my sons, Ruth's boys. I'd changed their diapers, taught them to ride bikes, paid for their weddings. Why would they lie to me? The lawyer said we should do it at his office to make it official. They drove me there that Friday. I signed the papers in a conference room that smelled like coffee and leather. Michael and David both hugged me afterward, told me I'd made the smart choice. 1 week later, Michael called. Casual conversation at first, asking about my day. Then he mentioned they were thinking of doing some updates to the house. Just small things. Maybe new windows, fix that roof situation. I said that sounded fine, not really paying attention. 2 weeks after I signed, David showed up at my door. He had that serious look on his face,
the one he used to get as a kid when he'd broken something and was about to confess. He said we needed to talk about the renovations. They were going to be more extensive than planned. Might be easier if I stayed elsewhere temporarily. He had some brochures for a retirement home nearby, just for a few months during construction. I told him I'd think about it. But David said they'd already put down a deposit on the room. It was nice, he promised. I'd like it there. 3 weeks after signing those papers, both Michael and David arrived together again. That should have been my second warning sign. They sat me down, different table this time, my living room couch, and explained that they'd found a really good retirement home. Clean, affordable, activities for seniors. The construction on the house was going to be messy and loud. I'd be more comfortable there. I asked how long the renovations would take. Michael said maybe 3 months, 4 at most. David said they'd visit all the time. My gut was screaming by then, but what could I do? I'd already signed the title over. The house was legally theirs. I'd trusted them. I moved into the retirement home on a Tuesday. Small room, single bed, a chair by the window. Michael and David helped me move my essentials. They promised to store Ruth's things safely. Promised to call every week. Promised the renovations would go fast. The following Saturday, I couldn't help myself. I drove by the house. I just wanted to see it one more time, see what kind of work they were planning. There was a for sale sign in the yard. I sat in my car for 20 minutes, staring at that sign. The house I'd built. The porch where Ruth and I had our coffee every morning. The bedroom where we'd raised our boys. The kitchen where she'd taught them to bake cookies. All of it. For sale. I called Michael immediately. No answer. Called David. Voicemail. Called Michael again, then again. On the third try, he picked up. I asked him about the sign. There was a pause. Then he sighed like I was being difficult. He said this was what was best for everyone. The house was too much for me anyway. I wasn't thinking clearly. I was getting old and didn't understand how these things worked. I told him he'd promised it was temporary.
He'd sworn it was still my house. Michael's voice went cold. He said I'd signed it over. It was done. They were doing what was necessary. Then he hung up. I called David next. He at least had the decency to sound guilty. He said they needed the money, Dad. His business wasn't doing well. Michael had expenses. They had families to think about. I'd understand eventually. I sat in that retirement home room that night, surrounded by the few things I'd been allowed to bring. Photos of Ruth. The camping equipment from our first trip together, somehow salvaged from the garage. My clothes. That was it. Everything else, 50 years of building, of memories, of Ruth, was being sold to strangers. But then I remembered something. During that meeting at the lawyer's office, I'd had my phone in my jacket pocket. I'd bought one of those smartphones a year ago because Ruth wanted to video chat with the grandkids. I'd been figuring out the features, playing with the apps. One of them was a voice recorder. I'd accidentally left it running. I pulled out my phone and found the file. I hit play and heard it all. Michael's voice promising it was temporary. David swearing they'd never take my home. The lawyer explaining it was just for tax purposes. Michael saying, and I'll never forget this, "We'd never take your home, Dad. That's where Mom is." I had proof. Every lie, every promise, every word, recorded. I didn't sleep that night. But for the first time since signing those papers, I felt something other than helplessness. They'd taken my home. They'd sold the last piece of Ruth I had left. But they'd made a mistake. They thought I was just a confused old man who wouldn't fight back. They were wrong about that, too. I spent the next 3 days listening to that recording over and over. Sitting in my retirement homeroom, headphones in, hearing my sons lie to my face. Every time Michael said, "It's temporary," Dad,
Or, David promised, "We'd never do that to you." I felt my anger harden into something colder, something clearer. The recording was 38 minutes long. Every single promise they made was on there. Every reassurance from that lawyer about how nothing would really change. Michael's voice saying the house would still be mine. David talking about how they just wanted to help their old dad avoid complications. I needed to know if this recording meant anything legally, so I called Linda Morrison, the lawyer who'd handled Ruth's will. She'd been good to us over the years, honest in a way that seemed rare. I trusted her. I went to her office that Thursday with my phone. She listened to the whole recording without interrupting. When it finished, her face had gone dark. She looked at me and said what my sons did was elder financial abuse, fraud, coercion. With this recording, we could take them to court and win. She could get the house back. Michael and David could potentially face criminal charges. Linda laid out the case. The recording proved fraudulent misrepresentation. They'd promised one thing and done another. We had them on tape lying about their intentions. She said she'd seen cases like this before, and judges didn't take kindly to children stealing from their elderly parents. We could fight this. I went back to my room and didn't sleep for 2 nights straight. I kept thinking about court, about getting the house back, about watching Michael and David face consequences for what they'd done. Linda said it could take a year, maybe 2. It would cost money I didn't have much of. Legal fees, court costs, all of it. But here's the thing. Even if I won, the house was already sold. It went pending within 2 weeks of that for sale sign going up. Some young family bought it, probably thought they were getting a great deal. I'd checked the listing online. They'd sold it for $425,000. Split the profit right down the middle. I didn't want to take the house back from strangers who'd done nothing wrong. And honestly, I realized I didn't want the house anymore anyway. Not without Ruth. It would just be the place my sons stole from me. Every room would remind me of their betrayal instead of her. So I sat in that retirement home room trying to figure out what I actually wanted. Revenge, sure. But what kind? That's when I remembered something Ruth used to say. The boys may be difficult, but the grandkids are pure. We had 4 grandchildren. Michael's kids, Emma, who was 16, and James, who was 14. David's kids, Sophie, who was 12, and little Max, who was only 8. After Ruth died, those kids had sent me cards. Real cards, handwritten, not just their parents making them sign something. Emma's said she missed Grandma and loved me. James drew a picture of the 3 of us camping. Sophie wrote about wanting to hear more stories about Ruth. Max's had crayon drawings all over it. The grandkids had visited once after the funeral, brought by their mothers. Michael's wife, Rebecca, and David's wife, Lynn, both seemed uncomfortable the whole time, probably already knowing what their husbands were planning. But the kids had hugged me tight, asked me questions about Ruth, wanted to see photos. They were good kids. None of this was their fault. I went back to Linda's office the following week with a different plan. I'd checked my finances first. I had my pension, about $70,000 in savings, Ruth's life insurance payout that I hadn't touched, another $150,000, and some modest investments worth maybe another $160,000. Total came to roughly $380,000, not including the house, which was gone. I told Linda I wanted to change everything. New will, complete rewrite. She pulled out the paperwork and I dictated what I wanted. Everything split equally between my 4 grandchildren. Each child would receive their share when they turned 21. Until then, it would be held in trust. Michael and David would get nothing. 0. Not $1. Linda asked if I was sure. I told her to put specific language in there about the fraudulent transfer of property. I wanted it documented exactly why I was cutting my sons out. When Emma and James and Sophie and Max were old enough to read that will, I wanted them to know the truth about what their fathers did. Then Linda suggested something I hadn't thought of. She said I should write letters to each grandchild, something they could read later, after I was gone, explaining everything. Telling them about Ruth, about the house, about why their grandfather made this choice. I spent 2 weeks writing those letters, one for each kid. I told Emma about how Ruth and I met, about building the house board by board. I told James about teaching his dad and uncle to fish in the creek behind the property, and how disappointed I was in how they turned out. I told Sophie stories about her grandmother's laugh and her terrible cooking when we first got married. I told Max about the camping trip where Ruth and I decided that patch of land would be ours forever. Each letter ended the same way. By the time you read this, I'll be gone. I want you to know your grandmother and I loved you more than anything. What your fathers did doesn't define you. You get to be better than them. I sealed those letters and gave copies to Linda. She'd deliver them along with the will when the time came. After that, I did something else. I used $85,000 from my savings to buy a small one-bedroom apartment across town. Nothing fancy. Old building, needed some work. But it was mine. My name on the deed. No one could take it from me. I moved in on a Saturday, brought Ruth's photos, hung them on the walls, set up the camping equipment in the corner, our old tent, the sleeping bags, the portable stove we'd used on that first trip.
It made the place feel less empty. For the first time since signing those papers 6 months ago, I felt safe. This apartment was mine. The will was set. The letters were written. Everything was in place. Then, about a week after I moved into the apartment, my phone rang. Michael's name on the screen. I hadn't heard from him in 4 months, not since that call where he told me the house was sold. He wanted to check in, he said, see how I was doing. His voice was cheerful, fake friendly in a way that made my skin crawl. I could hear it in his tone. He was checking to see if I was still alive, if there was anything left worth waiting for. I played along, told him I was fine. Quiet life, nothing much happening. He asked about the retirement home, and I mentioned I'd moved to a small apartment. Didn't give him the address. He said that was great, Dad, really great. Then he said they should visit soon, both him and David. I said that would be nice, knowing full well they wouldn't come. Michael said he'd call again soon to set something up, told me he loved me. I said it back because after 52 years, the words still came automatically, even though the feeling behind them had died the day I saw that for sale sign. After I hung up, I sat in my new apartment with Ruth's photo on the table beside me. I looked at her face and I smiled, actually smiled, for the first time in months. They thought I was just a helpless old man with nothing left. They thought they'd gotten away with it. They'd taken everything and assumed I'd just fade away quietly. But I had something they didn't know about. I had a plan. I had proof. And I had 4 grandchildren who would eventually know the truth. Michael and David could keep their stolen money. They could keep lying to themselves about what they'd done. But when I was gone, they'd finally understand what they'd really lost. That brings us to now. 18 months since they stole the house. I'm still 79. Health declining the way it does when you get to this age, but my mind's as sharp as ever. Maybe sharper, because I've got something to stay sharp for. Michael and David call every few months. Like clockwork, really. Just often enough to seem like caring sons. Not often enough to actually be caring sons. Every call is the same transparent routine. How am I doing? How's my health? Am I eating okay? Do I need anything? They're not asking because they care. They're checking to see if I'm still breathing and if there's anything left worth inheriting. I play the role perfectly. Lonely old man, grateful for any scrap of attention. I tell them about my quiet days, my doctor's appointments, the weather. I never mention the new will. Never bring up the recording that's still saved on my phone. Never let on that I know exactly what they're doing.
David actually visited once about a year ago. Showed up at my apartment without calling first. Brought nothing, not even a card. Stayed maybe 20 minutes. He looked around the place, taking inventory with his eyes. Small apartment, old furniture, Ruth's photos on the walls. I could see him calculating in his head. Dad's basically broke. Nothing here worth anything. I made sure he thought exactly that. Mentioned how expensive my medications were getting. How the pension didn't stretch as far as it used to. David nodded along, probably relieved. He left after his 20 minutes were up, said he'd come by again soon. That was a year ago. Haven't seen him since. The grandchildren are a different story. Emma turned 18 last spring and sent me a birthday card. Not one her parents made her send. I could tell because it arrived 2 weeks late and had a coffee stain on the envelope. Inside, she'd written about applying to colleges, about wanting to be a teacher. She mentioned maybe getting coffee sometime if I was free. I met her at a diner near campus. Didn't tell Michael. Emma talked for an hour about her college applications, her plans, her worries about student loans. She's a good kid. Smart. She has Ruth's eyes and none of her father's greed. When we left, I slipped her $200 cash, told her it was for books. She tried to refuse, but I insisted. Emma hugged me goodbye and said she'd text me. She actually did. We've had coffee 3 times now. She still doesn't know about the will, about what's waiting for her when she turns 21. 3 more years, and she'll understand why her grandfather made the choices he made. Then there was the surprise visit from Rebecca, Michael's wife. She showed up at my apartment about 6 months ago, looking nervous. I let her in, and she sat on my couch, wringing her hands for 5 minutes before she finally spoke. She said she'd told Michael not to do it. Said she was sorry. Said she felt guilty every day. I asked her why she didn't stop him then. Why she didn't speak up when it mattered. She didn't have an answer for that. Just cried a little and left. I felt nothing watching her go. Not satisfaction, not anger, just emptiness. Even she had known what they were planning and said nothing. 4 months ago, I had a small heart attack. Woke up with chest pain, called 911, spent 2 days in the hospital. The nurses called Michael and David from my emergency contact list. Both of them showed up within hours. First time I'd seen them together in over 8 months. They hovered around my hospital bed asking questions. The doctors, the prognosis, what did I need? But mostly they asked about my affairs. Michael specifically asked if I had everything in order. My will, my accounts, my paperwork. Said they just wanted to make sure everything was handled properly for when the time came. I told him it was all taken care of. Everything was in order. Told them not to worry. The relief on their faces was disgusting. They thought they were finally going to get whatever I had left. They stayed until the doctor said I was stable, then made excuses about why they needed to leave. Michael had work. David had a thing with the kids. They both promised to visit me at home once I was discharged. They never did. After that hospital stay, I went back to Linda's office. Made sure all the documents were still airtight. Made sure the trust was properly structured. She suggested I record a video message for the grandchildren, something they could watch after I was gone. Said it might help them understand. I spent an afternoon in Linda's office recording that video. Showed photos of the house being built, told stories about Ruth, explained what their fathers had done and why I'd made my choice. I looked at that camera and said the grandkids didn't have to make the same choices their fathers made. They could be better. They could be the kind of people Ruth would have been proud of. Linda saved 3 copies of that video. Said she'd make sure the kids got it when the time was right. Now I'm here, living my routine. Morning coffee with Ruth's photo on the table. Afternoon walk if my legs are cooperating. Evening news. Phone calls from Michael or David every couple months.
always asking the same veiled questions about my health and my accounts. Just last week, Michael called talking about Thanksgiving at David's place. Said they were planning a family dinner, wanted me there. I said that sounded nice, knowing it would never happen. They always cancel. Something always comes up. Michael said he'd call with details and told me he loved me. I said it back out of habit, even though the words mean nothing anymore. After I hung up, I sat with Ruth's photo like I do most nights. Thought about whether I did the right thing. The house is gone and I'll never get it back. But the money, Ruth's legacy, will go to 4 innocent kids who had nothing to do with their father's greed. Emma and James and Sophie and Max will get their chance to do something good with it. Michael and David will have to look their children in the eyes and explain why Grandpa cut them out completely. They'll have to admit what they did, or make up some lie. Either way, that conversation will hurt them more than any lawsuit ever could. I don't know how much time I have left. Could be months, could be a few more years if I'm lucky. Emma turns 21 in 3 years, and she'll be the first to find out. First to read her letter, first to access her inheritance, first to know the truth about what her father did. Part of me wonders if Michael and David will figure it out before I die. If they'll somehow find out about the new will and try to fight it. Linda says they can try, but it won't matter. The will is solid, the trust is legal, and I was clearly of sound mind when I made these decisions. That hospital visit actually helped, she said. All those cognitive tests they ran proved I was thinking clearly. Sometimes I wonder if I should just tell them now, watch their faces when they realize what they've lost. See the moment it hits them that 18 months of fake phone calls and empty promises were all for nothing. But then I think maybe the waiting is the real punishment. Maybe not knowing is worse. They wasted all this time pretending to care when there was never anything left for them to take. That's its own kind of justice. I go to bed most nights with a strange sense of peace. I couldn't save our house, but I saved what actually mattered. Ruth's money will help our grandchildren instead of funding whatever Michael and David wanted it for. The kids will know the truth about their grandparents' love and their father's greed. They took my home, so I took away their future. When I'm gone, they'll open that will and finally understand. Every fake phone call, every empty promise, every month they waited, all of it for nothing. They'll get exactly what they deserve. And me? I'll be with Ruth again. That's all I've really wanted since the day she left. Turns out, they forgot who built the roof over their heads. I'm a 78-year-old grandfather, and I've always been the kind of man who keeps his promises. When my wife passed away 3 years ago, I made a vow at her bedside that I'd make sure our kids and grandkids never struggled the way we did when we were young. My son David is 47, married to Linda, who's 45, and they've got 2 kids in college. After the funeral, after all the casseroles and sympathy cards stopped coming, I sat David down and told him I was giving them the family home. The big house, the one his mother and I raised him in, the one with the oak tree out front that we planted when he was born. I'd move into the guest house out back, the little 2-bedroom place we'd built years ago thinking we'd rent it out but never did. It seemed perfect at the time. I'd have my own space, my independence, but family would be close by. I could see the grandkids when they came home from school. We could have Sunday dinners together. I wouldn't be rattling around in that big empty house full of memories, and David's family would have the space they needed. He tried to refuse at first, said it was too much, but I insisted. I'd spent decades managing land titles and small businesses, so I knew what I was doing when I set this up. Or at least, I thought I did. The first couple months were fine. Good, even. Linda would wave at me from the kitchen window. David would come back to help me fix a leaky faucet in the guest house. The grandkids would knock on my door asking if I wanted to watch a movie with them. I thought I'd made the right choice. I thought this was what family was supposed to look like. Then things started shifting. Small things at first, the kind of things you tell yourself you're being oversensitive about. One evening I came back from my afternoon walk and noticed all their cars were in the driveway, lights on in the dining room. I could see them through the window, all sitting around the table, eating dinner. Nobody had mentioned anything to me about it. When I asked David the next day, he looked confused for a second, then said they'd just thrown something together last minute and forgot to tell me. Forgot. I let it go. A week later it happened again. This time I knocked on the back door while they were eating. Linda came to answer, and I could see David and the kids behind her at the table. She said, oh, they'd ordered pizza, and it had been a busy day and it just slipped their minds. She didn't invite me in, just stood there in the doorway like I was a neighbor stopping by unannounced. I went back to the guest house and made myself a sandwich. It kept happening. Forgotten birthday dinners, forgotten movie nights. I'd see them loading up the car to go somewhere, and only find out where they'd been after they got back. David started giving me these tight smiles when I'd mentioned feeling left out, telling me I was always welcome, but they couldn't be expected to notify me of every little thing they did. Linda stopped waving from the kitchen window. Then came the heater incident. It was November, getting cold at night, and I woke up one morning frozen in my bed. The little space heater I kept in my bedroom was unplugged, shoved behind the dresser. I'm not so old I forget if I unplugged something. I asked David about it that afternoon, and he got this look on his face, half guilty, half defensive. Said they were trying to save on electricity, that heating 2 separate buildings was expensive. I reminded him, calmly as I could, that I paid my share of the utilities. He just shrugged and said they were watching their budget. Their budget. In the house I'd given them. I started noticing other things. My mail was being opened. Just the bank statements and bills, stuff they claimed they thought might be important. Linda started asking me questions about my finances, whether I had any investments, what my monthly income looked like. She'd frame it like concern, like she was worried about me managing everything on my own at my age. But her eyes were calculating when she asked. The real kicker came about 6 months after I'd moved into the guest house. I was sitting in their living room, in what used to be my living room, and Linda brought me a cup of tea. She set it down on the side table next to me and said, almost casually, that I should be grateful they were letting me stay there. Letting me stay. In the property I'd lived on for 40 years. The property I'd paid off decades ago. The property my wife and I had built our entire life on. I didn't say anything. Just nodded and drank my tea and went back to the guest house. But something cracked in me that day. The only person who still treated me like family was my niece Rebecca. She's my late sister's daughter, about 52 now, and every Sunday, like clockwork, she'd show up with a bag of homemade bread, and we'd sit and talk for a couple hours. She never forgot. She never made me feel like a burden. Sometimes I'd see Linda watching us through the window with this pinched expression on her face. 2 weeks ago, everything came to a head. I was walking back from checking the mailbox, taking my time because my knees aren't what they used to be, and I heard voices coming from the main house. The window was cracked open despite the cold. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but I heard my name and I stopped. It was David and Linda, talking in the kitchen. Linda was saying something about getting the house appraised, that the market was good right now, and they could probably get a great price. David sounded hesitant at first, worried about what to do with me. Linda's response made my blood run cold. She said they could use some of the money to put me in a facility, one of those nice assisted living places, and I'd probably be happier there anyway, with people my own age. David asked about the legal stuff and Linda laughed. Actually laughed. She said I probably didn't understand half the paperwork anyway, that he'd signed enough documents when I moved him in that it should be straightforward. I stood there, on my own property, listening to my son and his wife plan to sell my home out from under me and warehouse me somewhere I didn't want to go. They were going to take everything and convince themselves they were doing me a favor. Here's what they didn't know, though. What they'd never bothered to ask about or check on because they assumed an old man wouldn't understand legal stuff. When my wife and I set up our estate years ago, we created a joint trust. The property, the house, all of it, went into that trust. I'd told David he could live there, that it was his home now, but I'd never actually finalized the ownership transfer, kept meaning to handle the details later. Later just never came. The property was still in my name, still under my control, and I could do whatever I wanted with it. And right then, standing outside in the cold, listening to them plan my future without me, I decided exactly what I wanted to do. I need to explain something about how I set all this up, because it's important to understand why David and Linda made such a massive miscalculation. Back when my wife Ellen was still alive, we'd gone to see a lawyer about estate planning. This was maybe 15 years ago now. We weren't rich people, but we had the property, and we'd saved carefully our whole lives, and we wanted to make sure everything was handled right when we were gone. The lawyer, Frank Morris, had been a friend of mine for 30 years. We'd gone to the same church, coached Little League together back in the day. He suggested we set up a joint trust for the property. The way Frank explained it, a trust would avoid probate, keep things simpler for David when the time came. Ellen and I were both trustees, and when she passed, I became the sole trustee. David was named as the beneficiary,
Meaning eventually, it would all go to him.
but eventually wasn't now. I still had full control over what happened with the property. When I moved David into the main house, I'd told him we'd handle all the paperwork details later, get everything transferred over properly. He'd nodded, said sure, whenever I was ready. I guess he just assumed I'd already done it. Or maybe he'd convinced himself I had, because he wanted it to be true. Either way, the property was still mine. Legally, completely mine. David had been living there, sure, but he didn't own it. And that meant, when I heard them planning to sell my house, I had options. I didn't sleep that night. Laid in bed in the guest house, staring at the ceiling, running through everything in my head. Part of me kept hoping I'd misheard, that I'd misunderstood what they were saying. But I've never had problems with my hearing, and their words had been pretty clear. The other part of me, the part that had spent decades running a business and learning that sometimes you have to make hard decisions, that part knew exactly what I needed to do. The next morning I called Frank, told him I needed to see him as soon as possible. He heard something in my voice because he cleared his afternoon schedule for me. I drove to his office and laid out everything that had happened. The forgotten dinners, the heater, the comments about being grateful, all of it. Then I told him what I'd overheard. Frank sat back in his chair and was quiet for a long moment. Then he pulled out the trust documents and walked me through my options. The property was mine, to do with as I pleased. I could sell it, transfer it, leave it to someone else entirely. David had no legal claim to it beyond being named as the eventual beneficiary, and I could change that any time I wanted. I asked Frank what he thought I should do. He said he couldn't tell me that. It wasn't his place. But he did say that in his 40 years of practicing law, he'd seen a lot of families tear themselves apart over property and money. He said whatever I decided, I should be sure about it, because there wouldn't be any taking it back. I was sure. I told him I wanted to transfer the deed to my niece Rebecca. She'd been the only one who'd treated me like I mattered these past months. She deserved it more than the people who'd been planning to ship me off to some home. The paperwork took about 2 weeks to process and file. 2 weeks of living in that guest house, watching David and Linda go about their lives, knowing what they'd said, knowing what they were planning. It was strange. A few times I almost said something, almost confronted them, but I held back. I wanted everything legal and final before they knew what was happening. During those 2 weeks, Linda actually got nicer to me. She'd bring me leftovers from dinner, ask how I was feeling, smile more. I realized she probably thought they were getting close to pulling off their plan, and she was laying groundwork, making sure I'd be cooperative when they sprung it on me. David started asking me casual questions about whether I had any other properties or assets they should know about, framing it as wanting to help me stay organized. Every question made me more certain I was doing the right thing. The hardest part was hoping they'd change. Some small, stupid part of me kept thinking maybe they'd wake up one morning and remember I was David's father, remember everything I'd done for them, and things would go back to how they were supposed to be. I'd see David working in the yard and remember teaching him to ride a bike on that same lawn. I'd hear the grandkids laughing inside and think about all the birthday parties we'd had in that house. But then Linda would make another comment about me not understanding technology, or David would avoid eye contact when I ran into him, and I'd remember that those people were gone, if they'd ever really existed at all. Frank called me on a Tuesday afternoon and said everything was filed and recorded. The property was now in Rebecca's name. I'd signed over the deed, signed over everything. It was done. I told Rebecca that same day, drove over to her place and explained what I'd done and why. She cried, tried to refuse it, said it was too much. I told her it wasn't a gift. It was a thank you. Thank you for remembering I existed. Thank you for treating me like family. She asked what was going to happen with David and Linda, and I said I didn't know yet, but that part was coming soon. It took 3 more days before David found out. I don't know exactly how it happened. Maybe he called a real estate agent to get that appraisal Linda had talked about. Maybe he tried to pull up the deed himself to check on something. However it went down, on Friday evening I heard his car screech into the driveway, and then heavy footsteps running around back to the guest house. He didn't knock, just threw open the door, his face red, a piece of paper crumpled in his fist. Linda was right behind him, looking equally furious. David shouted at me, asking what I'd done. The house wasn't his anymore. It was Rebecca's. He'd checked the county records, and my name wasn't on the deed, and his name had never been on the deed, and what the hell had I done? I stayed, sitting in my chair. Told him to calm down. We could talk about this like adults. Linda started in then, saying I was clearly not in my right mind, that I'd been manipulated, that Rebecca had taken advantage of me. The accusations kept coming. I was senile. I was confused. I was ruining their future, ruining their children's inheritance, destroying the family. I let them wind down, let them get it all out. When they finally stopped to take a breath, I spoke. I told David he'd ruined his own future the moment he forgot who gave him a past. I listed everything. Every forgotten dinner, the unplugged heater, Linda's comment about me being grateful. I told him I'd heard them planning to sell the house, heard them discussing putting me in a home, heard Linda laughing about how I probably wouldn't understand the legal stuff. They both went pale, started backtracking immediately. No, I'd misunderstood. They were just talking, just exploring options, just thinking about the future. They'd never actually do any of that. David said I was his father. How could I think they'd really abandon me like that? I stood up then, looked my son in the eye, told him that's exactly what he'd been planning to do, and now he didn't have to worry about it anymore. He wanted me out of the house. Now he could leave instead. The property belonged to Rebecca, and she'd be moving in within the month. They had 30 days to find somewhere else to live. Linda started crying. David tried anger again, then pleading, then threats about lawyers. I stayed calm through all of it. Told them Frank Morris had handled everything, and it was all perfectly legal, and there was nothing to contest. I'd been of sound mind,
had witnesses, had everything documented properly. They left eventually, went back to the main house, and I could hear yelling through the walls for hours. I sat in the guest house in the quiet afterward and felt something I hadn't expected. Not satisfaction exactly, not quite relief, just tired, so incredibly tired. Within a week, I'd packed up my things and moved in with Rebecca. She has a ranch-style house about 20 minutes away, plenty of space, and she'd converted her downstairs office into a bedroom for me before I even arrived. Her husband, Tom, helped me move my furniture, and her 2 kids, both in their 20s, carried boxes like it was the most natural thing in the world. Nobody complained. Nobody made me feel like a burden. The first night I was there, Rebecca cooked dinner and we all sat around the table together, and they asked me about my day, about how I was settling in, about whether my room was comfortable enough. It was such a stark difference from those months in the guest house that I almost couldn't process it. The peace here is something I didn't realize I'd been missing. I have my own bathroom, my own space, but I'm included in everything. Rebecca makes coffee every morning and brings me a cup. We watch the news together. Her kids stop by my room to chat when they're home. It's what I thought I'd have with David's family. It's what family is supposed to be. David and Linda had to vacate the main house within 30 days. That's what the law required once Rebecca officially took ownership. I wasn't there for most of it, but Rebecca kept me updated. They tried to drag it out, claimed they needed more time, but Frank was firm about the legal time frame. Rebecca was generous, though. Told them they could take their time packing, that she wasn't going to stand over them with a stopwatch. I think she felt bad about the whole situation, even though none of it was her fault. The phone calls started almost immediately. Not from David, at least not at first, but from Linda's mother, from David's cousin Mike, from people I hadn't heard from in years, suddenly very concerned about my well-being and my mental state. They'd clearly gotten one side of the story. Linda's mother actually told me I was being cruel, that I was punishing my grandchildren for their parents' mistakes. I didn't engage much with any of it, just said the decision was made and ended the conversations. David left me a voicemail about a week after they'd moved out. I still have it saved on my phone, though I'm not sure why. His voice was different, quieter. He said they were staying with Linda's parents temporarily, that the kids were upset, that he wanted to talk and explain things properly. He said he was sorry I felt disrespected. Not that he was sorry for disrespecting me, mind you. Sorry that I felt that way. I haven't called him back. The silence of betrayal still stings. That's the thing nobody tells you about family conflict. You can make the right decision, the necessary decision, and it can still hurt like hell. This was my son. I changed his diapers, taught him to drive, walked him down the aisle at his wedding, and he was willing to warehouse me in some facility so he could cash out on property I'd spent my life building. Some mornings I wake up and it feels like a bad dream, like surely this can't be my real life. But then I remember the unplugged heater and Linda's words about being grateful, and I know it's all too real. I kept my promise to Ellen, though. That's what I tell myself on the hard days. I promised I'd make sure our family never struggled, and I did that. I gave David every advantage, every opportunity, but I never promised to let them walk all over me. I never promised to disappear quietly when I became inconvenient. Ellen wouldn't have wanted that either. She had a spine of steel, my wife. She wouldn't have tolerated what they were doing for 5 minutes. It's been about 3 months now since I moved in with Rebecca. David has reached out a few more times. A text message here and there. Another voicemail. Once he showed up at Rebecca's house, but I told her I wasn't ready to see him, and she turned him away at the door. I could hear his voice from my room, asking to please just talk to me. Rebecca was kind but firm. Told him I'd reach out when and if I was ready. The grandchildren sent me a card last month. It was a generic,
"Thinking of you" card with both their signatures. The handwriting looked like maybe Linda had written it and they'd just signed, but I can't be sure. Part of me wants to believe they actually miss me. Part of me thinks it's just another manipulation tactic, using the kids to get to me. I put the card in a drawer and haven't looked at it since. What's strange is how many people have come out of the woodwork to tell me I did the right thing. My neighbor from the old property, the one who lives 3 houses down, called to say he'd seen how David and Linda treated me, and he was glad I'd stood up for myself. A woman from my old church, someone I barely knew, sent me a letter saying her father had gone through something similar, and she wished he'd had the courage to do what I did. Even Frank, my lawyer, told me off the record that he'd seen too many elderly parents get taken advantage of by their kids, and it was good to see someone fight back. But there's another group of people, mostly Linda's family and some of David's friends, who think I'm a vindictive old man who destroyed his family over minor slights. They don't know the whole story, or they do and they've decided what David and Linda did wasn't that bad. Maybe to them it wasn't. Maybe in some families it's normal to treat your elderly parents like inconvenient house guests. I don't know. What I do know is that I can't undo what's been done. The property is Rebecca's now. David and Linda are gone. The relationship I had with my son, whatever that was, is probably over. And I have to sit with that. Some days it feels like the right choice. Other days it feels like I've lost everything that mattered. My lawyer called yesterday. Frank sounded tired. He said David's hired an attorney and they're contesting the property transfer. They're claiming I wasn't of sound mind when I made the decision, that Rebecca unduly influenced me, that the whole thing should be invalidated. Frank says they don't have a case. We have documentation, witnesses, proof that I was completely competent and acting of my own free will. But it means this isn't over. It means more legal battles, more family drama, more ugliness. I'm sitting here in Rebecca's comfortable house, in a room where I'm wanted, drinking coffee someone made for me with care, and I'm waiting for the next shoe to drop. Part of me wonders if David will ever actually accept what happened, or if he'll fight this until one of us is dead. Part of me wonders if I should reach out, try to build some kind of bridge, at least for the grandkids' sake. But then I remember standing outside in the cold, listening to them laugh about how I wouldn't understand the legal stuff. I remember the unplugged heater and the forgotten dinners, and Linda telling me to be grateful. Revenge in my old age really is best served through paperwork, signed and sealed and irrevocable. But forgiveness, that's a different document entirely. One I'm not sure I'm ready to sign. Maybe I never will be. And maybe that's okay. Or maybe it makes me just as bad as them. I honestly don't know anymore. What I do know is that David has his attorney and I have mine, and we're about to find out whether blood really is thicker than water, or if in the end, property law is thicker than both. What they didn't know was that I still controlled everything they wanted. I, 82, a grandmother and widow, spent most of my life believing that family meant loyalty above all else. I raised 3 children on my own after my husband died when they were still young. My eldest daughter, Sarah, 56, my middle son, Tom, 54, and my youngest daughter, Linda, 51. I cooked, cleaned, worked double shifts at the diner, and later at the hospital laundry, just so they could have opportunities I never had. I thought I'd done everything right by them. For years after they grew up and moved out, things were fine. We had Sunday dinners when they could make it, birthday calls, the occasional visit. Sarah lived about 20 minutes away with her husband and 2 kids. Tom was 2 states over with his family. Linda was across the country in California. It wasn't perfect, but it was family. Then about a year and a half ago, I started getting sick. Nothing dramatic at first, just dizzy spells, some confusion, trouble keeping my balance. The doctors ran tests and found I had a heart condition that needed monitoring. I was still living in my house, the same one I'd paid off 30 years ago. But suddenly my kids started talking about how I couldn't be alone anymore. Sarah was the one who brought it up first. She came over one afternoon with this concerned look on her face and said we needed to talk about practical things. She suggested I let her help manage my finances since I was getting older and might forget to pay bills or get confused by scammers. She made it sound so reasonable, so caring. I was touched, honestly. My daughter wanted to help me. So I added her name to my main checking account. Just to help, she said, just in case. That's when things started to shift. Tom and Linda stopped calling as much. Their visits became less frequent. When I asked Sarah about it, she'd say they were just busy with their own lives, that I shouldn't take it personally. She started coming by more often, though, always wanting to check on things. My mail, my paperwork, my bank statements. About 4 months after I gave her access to my account, I got a statement in the mail that she must have missed. I looked at the balance and felt my stomach drop. Nearly $47,000 was gone from my retirement savings. Just gone. I called the bank and asked them to send me detailed statements for the last 6 months. When they arrived, I saw it all. Withdrawals, transfers, payments to credit cards I didn't recognize. My emergency fund, the money I'd saved over decades of sacrifice, was almost completely drained. I confronted Sarah the next time she came by. I asked her directly where my money went. She didn't even flinch. She told me, very calmly, that it all went to my medical expenses, the hospital bills, the medications, the home health aid visits. She said she'd been taking care of everything so I wouldn't have to worry. But here's the thing. My nursing home evaluation and most of my medical bills were covered by my insurance and Medicare. I knew that. I might have been old, but I wasn't stupid. I didn't argue with her that day. I just nodded slowly, played confused, said I must have forgotten about those bills. She seemed relieved. She patted my hand and told me not to worry about money things anymore, that she had it all under control. That night, I sat in my kitchen and realized something that made me feel sick and angry and sad all at once. My daughter hadn't been helping me. She'd been robbing me. And she thought I was too senile to notice. I didn't confront Sarah again. Instead, I played the part she clearly expected, the fragile, forgetful old woman who couldn't keep track of her own life. I shuffled around more when she visited. I asked the same questions twice. I let her think she'd gotten away with it. But what Sarah didn't know, what none of my children knew, was that I'd been careful all my life. My husband died young and left me with 3 kids to raise alone, and that taught me to always have a backup plan. Years ago, I'd opened a second savings account at a different bank, one I never told anyone about. It had about $30,000 in it, money I'd squirreled away from bonuses, tax returns, small inheritances from my own parents. It was my real emergency fund. I also still had sole ownership of my house. The deed was in my name only. Sarah kept hinting that I should add her to it, just to make things easier when the time came. But I kept putting her off, acting confused about the paperwork. 2 weeks after I discovered the theft, I used some of that secret money to hire a lawyer. Her name was Patricia Chen, and she was in her 40s, sharp as a tack, and didn't treat me like I was senile. I showed her everything, the bank statements, the withdrawals, the timeline of when Sarah got access to my account. Patricia told me I had options. We spent the next 3 months quietly building my case and rewriting my will. Every asset, every penny, the house, my jewelry, the car, everything. I left it all to my granddaughter, Emma. She's Sarah's daughter, 28 years old, and the only one in my family who visited me because she actually wanted to see me, not because she was circling like a vulture. Emma would come by on Saturdays with coffee and bagels. She'd tell me about her week, her job as a teacher, her boyfriend drama. She never asked me for money, never even mentioned my will or what would happen when I died. She just showed up. The others? Tom called maybe once a month, always rushed. Linda sent cards on holidays but hadn't visited in over a year. And Sarah kept coming by. But now I knew why. She was keeping tabs on me, making sure I stayed confused and compliant. The whole thing came to a head about 6 months ago. Sarah showed up at my house with papers, and her husband, Mark. She had this fake sweet smile on her face and told me we needed to finalize some estate planning. The papers she put in front of me would transfer my house deed into her name. She said it was just to protect my assets and make sure I'd be taken care of if I needed to go into a nursing home. She said it was what any responsible daughter would do. She had a pen ready and everything. I looked at those papers for a long moment, then looked up at her. I asked her, in my sweetest old lady voice, if we could wait until next week when my lawyer could look at them, just to make sure I understood everything correctly. Sarah's face went tight. She said I didn't need a lawyer, that she was family, that lawyers were expensive and would just confuse me. Mark jumped in and said they were trying to help me, that I should trust them. That's when I dropped the act. I told them I wasn't signing anything. Not today, not next week, not ever. Sarah's fake sweetness disappeared instantly. She raised her voice, asked me what I thought I was doing, said she'd been taking care of me while Tom and Linda did nothing. She said I owed her. I stayed calm and told her to leave. She refused. She said we were going to settle this right now, that she deserved something for everything she'd done. That's when I made the call. Patricia had been waiting in her car outside, per our plan. She came in and served Sarah with a cease and desist order, along with a letter informing her that she'd been removed as my power of attorney and that I was pursuing legal action for elder financial abuse. The look on Sarah's face when Patricia walked in was something I'll remember for the rest of my life. It went from anger to shock to panic in about 3 seconds. Mark tried to argue, said this was all a misunderstanding, but Patricia shut him down fast. She told them they had 10 minutes to leave my property or she'd call the police. Sarah started crying then, the ugly kind where you're more angry than sad. She screamed at me, called me ungrateful, said she was the only one who'd been there for me, that she deserved to be compensated for her time and effort. She said I was senile and didn't know what I was doing, that my granddaughter had clearly manipulated me. I just smiled at her. I told her she was right about one thing. She did get what she earned from me. Nothing. They left. Mark was pulling Sarah out the door while she was still yelling. The police ended up coming anyway, because the neighbors heard the commotion, but by then Sarah and Mark were gone. I filed a formal complaint for elder abuse and theft. Patricia said we had a strong case, but honestly, I didn't care about getting the money back. It was gone. What I cared about was making sure Sarah never got another penny from me. The fallout was immediate. Tom called me a week later, furious. Sarah had told him some story about how I'd turned on the family, how I was leaving everything to Emma and cutting out my own children. He said I was being cruel, and that Sarah had only been trying to help. I asked him when he'd last visited me, and he went quiet. Then he hung up. Linda called too, more diplomatic but clearly siding with Sarah. She said families should stick together, that we should work this out, that I was being too harsh. I asked her if she knew where $47,000 of my money went. She didn't have an answer. Emma was horrified when I told her what I'd done with my will. She said she didn't want to cause problems in the family, that she'd never asked for anything. I told her I knew that, and that was exactly why she was getting it. She cried and hugged me. Sarah hasn't visited in 6 months now. Neither has Tom. Linda sends occasional texts asking how I'm doing, but she won't come see me. Mark apparently told people at their church that I'm suffering from dementia, and that's why I turned on Sarah. Some people believe it. I'm okay with all of that. My health isn't great. The heart condition is getting worse, and I'm on more medications than I can count. The doctors say I might have a year or 2 left, maybe less. But I'll leave this world knowing I took back the one thing they thought they could steal from me: my dignity and my choice in who deserves my trust. Emma still visits every Saturday. She brought her boyfriend last week, and he seems nice. She's talking about maybe getting engaged soon. I hope I'm around to see that. But if I'm not, at least I know she'll be taken care of. The lawyer fees and the emotional toll were worth it. Some people think I'm being vindictive. Maybe I am. But when your own child steals from you and lies to your face about it, when they see you as nothing but a bank account waiting to be emptied, what else are you supposed to do? My question now is whether I should reach out to Tom and Linda one more time to explain what really happened, or if it's too late for that. They've chosen to believe Sarah's version of events. Part of me wants to try to salvage something with them, but another part thinks that if they couldn't even bother to visit me regularly or question where my money went, maybe they don't deserve an explanation. What would you do? When they tried to erase me from my own will, I taught them a final lesson. I'm an 83-year-old grandmother who spent 40 years raising 3 children alone after my husband Robert died in a factory accident. I was young then, just 43, with 3 kids under 10. Clara is my youngest at 54. Then there's Michael, who's 56. And Patricia is the oldest at 58. I worked 2 jobs for most of their childhood. I missed school plays and soccer games and birthdays because I was either at the hospital, doing admin work, or cleaning offices at night. I lived on frozen dinners and wore the same winter coat for 15 years. I did it all so they wouldn't have to struggle the way I did. Last year, I had a bad fall in my kitchen. The floor was wet from mopping, and I slipped. Broke my hip in 2 places. I was in the hospital for a week, then rehab for another 3. Clara showed up the second day I was admitted and immediately started in with how dangerous it was for me to live alone. I told her I'd been fine for 40 years, but she wouldn't let it go. Every single day she visited, she brought it up. By the time I got out of the hospital, she'd convinced me that staying at her place temporarily was the smart thing to do. Michael and Patricia agreed it was for the best, though neither of them offered to take me in. Funny how that works. The first week at Clara's house was actually nice. She set me up in the guest room, brought me meals, helped me with physical therapy exercises. I thought maybe I'd been too independent all these years, that accepting help wasn't so bad. Then I noticed my mail wasn't coming. When I asked about it, Clara said she'd set up forwarding to her address to make things easier for me. It made sense at the time, so I didn't push back. Then the papers started. Clara would bring me documents to sign, always with some explanation about updating emergency contacts or making sure she could help with my bills while I recovered. I signed a few things. I trusted her. She's my daughter, why wouldn't I trust her? 3 months earlier, before the fall, Robert's voice was still clear in my head. He used to say, "Paper never forgets, and neither should you." He was meticulous about records, kept copies of everything. After he died, I kept up the habit because I had to. Single mother, 3 kids, no room for mistakes. I had copies of every important document in a safety deposit box at the bank. Every bank statement, every insurance paper, every deed and title. It was just how I'd learned to survive. Back at Clara's house, about 2 weeks in, I overheard her on the phone with Michael. I was in my room, door cracked open because I don't like feeling closed in. She was in the hallway, didn't realize I could hear. She told him I was getting so forgetful, that yesterday I'd asked her the same question 3 times. The thing is, I never asked her anything twice that day. I remember exactly what we talked about. She was lying to her brother about me, making me sound like I was losing it. That's when I started paying attention. Really paying attention. I asked to see my bank statements one afternoon. Clara smiled and told me not to worry about that. She was handling everything. When I insisted, she said she'd get them for me later, then never did. I asked again 2 days after that. Same response. That's when the alarm bells really went off, but I didn't let on. I just started playing dumber than I was, acting more tired, more confused. Meanwhile, I kept a journal hidden in my nightstand drawer, writing down everything that seemed off. My jewelry started disappearing. First, my gold bracelet, the one Robert gave me for our 20th anniversary. Then my wedding ring set, which I'd stopped wearing because of arthritis but kept in my jewelry box. Then an antique brooch that had been my mother's. When I asked Clara about them, she didn't even hesitate. She said I'd given them to her, told me I'd said I wanted her to have them. She looked me right in the eye and lied. I knew I never gave her those things, but she was so convincing that for a second I doubted myself. That's what they do to you. They make you question your own memory. I started comparing the papers I'd signed to the copies I remembered having. Asked Clara if I could get into my safety deposit box to check on something. She said we could do it next week. Then next week became the week after. Then she forgot entirely. I stopped asking, stopped trusting. About 3 months into living there, I woke up from a nap around 2 in the afternoon. I could hear voices in the kitchen. All 3 of my children were there. I stayed quiet in my room, and that's when I heard it. Patricia said something about how much longer until they could move me into a facility. Michael asked if I'd signed everything they needed. And Clara, my Clara, who I was living with, who I trusted, said almost. She said the house deed was the last piece, that once it was transferred, they could sell it and split the money. I sat on the edge of that bed and felt something break inside me. Not my heart exactly, something colder than that. They weren't taking care of me. They were liquidating me. I was just an asset to be managed and divided up. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about all those years, the double shifts, the times I was so tired I'd cry in the car before going into my second job, the birthdays I missed, the school events I couldn't attend. I did it for them, so they'd have opportunities I never had, so they could go to college without debt, so they could have weddings and down payments and help when they needed it. And now they were stealing from me, making me feel crazy, planning my future like I was already gone. But they forgot something. They forgot who taught them how to plan ahead in the first place. They forgot that their mother had survived 40 years on her own, through careful preparation and attention to detail. They forgot that I wasn't actually forgetful or senile or any of the things Clara was telling people. I laid there in that guest room bed and made a decision. I wasn't going to confront them. Not yet. That would be too easy, too quick. They'd make excuses, gaslight me more, maybe even succeed in convincing everyone I was having delusions. No. I was going to be smarter than that. I was going to let them think they'd won, right up until the moment they realized they'd lost everything. The next morning, I told Clara I wanted to have lunch with my old friend Martha. I made myself sound a little sad about it, mentioned how lonely I'd been feeling. Clara hesitated for a second, probably weighing whether it was worth the hassle, but then agreed.
She drove me to a restaurant downtown where Martha and I used to meet up, dropped me off at the door, said she'd be back in 2 hours. I walked into that restaurant, went straight to the bathroom, and called a cab. Gave the driver the address to my lawyer's office. James Chen had handled Robert's death benefits decades ago, helped me navigate all the paperwork when I had 3 kids to feed and no idea what I was doing. If anyone would understand this situation, it would be him. James is in his 60s now, still sharp as ever. When I walked into his office without an appointment, his secretary tried to turn me away, but he heard my voice and came out himself. Took one look at my face and knew something was seriously wrong. I sat down in his office and pulled out everything. The journal I'd been keeping. The documents I'd managed to photograph with my phone when Clara wasn't looking. A list of all the jewelry that had disappeared with approximate dates. Everything. He went through it all methodically, the way lawyers do. Got quieter and quieter as he read. Finally looked up at me and said, "This was worse than I probably realized." The forged signatures alone were serious, but the redirected mail was a federal crime. He asked if I wanted to press charges. I thought about it for a long time. My own children in jail. That wasn't what I wanted. I just wanted them to understand what they'd done. I wanted them to feel what I'd been feeling. James asked about my current will. That's when he told me Clara had already tried to file a new one, naming herself as primary beneficiary and executor. He said we could contest it easily with all this evidence, but I had a better idea. I asked him to draw up a completely new will, one that would replace everything. I told him about Sarah Mitchell, the hospice nurse who'd come to check on me after my fall. She was 45, a single mother with 2 kids, working double shifts just like I used to. She'd treated me like a person, sat and talked with me about real things, not just my medications and symptoms, laughed at my jokes, remembered details from one visit to the next. She'd done more to make me feel human in a few weeks than my own children had in months. I wanted Sarah to have the house and the bulk of everything. The house was worth about $380,000. I had another $150,000 in savings and investments that Clara didn't know the full extent of. A life insurance policy for $100,000, some other valuables and personal items. I also wanted substantial donations to go to the women's shelter that helped me get back on my feet after Robert died, and to set up a scholarship fund at the community college. All of it going anywhere but to my children. James tried to talk me through it, make sure I understood what I was doing. I told him I'd never been more certain of anything. We worked on the will over the next few weeks. I had to meet with Sarah first, though, explain what I wanted to do. I arranged it through the hospice service, said I needed a follow-up visit. When she came to Clara's house, I asked if we could talk privately outside. We sat on the back porch and I told her everything. Sarah cried, said she couldn't accept it, that it was too much. I told her she treated me like a person, when my own children treated me like an ATM with an expiration date. I said please. She hugged me, and it was the first time in months I'd felt like someone actually saw me. She agreed, though she kept saying she didn't deserve it. I told her that was exactly why she did. 2 months passed. I played along with everything Clara wanted, acted tired and forgetful, but I didn't sign anything else. Every time Clara brought me papers, I'd say my arthritis was acting up too badly to write. She'd get frustrated, but couldn't really push it without showing her hand. Meanwhile, I kept documenting. She sold more of my jewelry. I tracked it down to a pawn shop and got receipts. More money disappeared from accounts I still had partial access to. By my count, she'd stolen close to $40,000. The new will got finalized, notarized, filed properly. I had James send all copies to his office, nowhere near Clara's house. Everything was in place. Then I asked for a family dinner. Told Clara I wanted all 3 of my children there, that I needed to discuss something important.
She arranged it for a Sunday, probably thinking I was finally ready to sign over the house or announce I was moving to a nursing home. They all showed up. Michael drove in from 2 hours away. Patricia actually dressed up. They thought this was it. We had pot roast. Clara made a big deal about cooking my favorite meal. Everyone was overly nice, asking how I was feeling, commenting on how good I looked. It was the most attention they'd paid me in months. After dinner, we sat in the living room, and I said I needed to talk to them about something important. They all leaned in. You could see it in their faces, the anticipation. This was the moment they'd been waiting for. I pulled out a folder from my purse, started with a bank statement, asked Clara if she remembered the withdrawal for $8,000 that she said was for my medical bills. Watched her face go white. Then I pulled out another document, and another. The forged signatures that weren't quite right if you looked closely. Receipts from the pawn shop for my jewelry. Records of the redirected mail. Everything laid out in front of them. Michael and Patricia immediately started saying they didn't know. They weren't involved in any of that. I cut them off. Told them about the conversation I'd overheard 3 months ago, about selling my house and splitting the money. They went quiet. Clara broke down. Started crying, saying she was going to pay it back, that they had expenses, the kids' college tuition. The mortgage was killing them. As if that justified stealing from me. As if I hadn't had my own struggles, my own bills, my own impossible choices to make. I asked her if stealing from her mother really seemed like the solution. Reminded her I'd worked 2 jobs to put her through school, that I'd given up everything for them. Patricia tried a different approach, said they were just trying to make sure I was taken care of, that they were worried about me. I asked her how making me feel insane was taking care of me, how lying to everyone about my mental state was worry. She didn't have an answer. Michael got aggressive, asked what I was going to do, if I was really going to report my own children. I smiled, told him no, I wasn't going to report them. I watched all 3 of them relax, saw them think they'd gotten away with it. Then I told them I'd made some changes, to my will, to everything really. Clara asked what kind of changes. I said the kind that meant they'd never see a penny of what they'd been counting on. Told them it was all right, that they'd understand when the time comes. I stood up and called a cab on my cell phone, the one Clara had been monitoring, but that I'd figured out how to use privately. Before I left, I told them I'd be moving into a senior living community, one I chose myself, that my lawyer had all the details. Then I walked out, left them sitting there in complete silence. I moved into an independent living facility the following week, using money from an old account Clara never found. Never looked back. 6 months after I moved out, I was settled into my new apartment at the senior living community. It's nothing fancy, just a 1-bedroom with a small kitchen and a living room that gets good light in the morning. But it's mine. I picked it myself, paid for it myself, and nobody treats me like I'm a burden or a bank account. I joined a book club, started volunteering at the library on Tuesdays, made friends with some of the other residents. Sarah comes by regularly with her kids. They call me Grandma Jean, and they actually seem happy to see me. Her daughter asks me to help with her homework sometimes. Her son brings me drawings he makes at school. My own children tried calling after I left. Letters came too. Clara sent multiple apology letters. Some of them seemed genuine. Others felt like she was still trying to manipulate me. Patricia hired a lawyer to contest the will. James shut that down fast with all the evidence of fraud we had. Michael hasn't reached out at all, which honestly tells me everything I need to know. He only cared about the money. I thought I'd feel guilty about cutting them off like this. Sometimes I do. But mostly I just feel free. One afternoon, about 7 months in, Clara showed up at the senior center without calling first. The front desk called my apartment to ask if I wanted to see her. I almost said no, but something made me agree. I told them to send her to the community lounge. I wasn't meeting her in my private space, but I'd talk to her in public where other people were around. She looked terrible when she walked in. Tired, older than I remembered. We sat down in 2 armchairs by the window and she started with excuses. Said she'd been under so much stress, that she'd made mistakes, that she never meant to hurt me. I just waited. Eventually, she ran out of prepared statements and started telling the truth. Said she'd gotten in over her head with debt, that she'd panicked, that she'd convinced herself I wouldn't notice, then convinced herself I wouldn't mind, then convinced herself she deserved it because of everything she'd done for me. I asked her when I stopped being her mother and started being her retirement plan. She didn't have a good answer for that. Started crying again. Asked if there was any way to fix this, anything she could do about the will. I told her the will stands, that this wasn't really about the money anyway. We talked for over an hour. It was painful and honest in a way we hadn't been in years, maybe ever. She asked if she could visit again. I said maybe, that I needed time. It wasn't forgiveness, but it wasn't complete closure either. A year has passed since I changed the will. I'm 84 now, and my health is declining. The doctors have told me I've got maybe 6 months to a year left. My children know this. I've received more cards, more phone calls, more attempts at reconciliation. Michael reached out once. We met for coffee. It was awkward and brief, and he asked about reconsidering the will before he left. Patricia and I have met twice. She apologized, but I can tell she still thinks she's entitled to something, that blood should count for more than it does. Clara and I see each other about once a month now. Our relationship is complicated, damaged. But there's communication at least. She's still paying off the money she stole. Said she'd pay it all back, even though I told her it doesn't matter anymore. I think she needs to do it for herself more than for me. I met with James last week to review everything one final time. The will is solid. Sarah gets the house and most of the estate. The charities get their donations. My children will each receive $5,000 and some personal items. Photos, some of Robert's things, small pieces of jewelry that weren't sold. I've also written letters to each of them to be delivered after I die. In those letters I explained everything, my pain, my reasoning, the love that still exists despite what they did. I'm not sure if they'll understand, but at least they'll know. People here at the senior center know some of what happened. They ask me sometimes if I regret my decision. The honest answer is, I don't know yet. Maybe I will when the end comes. Maybe my children will read those letters and finally understand why I had to protect myself. Maybe they won't. But for the first time in years, I'm living for myself, making my own choices, and nobody is treating me like I'm already gone. Last night I was going through old photo albums, pictures of my kids when they were young, Clara's 3rd birthday party, where she wore that princess dress for a week straight, Michael's high school graduation, Patricia's wedding. I loved them so much. I gave up so much. Worked myself to exhaustion so they could have better lives than I did. But love doesn't mean letting people destroy you. It doesn't mean allowing yourself to be erased while you're still alive. There was a knock on my door around dinner time. Sarah and her kids bringing over a casserole. We set everything up together, easy and comfortable. Her youngest asked me to tell the story about how I met Robert again. I've told it a dozen times, but she never gets tired of hearing it. So I started from the beginning, about the factory dance where he asked me to dance 3 times before I finally said yes. This morning I got another letter from Patricia. Haven't opened it yet. It's sitting on my kitchen counter, and I'm not sure I will open it. I've said what I needed to say, done what I needed to do. The will is final. The donations are arranged. The letters are written. Clara called earlier to ask if she could visit this weekend. I said yes. We're going to have lunch in the dining hall here. I don't know what we'll talk about. Maybe the same circles we always go in. Maybe something different. Our relationship will probably never be what it was. Certainly not what I wished it could be. But it's something. I look at Sarah's kids and I see what my children used to be, before they grew up and started seeing me as a resource instead of a person. I wonder if it's inevitable, if all children eventually disappoint their parents, or if my three were just particularly cruel about it. I wonder what Robert would think of all this. Some days I think he'd be proud of me for standing up for myself. Other days I think he'd be heartbroken that it came to this. The truth is, I'll probably die without knowing if I made the right choice. Maybe there wasn't a right choice. Maybe it was just the choice I could live with. They wanted to erase me before I was gone. I made sure I got to write my own ending instead. Even if that ending hurts. Even if I die with broken relationships and children who think I'm heartless. At least I got to decide my own value. At least I proved I still mattered. When they tried to put me in a home, I put them out of my will. I'm 76 years old, and for most of my life, I believed family meant something. I raised 3 kids on my own after my husband died when I was only 32. My oldest, Robert, is 54 now. My middle child, Patricia, is 51. And then there's Claire, my youngest, at 48. I worked as a seamstress for 40 years, taking on extra jobs during holidays, saving every penny I could so my children would have better lives than I did. I bought this house 30 years ago with money I'd carefully set aside. It's not fancy, but it's mine. Or at least, it was supposed to stay mine. The problems started about 1.5 years ago, though I didn't recognize them as problems at first. Claire had always been the one who called the most, visited the most. After my husband died, she was only 6 years old, and I think we formed a special bond because of that. She was my baby. So when her visits started becoming less frequent, I noticed. At first it was every week, then every other week, then maybe once a month if I was lucky. When she did come by, something felt different. She wasn't asking about my garden anymore or telling me stories about her kids. Instead, she kept steering conversations toward my finances. Did I remember to pay the electric bill? Was I keeping track of my bank statements? Had I noticed any unusual charges? I thought she was being thoughtful. I told her I was managing fine, that I'd been paying bills for 50 years and hadn't forgotten how yet. She'd smile and pat my hand and say she just worried about me. Then, about 8 months ago, Claire started saying things that made me uncomfortable. She'd mentioned that I seemed forgetful. She'd bring up times I supposedly repeated myself, though I had no memory of doing that. She told me her friend's mother had early dementia, and the signs were similar to things she was noticing in me. I started second-guessing myself. Maybe I was slipping. I'm not a spring chicken anymore. When you live alone, you don't always have someone to check your memory against. One afternoon in March, Claire showed up with a folder full of papers. She said she'd been thinking about my concerns with managing everything, and she'd found a solution. There were documents that would let her help me with bill management and financial organization. She explained that this way, if I ever got confused or forgot something, she could step in and make sure nothing fell through the cracks. She kept using the phrase, "just in case," over and over. Just in case you get sick. Just in case you can't make it to the bank. Just in case something happens. I should have read those papers more carefully. I should have taken them to a lawyer first. But this was my daughter, my youngest child, the one I'd sacrificed the most for. I trusted her completely. So I signed them. She watched me sign each page, and when we were done, she gave me a hug and told me I was doing the right thing. She said I could relax now, knowing everything would be taken care of. For about 3 months, I didn't notice anything wrong. Claire started coming by more often again, which made me happy. She'd check my mail, help sort through bills, make sure everything was filed properly. She was being helpful, or so I thought. It was in June when I went to the bank to withdraw some cash for groceries. The teller gave me my receipt, and I glanced at my balance. My checking account was lower than it should have been, significantly lower. I asked to see my recent statements, and that's when I saw it. Transfers I hadn't made, withdrawals I didn't recognize, large sums of money moving out of my accounts regularly over the past few months. I went home and pulled out all my paperwork. My savings account was nearly empty. The emergency fund I'd kept hidden in a separate account for years, the one nobody knew about except me and my late husband's old lawyer, had been cleaned out. My pension deposits were being redirected. Everything I'd worked for was disappearing. I called Claire immediately. My hands were shaking when I dialed. She came over that evening, and I showed her the statements. I asked her if she knew what was happening, if maybe someone had stolen my identity or hacked my accounts. The way she looked at me, calm and unbothered, made my stomach drop. She told me not to worry. She said she was managing my assets and protecting them from scammers and predatory companies that target elderly people. She said the money was safe, that she was investing it properly and making sure I'd be taken care of. When I asked where the money was, she got vague. She talked about financial security and responsible planning. She never actually answered my question. That's when I realized what those papers were, what I'd actually signed. She had power of attorney over everything I owned. I told her I wanted to see statements showing where my money went. She said I was getting worked up over nothing, and that stress wasn't good for someone my age. She suggested maybe my memory was playing tricks on me again, that I might not remember the conversations we'd had about moving the funds. I knew exactly what she was doing. She was gaslighting me, making me doubt my own mind so I'd be easier to control. The worst part came 2 weeks later. Claire showed up with her husband, Marcus. They sat me down at my own kitchen table and told me they'd been talking. They said I was clearly struggling to manage on my own. They brought up the financial confusion, the forgetfulness, the difficulty I was supposedly having with daily tasks. Then Claire said she'd been researching assisted living facilities in the area. Nice places, she said. Places where I'd have help with meals and medication and wouldn't have to worry about maintaining a house anymore. I'm not stupid. I knew what this was really about. If I went into a home, they could sell this house, my home of 50 years, where I raised my children, where my husband and I built our life together. They wanted to liquidate everything and take whatever was left. Marcus started talking about property values in the neighborhood and how much equity I had. Claire jumped in and said it would be such a relief not to worry about home repairs and yard work. They had it all planned out. They were talking about my life, my home, my future like I was already gone. That night after they left, I sat in my living room and cried. Then I got angry, really angry. These people thought I was a helpless old woman they could manipulate and rob. They thought I'd just go along with being put away somewhere while they divided up everything I'd worked my entire life to build. That's when I decided I wasn't going to be the victim they expected me to be. I was going to fight back, and they'd never see it coming. The morning after that conversation, I started planning. I wasn't going to confront Claire directly or make a scene. I needed to be smart about this, and I needed help from someone I could actually trust. I remembered that my husband's old lawyer, Martin Cheswick, was still practicing. He'd handled our wills decades ago when the kids were young. I found his number in an old address book and called his office first thing Monday morning. When I met with Martin 2 days later, I brought every document I had, bank statements, the power of attorney papers Claire had me sign, everything. He put on his reading glasses and went through it all methodically. After about 20 minutes, he looked up at me and said I'd signed over complete control of my finances to Claire. every account, every asset. She could do whatever she wanted with my money, and legally, she had every right. I felt sick hearing that, but Martin wasn't finished. He explained that power of attorney could be revoked as long as I was mentally competent. The key was proving I understood what I was doing and that I wasn't being coerced. He asked me questions, lots of them, about my daily life and my mental state. He wanted to make sure I was sharp enough that no one could claim later that I'd been manipulated or that I wasn't capable of making legal decisions. I answered everything clearly. I knew exactly what was happening and exactly what I needed to do. Martin said we should move quickly. He'd draw up the revocation paperwork and we'd restructure my will at the same time. He asked if I'd thought about who I wanted to inherit my estate. I didn't even hesitate. My grandson, Daniel. He's 28 now, Patricia's son, and he's the only one who'd been visiting me regularly without wanting anything. Every Sunday for the past 3 years, he'd come by just to check on me. We'd have tea and talk about his job and his life. He never asked about money or inheritance. He just genuinely seemed to enjoy spending time with his grandmother. Over the next 2 weeks, while Claire thought I was sorting through my belongings and preparing for assisted living, I was meeting with Martin and signing new documents. We revoked the power of attorney completely. We restructured my entire will so that everything would go to Daniel. The house, what was left of my savings, my jewelry, my car, all of it. Robert and Patricia would each get a small amount, $5,000 each, because they'd at least maintain some relationship with me, even if they weren't as present as Daniel. Claire would get nothing, not a single cent. Martin made sure everything was airtight. He had me evaluated by a doctor to document my mental competency. He had witnesses for every signature. He prepared for every possible legal challenge Claire might throw at us. The whole process took about 3 weeks, and during that entire time, I played the part of the confused, compliant old woman Claire expected me to be. Claire called every few days during this period. She'd ask how the packing was going and whether I'd gotten rid of enough stuff yet. I told her I was working on it, slowly, that it was hard to let go of so many memories. She'd make sympathetic noises, but then push harder about timelines. She'd already contacted an assisted living place and wanted to schedule a tour. I agreed to everything. I said whatever she wanted to hear. The act got harder to maintain as time went on. One evening, Claire and Marcus came over and started discussing the house sale right in front of me, like I wasn't even there. Marcus was looking at real estate listings on his phone, comparing prices in the neighborhood. He mentioned that houses on my street were selling for around $400,000. Claire said they'd probably need to do some updates first, maybe new paint and carpet. They were spending my money before they'd even taken my home. I sat there quietly, nodding when they looked at me, pretending to be overwhelmed by it all. Inside, I was counting down the days until the paperwork would be finalized. Martin had told me we'd be ready to file everything by the end of July. I just had to hold on a little longer. Claire scheduled the realtor visit for August 2nd. She didn't ask me if that date worked. She just informed me that someone would be coming to assess the property and start the listing process. She told me to make sure the house was presentable. I said I'd do my best. The morning of August 2nd, I was ready. Martin had filed all the paperwork 3 days earlier. Everything was official and legal. The power of attorney was revoked. The new will was registered. Claire just didn't know it yet. She showed up at 10 in the morning with a realtor named Jennifer. They walked in like they owned the place, which I suppose Claire thought she did. Jennifer started taking photos of my living room, my kitchen, measuring rooms, and making notes. Claire was following her around, pointing out features and talking about the good bones of the house and the desirable neighborhood. I let them go through the whole performance. Jennifer took photos of every room. She talked about staging and curb appeal. She mentioned comparable sales in the area. Then she sat down at my dining room table and started pulling out listing agreements. That's when I spoke up. I told Jennifer very calmly that I appreciated her time, but the house wasn't going to be listed. There must have been some confusion. Claire laughed. She actually laughed. She told Jennifer not to worry, that I got confused sometimes, and that everything was arranged. She started to explain the power of attorney situation to Jennifer, how she had legal authority to make these decisions for me. I pulled out the folder Martin had prepared for me. I handed Jennifer a copy of the revocation of power of attorney, dated and notarized, and a letter from Martin's law office explaining that Claire no longer had any legal authority over my property or finances. Jennifer's eyes went wide as she read it. Claire grabbed the papers from her. I watched her face as she read through them. The confusion, then the realization, then the anger. She looked at me like she'd never seen me before. She demanded to know what I'd done. She said I couldn't do this, that I'd signed documents, that she was protecting me. I stayed calm. I told her that I'd revoked the power of attorney 3 weeks ago. I explained that I'd restructured my will as well, and that she wouldn't be inheriting anything from me. Everything was going to Daniel. The explosion that followed was something I'll never forget. Claire started screaming that I was being manipulated, that Daniel had gotten to me, that I was too senile to understand what I was doing. Marcus tried to calm her down, but she was beyond reason. She called me cruel and ungrateful. She said she'd been trying to help me, and this was how I repaid her. Jennifer quietly gathered her things and left. She wanted no part of whatever family drama was unfolding. I looked at Claire and said what I'd been holding in for months. I told her that I might be old, but I wasn't blind. I knew exactly what she'd done. She'd stolen from me, lied to me, and tried to put me away so she could take everything I'd worked for. I told her she'd never see a cent of my money, and she'd never get this house. She threatened to sue. She said she'd prove I was incompetent. She'd fight the will in the revocation. Marcus finally managed to pull her toward the door. As they left, she turned and told me I'd regret this. She said I was a bitter old woman who was going to die alone. I closed the door behind them and locked it. My hands were shaking, but I wasn't scared. I was relieved. It was finally over. That night after Claire left, I sat in my living room for hours. I kept expecting to feel guilty or sad, but mostly I just felt tired. Tired from months of pretending. Tired from the stress of being robbed by my own daughter. Tired from having to fight for what was rightfully mine. I called Daniel and told him everything that had happened. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said he'd be over the next morning. He sounded worried about me, not excited about the inheritance. That's how I knew I'd made the right choice. The next few days were strange. My phone rang constantly, but I didn't answer. Claire called 17 times the first day alone. Marcus called too. I let it all go to voicemail. I wasn't ready to talk to them, and honestly, I didn't think there was anything left to say. Claire had shown me exactly who she was, and I'd responded accordingly. Robert called on the 3rd day. He'd heard from Claire about what happened. She'd apparently told him that I'd lost my mind and cut her out of the will for no reason. He wanted to hear my side of the story. I told him everything. The power of attorney, the stolen money, the assisted living facility plans, all of it. Robert was quiet while I talked. When I finished, he said he'd suspected Claire was up to something, but hadn't wanted to get involved. He apologized for not checking on me more. He said he understood why I did what I did, even if it complicated things with the family. Patricia called later that same day. She was more emotional about it. She said Claire had been calling her nonstop, crying and saying I'd been manipulated by Daniel. Patricia wanted to know if that was true. I told her the same thing I told Robert. Patricia said she believed me.
She'd noticed how focused Claire had become on my finances over the past year, but she'd thought Claire was just being helpful. She asked about Daniel being the sole beneficiary, and I could hear the hurt in her voice even though she tried to hide it. I explained that Daniel was the only one who'd been there consistently, who'd never asked for anything. I told her she and Robert would still receive something, but that I needed to take care of the person who'd taken care of me. Daniel came by every day that first week. He brought groceries, helped around the house, and mostly just sat with me. He told me he'd never expected anything from me, and that he would have kept visiting regardless. He said he was grateful, but more than that, he was angry on my behalf about what Claire had done. He asked if I wanted him to try talking to her, maybe smooth things over. I told him absolutely not. There was nothing to smooth over. The silence from Claire lasted about 2 weeks. Then the letter came. It was from a lawyer, not Martin's firm, someone Claire had hired. The letter stated that Claire intended to challenge both the revocation of power of attorney and the new will. It claimed I'd been unduly influenced by Daniel, and that I wasn't mentally competent to make such significant legal decisions. It demanded that I submit to a psychiatric evaluation, and that all assets be frozen until the matter could be resolved in court. I called Martin immediately. He said he'd been expecting something like this. He reminded me that we'd prepared for every possible challenge. We had medical documentation of my competency. We had witnesses to all the signatures. We had a clear timeline showing that I'd made these decisions independently and had valid reasons for doing so. He said Claire's case was weak, but that didn't mean it wouldn't be expensive and time-consuming to fight. That's when the reality of it all really hit me. This wasn't over. Claire wasn't going to accept what happened and move on. She was going to drag this through the courts, drag the family through the mud, and make everything as difficult as possible. Part of me understood it. I'd cut her off completely, and she'd lost access to a significant amount of money she'd probably already been counting on. But understanding her motivation didn't make me any more willing to give in. The court process started in September. Claire's lawyer filed paperwork claiming diminished capacity. We had to go through depositions and evaluations. I had to sit in rooms with strangers and prove that I was mentally sound enough to control my own life and my own property. It was humiliating, even though Martin assured me we had a strong case. During one of the depositions, I had to sit across from Claire. It was the first time I'd seen her since the day with the realtor. She looked terrible. Thinner. Older somehow. For a moment, I felt something like sympathy, but then her lawyer started asking questions about my memory and my decision-making capabilities, and I remembered why we were there in the first place. The whole process took 3 months. In November, the judge ruled in my favor. The revocation of power of attorney stood. The new will stood. Claire's petition was denied. The judge noted in his ruling that there was overwhelming evidence of my mental competency, and that I had valid reasons for the decisions I'd made. He also noted that Claire had failed to provide any evidence of undue influence by Daniel. Claire wasn't in the courtroom when the ruling came down. I don't know if that made it easier or harder. Martin shook my hand and said we'd won. I should have felt victorious, but mostly I just felt empty. I'd won the legal battle, but I'd lost my daughter in the process. Robert and Patricia both called to congratulate me after the ruling. They were supportive, but I could tell they were uncomfortable. This had put them in an impossible position. Claire was their sister, and I was their mother. They didn't want to choose sides, but by supporting me, they'd essentially done exactly that. Patricia mentioned that Claire wasn't speaking to her anymore either. Apparently, Patricia had refused to testify on Claire's behalf or provide a statement supporting her claims about my mental state. It's been 3 months since the court ruling. Claire hasn't contacted me once. I heard through Robert that she and Marcus are having financial problems. Apparently, they'd made some bad investments with my money,
and we're counting on the inheritance to bail them out. I can't say I feel bad about that. Daniel still comes by every Sunday. We don't talk about the will or the inheritance much anymore. He's just my grandson, and I'm just his grandmother. That's how it should be. The house is quiet now. More quiet than it's been in years, honestly. No more calls from Claire about finances or visits with hidden agendas. No more worry about someone scheming behind my back. The peace I have now is real, even if it came at a cost. Last week something happened that I'm still not sure what to make of. I was getting my mail and found an envelope with no return address. Inside was a birthday card for my upcoming 77th birthday. It wasn't signed, but I recognized the handwriting. Claire's. There was nothing written inside except the pre-printed message. Happy birthday. With love. I don't know what she wants me to do with that. I don't know if it's an apology, or just an acknowledgement, or something else entirely. The card is sitting on my kitchen counter. I haven't thrown it away, but I haven't responded either. I honestly don't know if I ever will.